of government they call the utopian golden dawn. You see it everywhere. You hear it. They are socialists, ladies and gentlemen, Marxist socialists. You know why they want you to think that Hitler was right-wing, that he was conservative? You know why they want you to believe that lie? Because the truth is, ladies and gentlemen, is that Hitler's coming back. It won't look like him, and he'll certainly have a different name, but it'll be Hitler nevertheless, and the Nazis will be in power. You see, Hitler was a Nazi. He socialized Germany. Nazi literally means National Socialist German Workers' Party. You've been scammed. Right-wing wants less government, ladies and gentlemen. Most people who masquerade in politics as right-wing are not right-wing. They're socialists in disguise. Haven't you ever wondered? The guy runs for years in the Democratic ticket. The Democrats start losing, and he switches immediately over to the Republican Party, and you're supposed to believe that he's now a Republican. And the Republican leadership keep leading us more and more into socialism, keep exporting our jobs, destroying this country from within, and you really believe that they're conservative, right-wing Republicans? Not on your life, ladies and gentlemen. Not on your life. Remember, Hitler was a socialist. Nazi means National Socialist German Workers' Party. Understand that. Stop buying the lie. Socialism will enslave the human race. Look at socialism throughout history. Socialism is the precursor to communism. This country was founded as a democratic constitutional republic. And the democratic, ladies and gentlemen, was limited only to the House of Representatives and nothing else. You see, it's really a constitutional republic. It has nothing to do with democratic or democracy. V.I. Lenin, who founded the Soviet Union, said democracy is indispensable to socialism. Haven't you wondered why they stopped calling this a constitutional republic and now everybody calls it a democracy? Well, day one that it actually and really becomes a democracy will be day one in the socialist regime and rule of this country and the world, and it will ultimately fall into communism. That's the ultimate goal. Read Mikhail Gorbachev's Perestroika. He tells you right in there. Read Anatoly Golitsyn's Old Lies for New and the Perestroika Deception. He defected from the Soviet Union as one of the highest-ranking KGB officers who have ever left the Soviet Union, and he told us that all of this was coming, and we ignored him. Who was responsible for ignoring him and convincing everyone in the intelligence community and the United States government that he was not telling us the truth? Why, it was old James Jesus Angleton, ladies and gentlemen. James Jesus Angleton always claimed that there was a Soviet mole deep within the American intelligence community. When you study the life of James Jesus Angleton and study what he did, ladies and gentlemen, you'll find out that James Jesus Angleton was the mole. And his continued harping on trying to find that mole and telling everybody that those who were telling us the truth were liars has brought us into the situation in which we find ourselves today. It was James Jesus Angleton, ladies and gentlemen, who was the Soviet mole in the United States intelligence community. If he had not convinced everybody not to listen to Anatoly Golitsyn, we could have taken measures to stop the socialist takeover of America. And it was James Jesus Angleton who single-handedly convinced the world not to listen to Anatoly Golitsyn. But you go back and look at his testimony, read his works, read his writing, read his confessions of what the KGB and the Soviet Union was really up to, and you will find that he told us long before anybody ever dreamed that anything like that could happen, that it would happen, and that it would be a deception to disarm the West. And it has worked well. And now Washington, D.C., and even your state governments are full of socialists, Marxists and communists who are destroying this country from within, slowly but surely taking the freedoms from the citizens of the United States of America and of the several states, slowly but surely binding us in economic chains and in chains of bureaucratic paperwork and draconian laws. Justice does not exist anymore in this country, ladies and gentlemen. Show trials prevail. And you are guilty until you can prove yourself innocent, if you can, instead of the way that this justice system was supposed to work in this country, and that is judicially, and that you were innocent until proven guilty. Now you're tried and convicted by the press, and that's it. During the Waco massacre, I heard people who told me that they were God-fearing Christians, Mormons, Pentecostals, Baptists, Jews. Bill, they were just religious fanatics, a bunch of religious fanatics. They deserved exactly what they got. Forgetting, evidently, that their ancestors came to this country to escape religious persecution, and that this country is the country that took in the Jews and the persecuted peoples and religions of the world and gave them succor and shelter and opportunity and the ability to rise to the pinnacle of whatever they were capable of achieving. These same children of those people have no idea what destruction they wreak when they say they were just a bunch of religious fanatics, they deserved what they got. We're in big trouble here, ladies and gentlemen. Big trouble. And I think you had better grab hold of your pants and pull them up and recognize what that trouble is and help those of us who are trying to solve these problems to do it. But first you have to wake up. You have to stop denying that there's a problem. You all feel it in your gut. You know it. You know it. Our society, ladies and gentlemen, has reached a pinnacle of self-expression and respect for individuality that's rare or unmatched in the entire history of the world. Our whole popular culture, from fashion magazines to the cinema, positively screams the matchless worth of the individual and glories in eccentricity, nonconformity, independent judgment, and self-determination. This enthusiasm is reflected in the prevalent notion that helping someone entails increasing that person's self-esteem. That if a person properly values himself, he will naturally be a happy, productive, and in some inexplicable fashion responsible member of society. And yet, while people are encouraged to revel in their individuality and incalculable self-worth, the media, the communist news networks, and the law enforcement establishment continually advise us that when confronted with the threat of lethal violence, we should not resist, but simply give the attacker what he wants. If the crime under consideration is rape, there is some notable waffling on this point, and the discussion quickly moves to how the woman can change her behavior to minimize the risk of rape and the various ridiculous non-lethal weapons she may acceptably carry, such as whistles, keys, mace, or that weapon which really sends shivers down a rapist's spine, the portable cellular phone. What nonsense. How can this be? How can a person who values himself so highly calmly accept the indignity of a criminal assault? How can one who believes that the essence of his dignity lies in his self-determination passively accept the forcible deprivation of that self-determination? How can he quietly, with great dignity and poise, simply hand over the goods? The assumption, ladies and gentlemen, of course, is that there is no inconsistency. The advice not to resist a criminal assault and simply hand over the goods is founded on the notion that one's life is of incalculable value and that no amount of property is worth it. Now put aside for a moment the outrageousness of the suggestion that a criminal who prefers lethal violence should be treated as if he has instituted a new social contract, in effect. I will not hurt or kill you if you give me what I want. Just give me what I want, and I won't hurt you, I won't kill you, I won't rape you, I'll let you go. For years, feminists have labored to educate people that rape is not about sex, but about domination, degradation, and control. Now, evidently, somebody needs to inform the law enforcement establishment and the communist news networks that kidnapping, robbery, carjacking, and assault are not about property. None of these criminals ever end up keeping that property. And kidnapping isn't about property. Crime is not only a complete disavowal of the social contract, ladies and gentlemen, but it's also a commandeering of the victim's person and liberty. That if the individual's dignity lies in the fact that he is a moral agent engaging in actions of his own will in free exchange with others, then crime always violates the victim's dignity. It is, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, an act of enslavement. Your wallet, your purse, or your car may not be worth your life, but your dignity is, and if it is not worth fighting for, it can hardly be said to exist. So, although difficult for the modern man and woman to fathom, it was once widely believed that life was a gift from God. I believe that. That to not defend that life when offered violence was to hold God's gift in contempt. I believe that. To be a coward, I believe that. And to breach one's duty to one's community, and I believe that. A sermon given in Philadelphia in 1747 unequivocally equated the failure to defend oneself with suicide. I quote, "He that suffers his life to be taken from him by one that hath no authority for that purpose, when he might preserve it by defense, incurs the guilt of self-murder, since God hath enjoined him to seek the continuance of his life, and nature itself teaches every creature to defend itself. Try to mug a tiger." When's the last time you saw an elephant mugged? Even a monkey will defend itself against such behavior. Cowardice and self-respect have largely disappeared from public discourse, but not from the reality of public behavior. And in their place, we are offered self-esteem as the bellwether of success and a proxy for dignity. Self-respect implies that one recognizes standards and judges oneself worthy by the degree to which one lives up to them. Self-esteem simply means that one feels good about oneself. Dignity used to refer to the self-mastery and fortitude with which a person conducted himself in the face of life's vicissitudes and the boorish behavior of others. But now, ladies and gentlemen, judging by campus speech codes, dignity requires that we never encounter a discouraging word, and that others be coerced into acting respectfully, that is, evidently, on the assumption that we are powerless to prevent our degradation if exposed to the demeaning behavior of others. And nothing could be farther from the truth. These are signposts proclaiming the insubstantiality of our character and the hollowness of our souls. You see, it is impossible to address the problem of rampant crime without talking about the moral responsibility of the intended victim. Crime, ladies and gentlemen, is rampant because the law-abiding, each of us, condone it, excuse it, permit it, submit to it. We permit and encourage it because we do not fight back immediately, then and there, where it happens. so the criminal is a gray plethora of victims in a bottomless well upon which to draw. Crime is not rampant because we do not have enough prisons, because judges and prosecutors are too soft, because the police are hamstrung with absurd technicalities. The defect is there, ladies and gentlemen, in our character. We are a nation of cowards and shirkers. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Do you feel lucky? How lucky are you? In 1991, when then Attorney General Richard Thornburg released the FBI's annual crime statistics, he noted that it is now more likely that a person will be the victim of a violent crime than that he will be in an auto accident. And despite this, most people readily believe that the existence of the police relieves them of the responsibility to take full measures to protect themselves. The police, however, ladies and gentlemen, as much as you would like them to be, and maybe as much as some of them would like to be, are not personal bodyguards. Rather, they act as a general deterrent to crime, both by their presence and by apprehending criminals after the fact. As numerous courts have held, they have no legal obligation to protect anyone in particular. You cannot sue them for failing to prevent you from being the victim of a crime. And insofar as the police deter by their presence, they are very, very good. Criminals take great pains not to commit a crime in front of a police officer. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, the corollary is that you can pretty much bet your life, and you are all the time, that they won't be there at the moment you actually need them. And in fact, in some communities, after the police are called, it takes as much as an hour and a half for them to arrive at the scene because of the workload that is put upon them. Should you ever be the victim of an assault, a robbery, or a rape, you will find it very difficult to call the police while the act is in progress, even if you are carrying that great weapon of which all criminals are afraid, a portable cellular phone. You really think that they're going to oh, excuse me, Mr. Criminal, I have to make a call. Very important call. Oh, okay, but, make it quick, because I got to use the phone booth. Really believe that? I don't think it's going to happen, ladies. I think they're going to take that phone and probably beat you to death with it. Beat you to death with your own cellular phone. And even if you are quick enough to be able to dial 911 and push the call button before they yank it out of your hands and beat you to death with it, by the time the police get there, ladies and gentlemen, and left bereft, lying in the street, or on the sidewalk, or in your yard, or even in your bedroom. Nevertheless, you might be interested to know how long it takes the police to show up according to official figures. See, you don't have to take my word for it. I don't want you to take my word for it, folks. Department of Justice statistics for 1991 show that for all crimes of violence, only 28% of calls are responded to within 5 minutes. Now, that's responded to. That doesn't mean they've arrived on the scene. That means responded to. That means a call has gone out to some officer who says that he's on the way. That's a response. The idea that protection is a service people can call to have delivered and expect to receive in a timely fashion is often mocked by gun owners who love to recite the challenge, call for a cop, call for an ambulance, and call for a pizza and see who shows up first. It'll be Domino's every time. Pepperoni with extra cheese and tomatoes. The ambulance will be their second, and the police will usually be their third, in most major metropolitan areas, ladies and gentlemen. Not all. Not all. And that doesn't go for all police departments and all police across the country. There are some that are right Johnny on the spot. They should be recognized and held up as a bright light for all of the others who either cannot or won't perform or are too overworked and overloaded and understaffed to perform, whatever the situation. Many people deal with the problem of crime, ladies and gentlemen, by convincing themselves that they live, work, and travel only in special crime-free zones. Invariably, they react with shock and hurt surprise when they discover that criminals do not play by the rules and do not respect these imaginary boundaries. If, however, you understand that crime can occur anywhere, at any time, and if you understand that you can be maimed or mortally wounded in mere seconds, you may wish to consider whether you are willing to place the responsibility for safeguarding your life in the hands of others, no matter who they are. And you have to ask yourself right now, ask yourself this question: is your life worth protecting? Is it? Don't look at me like that. Don't look at your radio like that. Answer the question. Is your life worth protecting? Well, then, if so, whose responsibility is it to protect it? There you go again with that dumb look. Looking at your radio as if you never thought about this before. You should have. It's your life. Answer the question. If so, whose responsibility is it to protect your life? That's better. And if you believe that it is the police's, not only are you wrong, since the courts universally rule that they have no legal obligation to do so, but folks, you face some difficult moral quandaries. How can you rightfully ask another human being to risk his life to protect yours when you will assume no responsibility yourself? It doesn't even make sense. It's not logical. In fact, it is a stupid expectation. Why would someone else risk their life for you when you are not willing to assume any responsibility for your own life yourself? Because that is his job and we pay him to do it? Is that your answer? Because your life is of incalculable value, but his is only worth the $30,000 salary we pay him if he's lucky enough to live in an area where the taxes will pay that kind of salary? Because I got to tell you, a lot of police officers make a lot less than that, folks. Is your life worth more than theirs? Do you really believe that? If you believe it reprehensible to possess the means and will to use lethal force to repel a criminal assault, how can you call upon another to do so for you? Do you believe that you are forbidden to protect yourself because the police are better qualified to protect you? Because they know what they are doing, but you're a rank amateur? Now let's put aside that this is equivalent to believing that only concert pianists may play the piano and only professional athletes may play sports. What exactly are these special qualities possessed only by the police and beyond the rest of us mere mortals? One who values his life and takes seriously his responsibilities to his family and community will possess and cultivate the means of fighting back, and will retaliate when threatened with death or grievous injury to himself or a loved one. He will never be content to rely solely on others for his safety, or to rely upon them at all, or to think he has done all that is possible by being aware of his surroundings and taking measures of avoidance. So let's not mince words here. You know me, folks. I never mince words. I'll tell you like it is, right in your face. I will make you so angry. You will be livid with rage. But it will be the truth always. Such a person will be armed, will be trained in the use of his weapon, and will defend himself when faced with lethal violence with like force, or whatever is necessary to preserve the lives of himself, his children, his loved ones, his wife, his family, his mother, his father, or his neighbors. That's right, I said his neighbors. That's me, ladies and gentlemen. People who have been to my home know that anybody who ever tries to hurt any member of my family is going to be hurt more than they ever dreamed. If the dog doesn't rip them to pieces, they will face a plethora of weapons in the hands of myself, my wife, and yes, even my children, who are trained and know how to use weapons properly, and know never, ever to point any kind of a weapon, not even a table knife, at any living thing, unless they intend to use it. And I have taught them that if they're ever in danger and they intend to use it, don't ever hesitate. Don't ever hesitate at all. Use it with the most lethal force that they can possibly bring to bear. But you see, it probably will never get to that point. Because the dog is so loyal, ladies and gentlemen, and so well trained, that he will literally tear any person who ever threatens this family to shreds, to pieces. That is his whole mission in life. To be a companion and a pet for the children, and to protect all of the members of the family all of the time. And he does an unbelievable job. Fortunately, ladies and gentlemen, there are means for preserving life and liberty that can be wielded effectively by almost anyone. And one of the best and most easily obtainable, at least for a while, is the handgun. Small and light enough to be carried habitually, lethal, but unlike the knife or sword, not demanding great skill or strength, it truly is the great equalizer, requiring only hand-eye coordination and a modicum of ability to remain cool under pressure. It can be used effectively by the old and the weak against the young and the strong, by the one against the many. The handgun is the only weapon that would give a lone female jogger a chance, any chance at all, of prevailing against a gang of thugs intent upon rape. A teacher, a chance of protecting children at recess from a madman intent on massacring them. If the teachers in Stockton, California, had been carrying handguns, most of those children would still be alive today. But you see, the sheeple don't think about that. A family of tourists waiting at a midtown subway station, the means to protect themselves from a gang of teens armed with razors and knives. And most of the time, just the sight of a gun will deter crime immediately. But since we live in a society that by and large outlaws the carrying of arms, we are brought into the fray of the great American gun war. A war that should not even be raging. Gun control is one of the most prominent battlegrounds in our current culture wars. Yet it is unique in the half-heartedness with which our conservative, our supposedly conservative, you see, I don't think they are at all, leaders and pundits, our so-called conservative elites do battle and have conceded the moral high ground to liberal gun control proponents. It is not a topic often written about with any great fervor by William F. Buckley or Patrick Buchanan. As drug czar, William Bennett advised President Bush to ban assault weapons. Did that stop drugs? Has it stopped drugs? No. Did it slow drugs down? Not on your life. George Will is on record as recommending the repeal of the second article in amendment to the Constitution, and Jack Kemp is on record as favoring a ban on the possession of semi-automatic, quote, assault weapons, end quote. What is an assault weapon, ladies and gentlemen? Are you kidding me? There's no such thing. You see, anything that can be used to assault another person is an assault weapon. If I use a baseball bat, that becomes an assault weapon the moment I use it to assault anybody with. A rock, a knife, a tire iron, my little girl's doll can be an assault weapon. This is a ridiculous term used to propagandize those who believe that it is not only our right but our duty to own weapons, not only to protect ourselves from criminals, but to hunt if we wish, where hunting is right and legal, lawful, but mostly to maintain our freedom and our Creator-endowed rights recognized by the Constitution and those first 10 amendments known as the Bill of Rights against anyone who would usurp those rights. Against our own government, should it become despotic, against any invader or any insurrection, and of course, it is the last line of defense by the people if their government or any other government attempts to enslave them. And that is the purpose of the militia. To execute the laws of the Union, to reinstate or reinstall the government should those in government attempt to dismantle it and destroy it from within, as is happening now. The battle for gun rights is one fought predominantly by the common man. The beliefs of both our liberal and conservative elites are in fact abetting the criminal rampage through our society. They are fellow conspirators of the criminal. By any rational measure, nearly all gun control proposals are hokum. The Brady Bill, for example, would not have prevented John Hinckley from obtaining a gun to shoot President Reagan. Hinckley purchased his weapon 5 months before the attack, and his medical records could not have served as a basis to deny his purchase of a gun, since medical records are not public documents filed with the police. Similarly, California's waiting period and background check did not stop Patrick Purdy from purchasing the assault rifle and handguns he used to massacre children during recess in a Stockton schoolyard. The felony conviction that would have provided the basis for stopping the sales did not exist, because Mr. Purdy's previous weapons violations were plea bargained down from felonies to misdemeanors. And what he used was a semi-automatic rifle, which, in the process of assaulting someone, can legitimately be called an assault weapon, along with a metal comb, which when used to hit someone over the head with, is an assault weapon. You see, I won't let you get away with anything, nothing at all. By and large, most people are ignorant. Many people are absolutely stupid when it comes to things like this. In the mid-'60s, there was a public service advertising campaign targeted at car owners about the prevention of car theft. The purpose of the ad was to urge car owners not to leave their keys in their cars. The message was, quote, "Don't help a good boy go bad," end quote. The implication was that by leaving his keys in his car, the normal law-abiding car owner was actually contributing to the delinquency of minors who, if they just weren't tempted beyond their limits, would be good little boys and girls. Baloney. Now, in those days, people still had a fair sense of just who was responsible for whose behavior, and the ad succeeded in enraging a goodly portion of the populace and was soon dropped because it gave the wrong message. It was telling children that it was okay to be bad if the owner of the car left his keys in the ignition. Nearly all of the gun control measures offered by Handgun Control Incorporated, known as HCI, and its ilk embody exactly the same philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. They are founded on the belief that America's law-abiding gun owners are the source of the problem. With their unholy desire for firearms, they are creating a society awash in a sea of guns, thereby helping good boys go bad and helping bad boys be badder. This laying of moral blame for violent crime at the feet of the law-abiding and the implicit absolution of violent criminals for their misdeeds naturally infuriates honest gun owners. It's the same as saying because we have a military force with tanks and guns and machine guns and ships and artillery and bombers and fighters, that it's our fault that another nation obtained those weapons and invaded us. The files of HCI and other gun control organizations are filled with proposals to limit the availability of semi-automatic and other firearms to law-abiding citizens, and barren of proposals for apprehending and punishing violent criminals. It is ludicrous, ladies and gentlemen, to expect that the proposals of Handgun Control Incorporated or any gun control laws will significantly curb crime. In fact, according to the Department of Justice and Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, ATF statistics, fully 90% of violent crimes are committed without a handgun, and 93% of the guns obtained by violent criminals are not obtained through the lawful purchase and sale transactions that are the object of most gun control legislation. The fact remains that if a criminal wants a gun, the criminal will get a gun from someone who traffics in illegal guns, who is him or herself also a criminal. Furthermore, the number of violent criminals is minute in comparison to the number of firearms in America, estimated by the BATF, very, very conservative, at about 200 million, and I can tell you that it is much, much more than that. According to them, it's approximately 1/3 of this 200 million are handguns. With so abundant a supply, there will always be enough guns available for those who wish to use them for nefarious ends, no matter how complete the legal prohibitions against them or how draconian the punishment for their acquisition or use. Ask the Japanese, ask the Irish, ask the English, where it is completely illegal to own such weapons. Criminals still obtain them, still use them, still kill, wound, or maim people with them. No, the gun control proposals of HCI and other organizations are not seriously intended as crime control, ladies and gentlemen. There is an agenda at work here. Gun control, you see, is a moral crusade against a benighted, barbaric citizenry. This is demonstrated not only by the ineffectualness of gun control in preventing crime, and by the fact that it focuses on restricting the behavior of the law-abiding rather than apprehending and punishing the guilty, but also by the execration that gun control proponents heap on gun owners and their evil instrumentality, the National Rifle Association. Gun owners are routinely portrayed as uneducated, paranoid rednecks, fascinated by and prone to violence. In effect, exactly the type of person who opposes the liberal agenda and whose moral and social re-education is the object of liberal Marxist socialist policies. Typical of such bigotry is New York Governor Mario Cuomo's famous characterization of gun owners as, quote, hunters who drink beer, don't vote, and lie to their wives about where they were all weekend, end quote. Similar vituperation is rained upon the National Rifle Association, characterized by Senator Edward Kennedy as the pusher's best friend, lampooned in political cartoons as standing for the right of children to carry firearms to school, and in general portrayed as standing for an individual's God-given right to blow people away at will. All lies, all propaganda, all absolutely ludicrous in light of the real facts and the statistics that show just the opposite is true. The stereotype is, of course, false. As criminologist and constitutional lawyer Don B. Cates, Jr. and former HCI contributor Dr. Patricia Harris have pointed out, studies consistently show that on the average, gun owners are better educated and have more prestigious jobs than non-owners. Later studies show that gun owners are less likely than non-gun owners to approve of police brutality, violence against dissenters, etc. Conservatives must understand that the antipathy many liberals have for gun owners arises in good measure from their statist utopianism. This habit of mind has nowhere been better explored than in the Republic. There, Plato argues that the perfectly just society is one in which an unarmed people exhibit virtue by minding their own business in the performance of their assigned functions, while the government of philosopher kings, above the law and protected by armed guardians, unquestioning in their loyalty to the state, engineers, implements, and fine-tunes the creation of that society, aided and abetted by myths that both hide and justify their totalitarian manipulation. And that is exactly what is happening here. And I have covered it in hours and hours and hours on the religion of Mystery Babylon, the secret societies, the fraternal organizations, all of which at the highest levels are known as the Illuminati. The goal is a utopian world socialist government. One government, one religion, secular humanism, and the mob, that's you, completely controlled from birth to death, every day, 24 hours a day, every week, every month, every year, always. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. And God bless you all. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Supreme Court handed down two landmark decisions today. One, it struck down a major portion of the Brady Bill and said that the federal government cannot require local officials to enforce federal law. This came out of a lawsuit brought by Sheriff Mack of Stafford, Arizona, and another sheriff, I believe up in either Montana or Wyoming, I forget which, but it's one of those two states, who challenged the constitutionality of forcing sheriffs, or local officials of any kind for that matter, to perform background checks on people who wanted to purchase a handgun that they had their own job to do. Not only that, they did not work for the federal government. Now, this has far-reaching consequences, ladies and gentlemen, because how many local officials in your town, or in your county, or in your state are attempting to enforce federal law, or are enforcing federal law? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you see this does not just apply to the Brady Bill. The Supreme Court specifically stated that the government cannot require local officials to enforce federal law. Period. End of subject. So the next time you go to purchase a handgun and they try to make you fill out something so the sheriff can do a background check, tell them to take a hike, Ike. It's all over with. Supreme Court just said, you can't do that. You're in violation of the Constitution. You're in violation of the law. And the second one was the act that they had passed, the Communications Decency Act, as a matter of fact, that they had passed to regulate speech on the Internet and computer bulletin boards and email and all of those things. The Supreme Court threw the whole thing out, said it was too vague, said that they were trying to regulate or restrict free speech, and cannot be done. Cannot be done. The whole thing was tossed out. So it's just like I've always told you, ladies and gentlemen, if you have the guts to take it all the way to the Supreme Court, most of the time the Supreme Court will enforce the Constitution. Every once in a while they won't. But most of the time they do, and will, and have. And, every once in a while this little wild card they throw in there. But this just goes to show you that, once again, I was right about that. And it's great for states' rights because, folks, that ruling on the Brady bill goes a lot farther than what you think. A lot farther than what you think. How many of your employers are trying to enforce the income tax law? The law that never was. The law that really isn't. How many of them are trying to force you? How many of them are acting as agents for the Internal Revenue Service? Well, that ruling this morning by the Supreme Court just struck all that down. Local officials, employers, state government, county government, city government cannot be asked by the federal government to enforce federal law. So, that's a major victory for freedom in this country, folks. And I think there's going to be some more of that. I think people are beginning to look around and see the stupidity, the ridiculousness of some of these things. And they're going to backfire. Don't go away. I'll be right back after this short pause and continue with another broadcast based upon, and I forgot to say this yesterday, I said it was from an article entitled A Nation of Cowards by Jeffrey R. Snyder, which appeared in the Public Interest in the fall of 1993, which is a quarterly, get my tongue untied from my eye tooth there, a quarterly journal of opinion published by National Affairs Incorporated, Washington, D.C. What I meant to say is yesterday's broadcast and today's broadcast are based upon the article A Nation of Cowards by Jeffrey R. Snyder. In other words, it's a mixture of the article that he wrote and my own research and what I believe. It's all mixed together, folks. It's not just this article. And in fact, if I had to break it up, I'd have to say it's about 50-50. So if you get this article, A Nation of Cowards, and you read it and compare it with yesterday's broadcast and today's broadcast, it's not going to be the same, ladies and gentlemen. Don't expect it to be. This article stimulated me to do these broadcasts based upon what he wrote in this article and what I also am interjecting into this discussion. Okay? So don't go away. I shall return after this brief pause. Oh, and yes, folks, what you're hearing is right. It is going to be Nazi. The Nazis were socialists. Hitler was a socialist, ladies and gentlemen. Just in case you didn't know that. It's the truth. Nazi means National Socialist German Workers' Party. Hitler socialized Germany, wanted to socialize the whole world. He didn't quite make it, did he? That's back when people understood what was going on. They didn't know everything by any means, but they were a lot smarter than they appear to be today. Met a man the other day who had been listening to my broadcasts, and when he found out that it was me that's doing the broadcast, he said, well, I'm not sure I subscribe to all of your beliefs. What beliefs don't you subscribe to? I don't require that everybody subscribe to everything that I believe in or that I say. In fact, I admonish everyone on this broadcast always to listen to everyone, read everything, believe absolutely nothing unless you can prove it in your own research. And I mean, don't believe your mother, your school teacher, your college professor, your mayor, your president. I don't care who it is. This is the age of deception, ladies and gentlemen. So when somebody challenges something I say or anybody else says, I count that as a victory. I'm looking at someone who's not going to be easily fooled. And I had just introduced this person to my wife, who's Chinese, 100% Chinese. And to my children, who are part Chinese, part Native American, part English, Scotch, and Irish. And I'm part Native American. And he said, well, I'm not sure I believe in your white supremacist teachings. I had to step back, ladies and gentlemen, and look at this man. Apparently, Americans have been so propagandized and so brainwashed that even though I just introduced him to my wife, who's 100% Chinese, this man's brain did not have the ability to compute the fact that I couldn't possibly be a white supremacist or a racist of any kind whatsoever at all. It did not compute with him. What computed with him is that I'm a constitutionist. I believe, and it is true, that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. I believe in the founding principles and ideals that made this country the greatest in the nation up until recently. I believe in freedom. I believe in liberty. I believe in the importance of the individual and all of those things. I believe in limited government, so that the government cannot become despotic and destroy the individual or enslave humanity or the population. And apparently the propaganda of the government in teaching people that if you're a Christian, if you believe in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, if you believe in freedom and liberty, if you believe in patriotism, that you're a white supremacist, Nazi terrorist, and all kinds of other things. This person could not form an original thought in his own mind and could not understand that the evidence was right before him, that what he had been taught was a lie. So anyway, that's just to prepare you a little bit and to warn you to open your mind. Don't believe everything that you hear, ladies and gentlemen, not from me, not from your mother, especially not from the communist news networks or the press, or Washington, D.C., or any politician. They're the biggest pack of liars. And socialists, of course, that's their stock in trade, is lies. Now, let me continue where we left off yesterday. And I left off, of course, talking about the tyranny of the elites, those who at least think that they are the elite. And maybe some of you will remember when columnist Carl Rowan, even though he'd been preaching gun control for a long time, used a gun to defend his home and was embarrassed about that. You may remember when Maryland Governor William Donald Schaefer sought legislation year after year to ban semi-automatic, quote, assault weapons, end quote, whose only purpose, we are told by him, is to kill people, while he is at the same time escorted by state police armed with large capacity 9mm semi-automatic assault rifles and pistols. See, this is not just simple hypocrisy, ladies and gentlemen. It is the workings of that habit of mind possessed by all those who believe that they are superior beings, who have taken upon themselves the terrible burden of civilizing the ignorant masses of cattle and sheep, who they claim masquerade as people, and who understand, like our Congress, that laws are for other people, not for them. It is an elitist attitude. It is a Nazi attitude. It is what forms Nazis. These liberals who believe that they are elite, believe that they are the philosopher kings, just like I've been teaching you for years. You've heard that before. They believe that the people simply cannot be trusted, that the people, that's you folks, are incapable of just and fair self-government, that left to your own devices, your society will be racist, sexist, homophobic, and inequitable. And these liberals who believe that they are above everybody else, that they are the elite, they think they're the only ones with truly mature minds who truly know how to fix things. And they're going to help us live the good and just life, ladies and gentlemen, even if they have to lie to us and force us to do it. And they detest anyone who stands in their way. They hate my guts with a passion that you could not even conceive of until you see when they come face to face with me. It is absolutely unbelievable, the behavior that they exhibit and the low level to which they sink in their absolute vociferous detestation of the hour of the time and the conservative and real American principles and ideals. You see, the private ownership of firearms is a total rebuke to their utopian zeal. To own firearms is to affirm that freedom and liberty are not gifts from the state. It is to reserve final judgment about whether the state is encroaching on freedom and liberty, to stand ready to defend that freedom with more than mere words, with bullets if you must, and to stand outside the state's totalitarian reach with the only thing that can give you power. Mao Zedong said, and I quote, "All power emanates from the barrel of a gun, and he who has no gun has no power," end quote. Well, he may be a communist, but you see, he knows what's what in the world. What he said was absolutely true. And the first thing that he did, this people's leader, when he obtained power in China, was to take away the guns of the people. These socialists, elitists, distrust of the people underlying the gun control movement is illustrated beautifully, ladies and gentlemen, in HCI's campaign against a new concealed carry law in Florida. Prior to 1987, the Florida law permitting the issuance of concealed carry permits was administered at the county level. The law was vague, and as a result was subject to conflicting interpretation and political manipulation. Permits were issued principally to security personnel and the privileged few with political connections. Permits were valid only within the county of issuance. In 1987, however, Florida enacted a uniform concealed carry law which mandates that county authorities issue a permit to anyone who satisfies certain objective criteria. The law, ladies and gentlemen, requires that a permit be issued to any applicant who is a resident, at least 21 years of age, has no criminal record, no record of alcohol or drug abuse, no history of mental illness, and provides evidence of having satisfactorily completed a firearms safety course offered by the National Rifle Association or any other competent instructor. The applicant must provide a set of fingerprints, after which the authorities make a background check. The permit must be issued or denied within 90 days, is valid throughout the state, and must be renewed every 3 years, which provides authorities a regular means of re-evaluating whether the permit holder still qualifies. Now, passage of this legislation was vehemently opposed by Handgun Control Incorporated and the media. The law, they said, would lead to citizens shooting each other over everyday disputes involving fender benders, impolite behavior, and other slights to their dignity. Terms like Florida, the gunshine state, and Dodge City East were coined to suggest that the state of Florida and those seeking passage of the law were encouraging individuals to act as judge, jury, and executioner in a death wish society. No HCI campaign, ladies and gentlemen, more clearly demonstrates the elitist beliefs underlying the campaign to eradicate gun ownership. Given the qualifications required of permit holders, HCI and the media can only believe that common, law-abiding citizens are seething cauldrons of homicidal rage, ready to kill to avenge any slight to their dignity, eager to seek out and summarily execute the lawless. Only lack of immediate access to a gun restrains them and prevents the blood from flowing in the streets. These people, ladies and gentlemen, are so mentally and morally deficient that they would mistake a permit to carry a weapon in self-defense as a state-sanctioned license to kill at will. Now, did their dire predictions come true? Did any of this happen in the state of Florida? Well, despite the fact that Miami and Dade County have severe problems with the drug trade, the homicide rate fell in Florida following enactment of this law, as it did in Oregon following enactment of similar legislation there. There are, in addition, ladies and gentlemen, several documented cases of new permit holders successfully using their weapons to defend themselves. And information from the Florida Department of State shows that from the beginning of the program in 1987 through June 1993, 160,823 permits have been issued, and only about 530, or about 0.33% of the applicants, have been denied a permit for failure to satisfy the criteria. That's 1/3 of 1%. Failure to satisfy the criteria, indicating that the law is benefiting those whom it was intended to benefit, and that is the law-abiding citizen. Only 16 permits, folks, less than 1/100th of 1%, have been revoked due to the post-issuance commission of a crime involving a firearm. The Florida legislation has been used as a model for legislation adopted by Oregon, Idaho, Montana, and Mississippi. There are, in addition, 7 other states: Maine, North and South Dakota, Utah, Washington, West Virginia, and with the exception of cities with a population in excess of 1 million, Pennsylvania, which provide that concealed carry permits must be issued to law-abiding citizens who satisfy various objective criteria. Finally, no permit is required at all in Vermont. So, altogether then, there are 13 states in which law-abiding citizens who wish to carry arms to defend themselves may do so. While no one appears to have compiled the statistics from all of these jurisdictions, there is certainly an ample database for those seeking the truth about the trustworthiness of law-abiding citizens who carry firearms. And there's other evidence which also suggests that armed citizens are very responsible in using guns to defend themselves. Florida State University criminologist Gary Kleck, using surveys and other data, has determined that armed citizens defend their lives or property with firearms against criminals approximately 1 million times a year. 1 million times a year. And if those citizens did not have a firearm, there would have been 1 million more violent crimes committed. And how many of those million would have been murdered, raped, beaten severely? How many? Nobody really knows. All we know is that according to Kleck, using surveys and all his other data, Citizens defend their lives or property with firearms against criminals approximately 1 million times a year. Shh. Keep that a secret. Don't tell the gun control people. They'll go out of their mind. In 98% of these instances, the citizen merely brandishes the weapon or fires a warning shot. And that's enough to stop the crime from happening. Only in 2% of the cases do citizens actually shoot their assailants. Don't tell those gun control people. Shh. Keep it a secret. Then defending themselves, according to Kleck, with their firearms, armed citizens kill 2,000 to 3,000 criminals each year. Listen carefully to me, ladies and gentlemen. In defending themselves with their firearms, armed citizens kill 2,000 to 3,000 criminals each year, 3 times the number killed by the police. Because there are so few police, so many citizens, and so many criminals. A nationwide study by Cates, the constitutional lawyer and criminologist, found that only 2% of civilian shootings involved an innocent person mistakenly identified as a criminal. The error rate for the police, however, was 11%, over 5 times as high. You know why? Because the police themselves have an elitist attitude. The citizens do not. It is simply not possible, ladies and gentlemen, to square the numbers that I just gave you and the experience of Florida with the notions that honest, law-abiding gun owners are borderline psychopaths itching for an excuse to shoot someone. Vigilantes, eager to seek out and summarily execute the lawless, are incompetent fools incapable of determining when it is proper to use lethal force in defense of their lives. Nor upon reflection should these results seem surprising. Rape, robbery, and attempted murder are not typical actions rife with ambiguity or subtlety, requiring special powers of observation and great book learning to discern. Oh no! When a man pulls a knife on a woman and says, "You're coming with me," her judgment that a crime is being committed is not likely to be in error. There is little chance that she is going to shoot the wrong person. It is the police, because they are rarely at the scene of the crime when it occurs, who are more likely to find themselves in circumstances where guilt and innocence are not so clear-cut, and in which the probability for mistakes is higher. Classical Republican philosophy has long recognized the critical relationship between personal liberty and the possession of arms by a people ready and willing to use them. Political theorists, as dissimilar as Niccolo Machiavelli, Sir Thomas More, James Harrington, Algernon Sidney, John Locke, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, all shared the view that the possession of arms is vital for resisting tyranny, and that to be disarmed by one's government is tantamount to being enslaved by it. And if you look throughout history, and especially if you look at the research done by the Jews for the preservation of firearms ownership, all people in the history of the world who have ever been disarmed have shortly thereafter either been enslaved or destroyed. Only with the consent of the governed. As Cates has shown, the Second Amendment is as much a product of this political philosophy
as it is of the American experience in the Revolutionary War. Yet our conservative elite has abandoned this aspect of Republican theory because they're not really Republican conservatives at all. Although they recognize and embrace gun owners as allies in other arenas, their battle for gun rights is desultory, almost non-existent anymore. So the problem here is not status, utopianism, although goodness knows, ladies and gentlemen, that liberals are not alone in the confidence they have in the state's ability to solve society's problems. Rather, the problem seems to lie in certain cultural traits shared by our so-called conservative and liberal elites. And if you follow them, wherever they go, you'll find that they always end up belonging to the same club, folks. One such trait of these people is an abounding faith in the power of the Word. The failure of our so-called conservative elite to defend the Second Amendment stems in great measure from an overestimation of the power of the rights set forth in the First Amendment and a general undervaluation of action implicit in calls for the repeal of the Second Amendment is the assumption that our First Amendment rights are sufficient to preserve our liberty. Now, if that were so, all a prisoner would have to do to get out of jail was start professing his innocence loudly and frequently and often to everyone. And pretty soon everyone would believe it, and his First Amendment right to freedom of speech would get him out of prison, wouldn't it? No, it doesn't work that way. Never will. It's not true. It is, in fact, a lie. It is, in fact, a lie. You see, they believe that liberty can be preserved as long as men freely speak their minds, that there is no tyranny or abuse that can survive being exposed in the press, and that the truth need only be disclosed for the culprits to be shamed. The people will act, and the truth shall set us and keep us free. Baloney! Ask the Branch Davidians. Ask Vicki Weaver and her son. All murdered by government. Murdered! And many more. History, ladies and gentlemen, is not kind to this belief, tending rather to support the view of Hobbes, Machiavelli, and other Republican theorists that only people willing and able to defend themselves can preserve their liberties. Only people who believe so strongly in principles and ideals that they are willing to die in defense of those principles and ideals. Only those people can preserve their liberties. You see, if something is not important enough to you that you are willing to risk injury in its defense or even death, you will not long have it. While it may be tempting and comforting for you to believe that the existence of mass electronic communication has forever altered the balance of power between the state and its subjects, the belief has certainly not been tested by time, and what little history there is in this age of mass communication is not encouraging. For we can see the manner in which the press is controlled. They're controlled to the point that we no longer trust them. We no longer believe them. They have lost all credibility. In fact, we routinely refer to them as the communist news networks. And isn't it funny that the man we call Ted Turncoat, who married Hanoi Jane Fonda, the avowed communist, has his network named CNN, which just fits the term Communist News Network. Isn't it funny how things just sort of turn out the way they're supposed to without anybody really thinking about it? The camera, the radio, the press, are mere tools, and like guns can be used for good or ill. They can be used against us and are all the time. What do you think spurred the move for low-power FM radio broadcasting across this country? Why do you think the Worldwide Freedom Radio Network became a reality? Hitler was a socialist, but he was a masterful orator. He was also a liberal elite. He was not right-wing. He used radio to very good effect. It is well known to have pioneered and exploited the propaganda opportunities afforded by him. And then, of course, there were the brown shirts, who knew very well how to quell dissent among intellectuals. In addition to being enamored of the power of words, our so-called conservative elite shares with liberals the notion that an armed society is just not civilized or progressive, that massive gun ownership is somehow a blot on our civilization. This association, folks, of personal disarmament with civilized behavior is one of the greatest unexamined beliefs of our time. History says it's wrong. History says if you give up your weapons, you will soon either be enslaved or eliminated. That's what history says, and I believe in history. Should you read English literature, if you are one of the few people who still read in this world? And understand, folks, a person who can read but does not read is no better off than someone who cannot read at all. In fact, I defy you to tell me the difference. But should you be one of the people who still do read, and should you read English literature from the 16th through 19th centuries, you will discover numerous references to the fact that a gentleman, especially when out at night or traveling, armed himself with a sword or a pistol against the chance of encountering a highwayman or other such predator. Now, this does not appear to have shocked the ladies accompanying him. In fact, it made them feel very secure. True, it is true for the most part, there were no police in those days, but we've already addressed the notion, ladies and gentlemen, that the presence of the police absolves people of the responsibility to look after their safety, and in any event, the existence of the police cannot be said to have reduced crime to negligible levels. It is by no means obvious why it is civilized to permit oneself to fall easy prey to criminal violence and to permit criminals to continue unobstructed in their evil ways. While it may be that a society in which crime is so rare that no one ever needs to carry a weapon is civilized, a society that stigmatizes the carrying of weapons by the law-abiding because it distrusts its citizens more than it fears rapists, robbers, and murderers, certainly cannot claim this distinction. Perhaps the notion that defending oneself with lethal force is not civilized arises from the view that violence is always wrong, or the view that each human being is of such intrinsic worth that it is wrong to kill anyone under any circumstances, even to defend your life against being destroyed or eliminated by someone else. The necessary implication of these propositions, however, is that life is not worth defending, and that is far from being civilized. The beliefs that counter violence and killing are always wrong are an invitation to the spread of barbarism. In fact, such beliefs announce loudly and clearly that those who do not respect the lives and property of others will rule over those who do. So, in truth, One who believes it wrong to arm himself against criminal violence shows contempt of God's gift of life, or in modern parlance, does not properly value himself, does not live up to his responsibilities to his family and community, and proclaims himself mentally and morally deficient because he does not trust himself to behave responsibly. In truth, a state that deprives its law-abiding citizens of the means to effectively defend themselves is not civilized, but barbarous, becoming an accomplice of murderers, rapists, and thugs, and revealing its totalitarian nature by its tacit admission that the disorganized, random havoc created by criminals is far less a threat than are men and women who believe themselves free and independent and act accordingly. So while gun control proponents and other advocates of a kinder, gentler society incessantly decry our armed society, in truth, we do not live in an armed society. Folks, we live in a society in which violent criminals and agents of the state habitually carry weapons, and in which many law-abiding citizens own firearms but do not go about armed. Department of Justice statistics indicate that 87% of all violent crimes occur outside the home. Essentially, although tens of millions own firearms, we are an unarmed society. And that's the truth. Clearly, the police and the courts are not providing a significant break on criminal activity. While liberals call for more poverty education and drug treatment programs, conservatives take a more direct tack. George Will advocates a massive increase in the number of police and a shift toward community-based policing. Meanwhile, the National Rifle Association and many so-called conservative leaders call for laws that would require violent criminals serve at least 85% of their sentences and would place repeat offenders permanently behind bars. Ladies and gentlemen, our society suffers greatly from the beliefs that only official action is legitimate and that the state is the source of our earthly salvation. Both liberal and conservative prescriptions for violent crime suffer from the not in my job description school of thought regarding the responsibilities of the law-abiding citizen, and from an overestimation of the ability of the state to provide society's moral moorings. As long as law-abiding citizens assume no personal responsibility for combating crime, liberal and conservative programs will fail to contain it. Judging by the numerous articles about concealed carry in gun magazines, the growing number of products advertised for such purpose, and the increase in the number of concealed carry applications in states with mandatory issuance laws, more and more people, including growing numbers of women, are carrying firearms for self-defense. And the statistics, ladies and gentlemen, indicate that an awful lot of them are liberals. Now, since there are still many states in which the issuance of permits is discretionary, and in which law enforcement officials routinely deny applications, there are many people that have been put to the hard choice between protecting their lives or respecting the law. And if I'm put to that choice, I'll protect my life and the lives of my family members every time, the law be damned. Some of these people have learned the hard way by being the victim of a crime, or by seeing a friend or loved one raped, robbed, or murdered, that violent crime can happen to anyone, anywhere, at any time, and that crime is not about sex or property, but life, liberty, and dignity. The laws, ladies and gentlemen, proscribing concealed carry of firearms by honest, law-abiding citizens breed nothing but disrespect for the law. As the Founding Fathers knew well, a government that does not trust its honest, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens with the means of self-defense is not itself worthy of trust. Not worthy of trust. Laws which disarm honest citizens proclaim that the government is the master, not the servant of the people. A federal law along the lines of the Florida statute, overriding all contradictory state and local laws and acknowledging that the carrying of firearms by law-abiding citizens is a privilege and immunity of citizenship, is needed to correct the outrageous conduct of state and local officials operating under discretionary licensing systems. And I go even farther than that, ladies and gentlemen. I say no law is needed for anyone to carry arms concealed or out in the open, period. A militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Period. End of subject. It is the supreme law of the land. The militia is the whole of the people. I wonder what it is about the term shall not be infringed that these people do not understand. You already have the right. It is a right granted by the Creator, by God, to protect yourself. And if someone else has that same kind of weapon, then you need that same kind of weapon in case that person decides to use his or her weapon on you. And that goes for government as well as anyone else. That's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. That's really what it's all about. The Founding Fathers didn't give us the right to keep and bear arms, to go hunting. They recognized that the right to defend oneself is a Creator-endowed right, granted by God to all living things. And you defend yourself with whatever means you can contrive against those who would enslave you, against those who would mug you, against those who would rape you, against those who would steal your property, against those who would enslave you, against governments who become despotic, against invaders or insurrectionists. And as far as the militia is concerned, in case those in government subvert the law, their job is to execute the laws of the Union and of the state and restore the constitutions to their supreme and lawful place as the law, the government. If you don't believe that, you read the writings of the Founding Fathers. They were very clear on what the militia is, what the purpose of the militia is, and when they wrote the Constitution, they recognized the militia as a pre-existing force of the people. And it might disturb most of you to know that according to the law of just about every state in this Union and of the federal government, all men listening to this broadcast between the ages of 17 and 45 are members of the militia, whether they want to be or not. All men who have served in any of the armed forces of the United States of America, who have been honorably discharged or have retired with honorable service, or members of the militia until the age of 64, and they can continue to be past that age if they are in good health and wish to volunteer longer. By law. Now, how can anyone function as militiamen by law if they have no weapons and no ammunition? Tell me that, folks. You can't. You cannot What we certainly do not need is more gun control. Those who call for the repeal of the Second Amendment so that we can really begin controlling firearms betray a serious misunderstanding of the Bill of Rights or an outright aim to commit treason. The Bill of Rights does not grant rights to the people, such that its repeal would legitimately confer upon government the powers otherwise proscribed. Folks, the Bill of Rights is the list of the fundamental, unalienable rights endowed in man by his Creator that define what it means to be a free and independent people. The rights which must exist to ensure that government governs only with the consent of the people. At one time, this was even understood by the Supreme Court. Listen to this. In United States versus Cruikshank in 1876, the first case in which the court had an opportunity to interpret the Second Amendment, it stated that the right confirmed by the Second Amendment, quote, is not a right granted by the Constitution. Neither is it in any manner dependent upon that instrument for its existence, end quote. The repeal of the Second Amendment would no more render the outlawing of firearms legitimate than the repeal of the Due Process Clause of the Fifth Amendment would authorize the government to imprison and kill people at will. A government that abrogates any of the Bill of Rights with or without majoritarian approval forever acts illegitimately, becomes tyrannical, and loses the moral right to govern. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the uncompromising understanding reflected in the warning that American gun owners will not go gently into that good utopian night. You can have my gun when you pry it from my gold dead hands. Some people say you can have my gun when you pry it from my cold dead fingers. Some people say you can have my gun, I'll be glad to turn it in, but I'll turn it in bullets first, one by one, and when they're all gone, then you can have my gun. While liberals take this statement as evidence of the retrograde, violent nature of gun owners, we gun owners hope that liberals hold equally strong sentiments about their printing presses, word processors, and television cameras. You see, the Republic depends upon fervent devotion to all of our fundamental rights. This constitutional republic depends upon it. No democracy will long ever have those fundamental rights. Remember, V.I. Lenin, the founder of the Soviet Union, said, democracy is indispensable to socialism. This is a constitutional republic. And it is not just a right, but a duty of every American to own firearms. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. And God bless each and every single one of you.
I'm William Cooper, and you're listening to The Hour of the Time.
Well, I'll bet that got your attention.
In June of 1992, delegates from all over the world met in Rio de Janeiro to continue the perpetuation of one of the greatest hoaxes in history. 99% of the people in the world are living in fantasy land. I've been lecturing for years that there is no depletion of the ozone, there is no ozone layer, and what have been called holes in the ozone layer are nothing more than natural occurrences that occur always in the same place every winter, depending upon which pole is experiencing winter at that particular time.
These hoaxes are intended to help impose austerity during the present economic collapse by shutting down industry and infrastructure and by attacking and destroying science itself. Last year, folks, the National Geographic Society released in book form the results of a Gallup poll of 10,000 individuals internationally testing their knowledge of geography. The National Geographic Society considers it, quite correctly, a mark of illiteracy that 56% of American respondents do not know the population of the United States. 32% cannot name any of the members of NATO, and 50% cannot name any members of the Warsaw Pact. But not to worry. Most Americans, 84%, are aware of concerns that fluorocarbons and other chemicals may be destroying the Earth's ozone layer. Oh my God. Among those that are aware, almost all, 94%, realize that the impact of a depleted ozone layer would be felt all over the world. Nearly 3 in 4, or 73% of all respondents, knew that wind patterns, and not the ozone layer, ocean currents or sunspots, spread the fallout from the nuclear accidents at Chernobyl. As the Soviets have emphasized as part of their glasnost disinformation campaign, we in the free world must no longer see them through the lenses of an enemy image. Quote, "The new enemy is us. International economic security is inconceivable unless related not only to disarmament, but also to the elimination of the threat to the world's environment," unquote, said Mikhail Gorbachev to the United Nations General Assembly on December the 7th, 1988. Quote, "Time is running out. Much is being done in various countries. Here again, I would just like to underscore most emphatically the prospects opening up in the process of disarmament, particularly, of course, nuclear disarmament, for environmental revival," unquote. Scam 1, the holes in the ozone layer. The surface of this planet is covered by dry bits called land and big wet bits called water. Where these two bodies meet is termed a beach, which may be sandy, rocky, cliff face, or any one of many other types. And where these beaches occur, there is to a greater or lesser extent a certain amount of wave activity called surf. Remember Annette Funicello, Frankie Avalon, beach, blanket, bingo, surf? Guess that tells you how old I am, doesn't it? Well, imagine that you are strolling along a beach somewhere, minding your own business, and enjoying the view, when out of nowhere
comes a demented Donald Francis III,
hysterical, screaming, who wants to enlist your help in freeing the beach of board riders because they are wearing down the surf. He goes on to earnestly explain that the thin line of surf is the only thing holding back the ocean, and if the board riders wear it out enough, the layer of surf will become so depleted that it can no longer hold back the ocean, and the ocean will flood over the land and destroy mankind. What would be your reaction to such a person? Well, I think you'd quite possibly conclude, and quite correctly,
that Donald Francis III should be confined to the local funny farm as quickly as possible.
Wouldn't you? I should say at this point that most of this information on this program comes from the Executive Intelligence Report dated October 27th, 1989. Now, I've been lecturing for years that there is no ozone depletion, that there is no ozone layer, and that there is no danger from being fried by ultraviolet light rays. The reason that more people are getting skin cancer from exposure to the sun is because more people are out in the sun. It's a matter of demographics, population. Well, this is exactly the kind of logic being used to support the hole in the ozone layer scam, and erstwhile intelligent people are running around with varying versions of this Chicken Little story that the sky is falling. The sky is falling! The sky is falling! The ozone is being depleted! Oh my God! We must seek help! Without ever making even the slightest attempt to find out what is really happening and why. And you know, you all learned about this stuff in junior high school. As with the greenhouse effect, it is only necessary to understand a few very simple scientific facts to totally understand and debunk this scam. First of all, what exactly is the ozone layer? Our ozone mantle, as it is now being called, which supposedly protects us from all that unwanted ultraviolet light. Well, quite simply and bluntly, there isn't one. Just as the surf is not a magical barrier to the ocean flooding the land, and is, in reality, simply an effect of where land and water meet, so too is the so-called ozone layer. It's merely an area where an effect can be detected. It's not a cause. So let's start with a very basic chemistry lesson, which again can be confirmed with any junior high school textbooks. First of all, now listen carefully. This is very basic. I know a lot of you didn't take chemistry, but this is really easy to understand, so just relax, open your ears, close your eyes, sit back and listen. First of all, existing on this planet Earth and probably elsewhere is an element called oxygen. According to my dictionary, oxygen is an element with the chemical symbol O. Now, oxygen, for reasons I won't go into here, but which you can readily find out for yourself from the aforementioned junior high school chemistry book, rarely, if ever, exists as the single atom O. Such a single atom of oxygen, or most other elements, is called an ion. And it is very difficult for most substances to exist freely in their ionic state. So what normally happens is that two of these atoms of O seek each other out, combine, or stick together and form the molecule O2. That means a molecule formed by two atoms of oxygen. And this is the oxygen as you and I know it. This is the stuff you and I and all other living creatures breathe in and expel. And what we expel after we breathed it in and used it is carbon dioxide, or CO2, which is one carbon atom and two oxygen atoms. In other words, it's oxidized carbon. In yet another of nature's wonderful balancing acts, green plants breathe in the CO2, extract the atom of carbon, C, as a building block in their cellular growth and expel oxygen, or O2. Now this is why it's so important that we stop destroying all the green stuff on the land by overclearing, and stop polluting up the oceans and thereby killing all the little green plants known as plankton. Because most of the oxygen that we breathe comes from these trees and this plankton. O2, or two oxygen atoms stuck together, if you like, is the normal or most prevalent form of oxygen in the atmosphere. But it's not the only one. If one applies various forms of energy to the O2 molecule, it will break down to its ionic state and reform into another configuration. One where three, not two atoms of oxygen stick together to form a new molecule. And this new molecule is called O3, or ozone. Remember, O3, ozone. Now, the energy required to perform this little trick can come from quite a few different sources. An electrical discharge through the air will do it, and is probably one of the most common forms that you would recognize. Unlike oxygen O2, which is odorless, ozone has a distinct pungent smell. That's what you smell after a thunderstorm. Remember you walk out after lightning strikes somewhere, or there's been a lot of lightning in the atmosphere, and you can smell that peculiar smell that smells kind of nice, actually. That's ozone. Now, if you've never smelled that, go around your house somewhere and pick up your kid's electric train engine or radio-controlled car after it's been operating for a while, and you'll smell this odor. That's because the electrical discharge where the bushes run on the motor turns a certain amount of oxygen, O2, into ozone, O3. Electrical storms, or at least the subsequent bolts of lightning, ionize a great deal of the surrounding air and create a certain amount of ozone. But folks, listen to this now. It's going to make you feel a little bit silly when you find out what the biggest source of energy for the conversion of oxygen, O2, into ozone, O3, is. It's the sun, or the energy from the sun, in the form of ultraviolet light. Now, if you're really intelligent and you're really smart, you already know what I said, don't you? Check this out. They're saying that the ozone layer is being depleted. And it's being depleted. Ultraviolet light is coming through the atmosphere, striking our skin and causing us to die. You understand what I'm saying? But it can't be happening, folks, because the biggest source of ozone in the atmosphere is from ultraviolet light. Ozone doesn't protect us from ultraviolet light. Ozone is formed from ultraviolet light. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ultraviolet light cannot come through the atmosphere without striking molecules of oxygen, and when it does, it forms ozone, and the ultraviolet light is depleted by this chemical reaction. Do you understand? Ozone is not protecting us from ultraviolet light. No. Oxygen protects us from ultraviolet light by depleting the ultraviolet light when the ultraviolet light strikes the molecule of oxygen and turns it into ozone. What happens is a cycle something like this. You and I breathe in oxygen, called O2, and breathe out CO2, carbon dioxide. Plants, on the other hand, breathe in carbon dioxide and expel oxygen. The cycle is more or less endless. And as long as there's oxygen in the atmosphere, we're okay. And you know what? I measured the percentage of oxygen in the atmosphere is exactly the same as there was 80 years ago. 80 years ago. How about that? Also measured CO2. It's the same also. Now, if you measure these near cities, then you get radical readings. But if you go way out in the country and measure the atmosphere, there's no difference than 80 years ago. And if you don't believe me, you can do it yourself. You can buy oxygen and CO2 analyzers from Beckman Instruments, and you can go out and measure it yourself. CO2 analyzers, oxygen analyzers. How do I know this? How do you think we measured the mixture of gases that we were making up for divers to dive with so that they would have the right mixture and it wouldn't kill them? You see, folks, you've really been fooled. Here's how it works. We have oxygen throughout the atmosphere. From the other direction, light from the sun streams in. A certain amount of this light is absorbed or deflected by various elements. Atoms, molecules, and particles of other matter, dust in the air, whatever. The bulk of this light from the sun, however, continues its downward journey toward the planet's surface until it encounters the oxygen molecules. At the point where the sunlight reaches a sufficient concentration of oxygen molecules, a reaction takes place. A certain portion of the light from the sun, that portion known as the ultraviolet section, strikes the O2 molecules and imparts its energy to the oxygen molecule it has struck. This has two effects. First, it greatly reduces the amount of ultraviolet light which would otherwise reach the Earth's surface, because the ray, or unit, or beam of light, loses energy and becomes light in the lower spectrums, the ones we call colors. This is one of the causes of that spectacular light show called the Southern or Northern Lights, Aurora Borealis. Second, it converts the oxygen molecules O2 into ozone molecules. Wake up. There's a portion of our atmosphere from 10 to 50 kilometers up which does not, however, get this name because it contains some magical, mysterious layer of matter known as ozone, which exists and has existed from the beginning of time to protect us from ultraviolet light, and which is now under dire threat from various man-made products. No. That is a crock of crap. It's a hoax. It's a lie. I like lie better because that's what it really is. It's a lie. It's called this name because this is the region where oxygen molecules are struck by incoming ultraviolet light and convert to O3, or ozone molecules, and it therefore has a slightly higher proportion of ozone molecules to oxygen molecules. Why only a slightly higher portion? Because remember, the atmosphere is constantly mixing. It doesn't stay there very long. And remember that ozone is a free radical. As soon as it strikes something that will oxidize, it reverts back to a molecule of oxygen, and the free radical forms with whatever was oxidized. Do you understand? There will continue to be an ozonosphere, and that's what it should be called. It's not an ozone layer, it's an ozonosphere, or as it is incorrectly termed, as ozone layer. There will always be this meeting of ultraviolet light and oxygen in the atmosphere. For as long as the planet's surface continues to manufacture oxygen to rise, and for as long as the sun continues to emit light to encounter that oxygen. You understand, we're in no danger from burning up from ultraviolet rays as long as oxygen exists in the atmosphere. It's not ozone that stops the ultraviolet light and protects us from this harmful light ray, this harmful energy from the sun. Ozone is a creation of the oxygen's protection of the earth from this harmful sun's energy. Oxygen is what does it, and oxygen is converted to ozone, which then lives only for a very short period of time because it's a free radical. How about that? That gets you a little angry? Don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just straightening you out here. You need to be straightened out. You see, this is no different than the meeting of the water and the land. And just as there will always be surf for as long as there are places where water meets land, there will always be ozone in places where ultraviolet light meets oxygen. The misnamed ozone layer will continue to simply be the end result of where two opposing forces and systems meet until such time as one or the other of those forces or systems just plain ceases to exist. Just as there will always be surf for as long as there is land and water, there will be an ozonosphere as long as there is oxygen and sunlight. Isn't that interesting? If either one of these packs up, we will have long since suffocated or frozen to death or something else, long before we developed skin cancer. As I said, this is stuff you can check out for yourself with the simplest of reference books. And if you hold up the statistics that say there's more people getting skin cancer now than there was 25 years ago, that's because there's more people on the beaches and out in the sun than there was 25 years ago. And if you don't believe me, check the statistics. It's true. And per capita, there's no more instances of skin cancer caused by the sun than there was per capita 25 years ago, or even 40 years ago. Except that the farther back you go, the more common it was to protect yourself from the sun and stay out of the sun. Sun tanning is a relatively modern phenomenon. It was not considered cool not too long ago. Let's look at some facts about the ozonosphere, as we'll call it. And you might say, okay, Bill, what about the so-called holes in the ozone layer? Well, as we have seen, there's no such thing as a magical, mysterious ozone layer, so there can't be any holes in it. However, there is a region called the ozonosphere, which normally has a higher incidence of O3, ozone, than O2, simply and purely because it is a region where a segment of sunlight or ultraviolet light strikes oxygen molecules and converts them into ozone molecules. Now, given the chemical, physical explanation of the ozonosphere as opposed to the hysterical version currently being peddled by the media and those who want to subvert the sovereignty of nations and give up control to take care of this imagined problem. It's not imagined, it's a purposeful lie. It becomes immensely easy to predict that there will be two holes in this said ozonosphere, are not holes. They're just places where this reaction does not take effect at certain times of the year. Now understand that the Earth is always tilted on its axis in relation to the sun. That's what causes us to have summers and winters. So you have to understand that at certain times of the year, as either the South Pole or the North Pole are closer or farther away from the sun, there is an area of the atmosphere directly above either the Arctic or the Antarctic where there is no meeting of oxygen and ultraviolet light. And you notice that these are the only places where they ever take photographs that show that there's no ozone in the atmosphere at that point. Actually, even though they show that there's none, there's always some. If lightning goes through the atmosphere, there's ozone. However, there's not as much as there would be if the sun, the ultraviolet light, were striking oxygen molecules at that point. Does everybody understand that? Gee, I sure hope you do, because I'd hate to start all over and explain this again. I hope you're taping this episode of The Hour of the Time, the only hour that ever was or ever will be or that ever is, the hour during which you will decide your future and thus our collective futures. As I have demonstrated, the so-called ozone layer requires for its very existence that oxygen molecules interact with incoming sunlight or ultraviolet light in order to create ozone molecules which can then be measured and referred to as the magical ozone mantle that protects us from ultraviolet light. Now, as you've already learned, that's a crock of crap, a lie, a blatant, purposeful lie. It's not accidental. It is a real, purposeful lie. Now, there are two places, and only two on the face of the planet, where for a portion of the year no ultraviolet light strikes oxygen molecules, and therefore where there can be no large formation of ozone molecules. Now, folks, I'm referring, of course, to the northern Arctic Circle in the northern hemisphere, winter, and to the southern Antarctic Circle as the southern hemisphere, winter. The Earth, thank God, is not positioned exactly perpendicular to the rays of the sun. If it was, the sun would be overhead in the same place all the time, and the so-called tropical regions would just get hotter and hotter until they became uninhabitable deserts, and the polar regions would just keep freezing. The bulk of the Earth's surface would either be too hot or too cold to live in, with only a thin region where the two extremities met, capable of supporting life as we know it. Fortunately, this is not the case. The Earth is, in fact, tilted over to one side with respect to the sun, and it is this tilt that gives us our seasons. Now, if you could see a picture of the Earth, you would be looking at a representation of the Earth at what is known as the Northern Hemisphere, as the summer solstice. That is, when the sun is directly overhead at the Tropic of Cancer. This is the height of the Northern Hemisphere summer. As you could clearly see if you had a diagram, no sunlight would be contacting the atmosphere above the Arctic Circle, and therefore there simply could not be any conversion of oxygen into ozone. Hence, there would be a measurable absence in the amount of ozone in the ozonosphere or in the atmosphere at that time.
Well, it's break time, folks. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this short pause. Welcome back, folks. Want to have some fun? Make copies of this tape and send it to your local environmental extremists. Now, environmentalism is good, but extremism and outright deception is bad. Make copies of this tape, send it to all of them, and watch them go down in flames.
As the sun's overhead position gradually changes and the sun moves back across the equator, the amount of sunlight reaching the Antarctic Circle gradually increases, thus giving rise to an increase in the incidence of ultraviolet light striking the atmosphere, thus causing this absence to again be filled with ozone. And the so-called hole to shrink. And the same thing would happen at the opposite pole when it went through its winter cycle. And surprise, surprise, there would be a measurable hole there in the amount of ozone in the ozonosphere. After the southern hemisphere solstice, the sun begins its journey northward again, and as we have in Australia slip into our autumn, the hole at the Antarctic Circle starts to grow again. But it's not really a hole. It's just an absence of ozone where the ultraviolet light is not striking oxygen in the atmosphere. And it's not coming down to the earth and burning any humans to a crisp either. You see, it's not happening. Just not happening. This is a natural cycle, ladies and gentlemen, which has existed and will continue to exist for as long as the earth is tilted, the atmosphere contains oxygen molecules, and ultraviolet light continues to come from the sun to convert them to ozone molecules. There are no laws that puny men can pass to stop this awesome forces and these cycles of nature, as King Canute learned when he attempted to order the tides to turn back. Laws to attempt to prevent the natural cycle of absence of ozone in the ozonosphere or in the atmosphere fall into the same category and should be treated with equal contempt. There's nothing you can do to change it. Do you hear me down in Rio de Janeiro? I know this broadcast gets there because this broadcast goes worldwide. Wake up. So where did all this nonsense about holes in the ozone layer come from anyway? Well, folks, back in 1985, the British climatological team in Antarctica discovered that at that particular time in the winter, there wasn't much ozone in the atmosphere at that point. And there was a relatively short bout of hysteria, as always, whipped up by complaint media because the whole thing was in somebody's interest. And that team was down there on purpose. They knew about this. They didn't have to go down there and figure it out. They already knew about it. This was purposefully done to create this hoax. so that people would call for control. The only answer is one world government if you fall for the scam. And this was whipped up to bring that about. It was all front-page hype and speculation about how half the world's population would be dead from skin cancer by the year 2000. And similar preposterous stuff. Now, if you think back to late 1985, early 1986, you should be able to remember it all. You should also be able to remember that it had all just died away by late 1986, early 1987, and you heard nothing more about holes in the ozone layer until quite recently. You know why? Well, I'll tell you. You knew I would, didn't you? It all died away because by that time the British scientists at the South Pole had been studying the phenomenon long enough to realize that it was not some hideous, dire threat to mankind's future, but part of a natural, endless, repetitive cycle. They always knew this. And this was actually reported in the papers by the scientists. But naturally enough, not in screaming page 1 headlines, but buried up on page 53 or somewhere back there, between the comics and the obituaries. What was also reported at the time was that the scientists, who now knew exactly what they were dealing with, were packing up in Antarctica and moving camp to the northern polar regions to test their own predictions that there would be a similar hole there, at the opposite time of the year, thereby proving that the holes were not a new threat to the environment and to mankind, but part of a natural cycle. And that, of course, is exactly what they did, and that is exactly what they found. Of course, such a reassurance would not suit those who wish us to live our lives in a constant state of near panic, and therefore ever more prepared to hand over control of our lives to some form of Big Brother to save us. Remember Big Brother? We talked about him already. To save us from these imaginary threats. And so, rather than the papers correctly reporting that the British team had discovered a second hole above the Arctic Circle, a hole they had already predicted, and had gone there specifically to confirm, thereby proving their theory that such phenomena were part of a natural cycle, the papers instead screamed out from their front pages, "Second hole in ozone layer discovered, dire double threat to mankind." BS. And of course, they printed other similar hysterical drivel. And now, Margaret Thatcher, the head of government in Britain, the person who was ultimately responsible for the team that discovered the first hole, and the person ultimately responsible for sending the team to the Arctic Circle to substantiate their theories, the person with access to all this information, and the person who should have been leading the way in debunking the scam, was the person inviting scientists and leaders from all over the world to formulate policies and agreements, and if necessary, world laws, to be administered by the United States to tackle this new threat. And there are still people trying to convince us that she's one of the good guys. She was never one of the good guys. None of them are. Remember I told you, at the highest levels, they all belong to the same club. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not in favor of any strange laboratory-created substances polluting the air. I have to breathe, too. And I wholeheartedly endorse the current campaign to rid the atmosphere of chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, the atoms being blamed for the so-called holes in the ozone layer, but they are not responsible for it. But just stop for a minute and think. If CFCs cause the so-called holes, why are they only over the polar regions? Are the polar explorers and scientists using too much hairspray, or deodorant, or fly killer? Of course not. If there was going to be an ozone hole anywhere that was caused by CFCs, it'd be directly above Los Angeles. Or Tokyo. Or London. If they had anything to do with it, they'd be over New York or Tokyo. The holes would be over the major cities. not over the poles. Or at least somewhere relative to these places where it could be shown that the air currents were causing the CFCs to accumulate, but they are not. You see, the holes only occur in two places, predictable, and they occur every winter, wherever the winter happens to be, over the north and south polar regions, exactly in accordance with natural forces which create the bulk of ozone, and exactly in accordance with the theories and predictions of the scientists who discovered them in the first place. And why is it that this program, The Hour of the Time, is the only place that you could ever hear this? Because there really is no such thing as freedom of speech, ladies and gentlemen, but that's the subject for another program. Think about something else for a moment. Imagine a can of fly spray, if you like. Think about a whole supermarket shelf of cans of fly spray, or even an entire supermarket full of nothing else but cans of fly spray. Picture in your mind how much CFCs are involved, and will find their way into the atmosphere to somehow, never actually explained, destroy ozone. Now picture in your mind a Boeing 747 jet with its four massive engines. Now imagine that jet hurtling through the sky at hundreds of miles an hour, scooping literally tons of air into its engines every minute or so. Now, what those jet engines are doing with that air is extracting the available oxygen, tons and tons of it, and using it to burn kerosene, thereby using up the oxygen and creating various carbonic gases. And where do these jets fly? Well, predominantly up where this meeting between ozone and ultraviolet light takes place, the place we called the ozonosphere. That's right, the oxygen these jets destroy by the ton every minute or so is not the O2 variety you and I breathe, it's the O3 variety, which supposedly exists as some kind of protective mantle, and which we must now save at all costs, even at the sacrifice of democracy and freedom. Every time a jet takes off and flies somewhere, it destroys more ozone than you and I could even imagine, let alone use as CFCs in a lifetime. We're not talking amounts that can even be conceived in terms of fly spray cans or deodorant or hairspray. We're talking volumes of ozone similar to the amount of water in Sydney Harbor at any given time, and that's one Boeing 707 or 747 or any one that you want. Pick one. Thousands, if not tens of thousands of such flights occur all over the world each and every day, except in Australia at Christmas, when, as everybody knows, all the airline staff go on strike every year, right on schedule. But have you heard anybody suggest that jet flight be banned, or at least kept below the ozonosphere? No, of course not. Any more than you hear people calling for the banning of automobiles because they kill 50,000 people every year. You're supposed to believe that all this massive consumption, millions of tons of ozone every day, is perfectly safe and poses no threat. But the next time you reach for the can of hairspray, you could just about bring down the end of civilization as we know it. Now, folks, if you accept this, then you probably really do believe that the surf protects us from the ocean, and we should stop the board riders from wearing it away. Now I ask you, just who is kidding who? And why are you falling for it? When are you going to wake up? When are you going to stop believing everything you hear? Remember my admonition? In this day and age, when there are so many deceptions running rampant to destroy the sovereignty of nations and bring about the one world government, you should never believe anyone or anything that you read. You must learn to do productive research and seek the truth. Seek ye the truth, and the truth shall set you free, and nothing else can do it. You are not to believe me. You are not to believe George Bush. You are not to believe Dan Rather. You are not to believe Ted Koppel. You are not to believe your school teacher. You're not to believe your mother. Unless you can substantiate it through your own research by finding hard proof. I hope you're capable of doing that, because if you're not, you are in big, big trouble, bigger than you can even imagine, much bigger than you can even imagine. Were you aware that they tried this once before, in 1972? Guess what, folks? They had the same meeting in 1972. Just a little different name, but it was all about the same thing. Save the earth, save the planet. In 1972. And guess what the major topic of discussion at that meeting was, folks? Guess what? The major topic was not global warming. It was not the depletion of the ozone layer. It was not about holes in the ozone layer. Nope. It was about global cooling. Global cooling. See, they've tried it before. But the truth is that global cooling is probably closer to the truth than anything else. Because going back through the history of the world, through the geology, you can find that ice ages have occurred on a regular schedule throughout the history of the world. There are regular cycles in nature. And that the warm periods are relatively short compared to the cold periods. And according to the geological scale of time, we are at the end of the warm period, and it should be absolutely natural for cooling to begin to occur. And according to the Agricultural Department of the United States government, this is exactly what has happened. In fact, they've had to replace their agricultural map that shows the regions where you can grow certain crops for the first time in their history. Because for the first time in the history of the Agricultural Department of the United States government, there are areas in the northern hemisphere where certain crops can no longer be grown because it is getting cooler instead of warmer. And the ice caps are not melting as you've been told. I checked with all the control stations throughout the world that measure mean tide levels. And folks, for the last 80 years, again, there's that 80 years. For the last 80 years, the mean tide level of all of those control stations has not changed, not even one fraction of an inch.
A nation or world of people who will not use their intelligence are no better than animals who do not have intelligence. Such people are beasts of burden and stakes on the table by choice and consent. Is that the category that you really want to be in? Good night, folks, and God bless you all. Welcome across America and around the world to the hour of the time. This is the only hour that ever was or ever will be. This is the most important hour in your entire life, for during this hour you will decide your future and thus our collective futures. You are listening to this broadcast, folks, because you can't help it. You've heard several editions of the hour of the time now, and you've learned that you cannot predict at all what you're going to hear on this show. You've already learned that you're going to hear things on this show that you will not ever hear anywhere else in any media, print, broadcast, television. I don't care. The reason is I don't owe anybody anything, period. I only have me to answer to, and I'm not a professional broadcaster, folks. No, this is something I'm doing because the opportunity arose to educate mass numbers of people around the world. And so I took it. If they cut me off and throw me off the air tomorrow, it won't mean a hill of beans to me. So holding the threat of losing this means nothing either. You see, the reason you don't hear information like you hear on the hour of the time on other radio broadcasts or on television or in the print is because those people have a vested interest in the furtherance of their career. They are professional journalists, professional television commentators, or professional radio hosts. It is amazing to me that you really believe that there's a free press anywhere in the world. The truth, folks, is that the only free press is for those who own the press. You'd better understand that. For instance, for many, many years now, efforts have been made by brave congressmen to introduce and have bills passed to audit the Federal Reserve, to abolish the Federal Reserve and return to constitutional money, yet you have never seen any hint of that anywhere in any media. Last Sunday night, on this radio show, The Hour of the Time, you heard, for the first time, a complete, logical, accurate, and scientific explanation of the truth about the ozone hoax. And you've never heard it anywhere else, and you never will hear it anywhere else, and we're going to continue with that tonight because there's more information about the ozone hoax, and there is more information about CFCs and who's responsible for wanting them banned and who's going to profit by all of this. And you'll only hear it here, folks, nowhere else. Nowhere else. And because you never know what you're going to hear on this show, even for those of you who may hate this show, and who may have a strong dislike for me personally, you will always listen to this show because it's exciting. Because you hear information you can't hear anywhere else. And because when you go and try to prove me wrong, you always learn that I am right. But you have to understand, my constant admonition to you all is this. And you must obey this admonition for your own good. You must not believe ever anything that you hear on this show, or on the Chuck Harder show, or the Tom Valentine show, or the Larry King show, or from Dan Rather, or Ted Koppel, or from George Bush, Bill Clinton, H. Ross Perot, or indeed even your own mother. But irregardless, you will always continue to listen to this show because you can't help yourself. Many of you are thirsting for knowledge, and this is the only place you're going to get a lot of it. Aside from your own efforts. With your own efforts, you can dig out anything that I can give you here. But I can help you and steer you on the right track and give you hints and clues and give you information to go and try and prove wrong. And in the process, you will learn many things that you would not ever have known without that process. I know that many of you out there have been helping me in this fight for a long time. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And those of you who are not helping in this fight, I hope that this program can stimulate you to begin. But in either case, you will always be here listening because you belong to me. Ah, yes, you belong to me. And if you don't believe that, try not listening to this show next Sunday night. Just try it. See if you can do it. I guarantee you can't. You will be listening. Now, we've got something else to talk about here, folks, because, remember what I told you? A nation, a world of people who cannot use their intelligence are no better than animals who do not have intelligence. Such people are beasts of burden and stakes on the table by choice and consent. Let me tell you something. If you can't think for yourself, we don't want you listening to this show. This show is for people who think for themselves. People who go out and verify information for themselves or prove it wrong for themselves. We don't want people listening to this show if they have to ask somebody else if they should listen to this show, or if the show is credible, or if I am credible. Those of you who have called Tom Valentine and Chuck Harder to ask if you should listen to this show, or if I am credible, or if the information I give on this show is credible, you are not the kind of people that this show is meant for. Indeed, you're fools, because you need somebody else to tell you what to do. You cannot use your brain or think for yourself, and we only have one piece of advice for those of you who fit that bill.
Only one. And absolutely only one. And this is exactly what I want you people to do.
I guess if you said so, I'll have to pack my things and go. Let's make it the road, Jack. Don't come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't come back no more. What you say? Hit the road, Jack. Don't come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't come back no more. Now, baby, listen, baby, don't you treat me this away, 'cause I'll be back on my feet someday. Well, I guess if you said so, I'll have to pack my things and go. Let's make it the road, Jack. Don't come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't come back no more. What you say? Hit the road, Jack. Don't come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't come back no more. Well, what you said? I didn't understand you. You can't mean that. Oh, now, baby, please. What you trying to do for me?
Oh, yes, we really do mean it. We really do mean it. We don't want anybody's little puppets listening to this radio show. No, sir. We need people who can think for themselves. People who cannot think for themselves are always controlled by somebody else, are always little puppets hanging by the end of someone's string, and when that person pulls that string, that little puppet always dances. Always. So, if you can't think for yourself, if you've got to call somebody and ask them if you should listen to this show, especially after I've told you who's behind this and what they worship, the sun, Osiris, the light, Lucifer, Satan, and you call somebody who works for the Sun Radio Network to ask them if I'm credible? Oh boy, people. You really take the cake, some of you. This show is for thinkers, individual thinkers, people who can use their brains, people who have a chance to save this country and thus freedom for the world. Well, last Sunday, folks, you heard about the ozone hoax, and I'm just going to recap for just a few seconds because I'm going to continue with where last week left off so that you will be able to understand what's going on. You learned last week that there is no ozone layer, could better be called an ozonosphere, where the effect can be measured of where ultraviolet light rays meet molecules of oxygen, and that it is really oxygen that protects us from the ultraviolet light of the sun and not ozone. Ozone is a byproduct of the chemical reaction of the ultraviolet light from the sun striking oxygen molecules, splitting them into their ionic components, which then seek out other oxygen molecules and attach themselves, forming O3, which is ozone. It's very simple. It's in most junior high textbooks, or it was at least when I went to junior high school. It may not be there now because they're destroying our educational system so that the people can never challenge the ruling elite. You also learned that the ozone holes really aren't holes, but are a place near the poles where this effect does not take place. The only place where the so-called ozone holes occur are near the poles in the Arctic and Antarctic circles. The holes only occur, folks, in winter at whichever point is experiencing winter. They occur where the Earth's tilt causes perpetual night during the winter months and where no ultraviolet light is coming into contact with oxygen. Therefore, no ozone is formed. So they're not ozone holes, they're just merely a place in the atmosphere near the poles where the effect does not take place, therefore no ozone is formed, except by the normal methods of lightning in the atmosphere and other discharges of energy. Thus, there is no production of ozone. Another so-called hole will predictably appear at the other pole region when that hemisphere is in its winter months. You should know by now that they are not holes at all, but only areas where the ozone-producing chemical reaction between ultraviolet light and oxygen does not occur. You should have also deduced from this process that the so-called holes will seem to appear and disappear as the region moves from winter into summer and then back again into winter. The whole process is a natural cycle. It is predictable and is very simple to understand. Didn't you think it was funny that the ozone holes were always over the poles and not over Los Angeles where everybody's using hairspray and all the CFCs are going up into the atmosphere? How stupid can you all be? It's incredible that you read something in a newspaper and just accept it as fact without questioning anything when you know damn well that there is no freedom of the press except for the owners, and the owners of the press will print what they want you to believe and not objective facts ever. Wake up, people. The scam that CFCs deplete the ozone layer, which is non-existent, can be easily exposed. You see, most of the CFCs in the world can be found in the northern hemisphere, where most of the rich nations are located. So why then does a so-called hole appear over Antarctica every southern hemisphere winter? Why not over New York, Tokyo, Paris, Los Angeles, or Stockholm, where these CFCs are in the most use and thus can be found in the atmosphere in the largest amounts? Why does Los Angeles spend hundreds of millions of dollars to deplete the ozone in the atmosphere directly above the city every year? And did you know that most major cities in the world spend hundreds of millions of dollars to deplete the ozone? In other words, destroy the ozone in the atmosphere above their cities? You weren't aware of that, did you? Well, if you don't believe me, call and find out. Call and find out. That's what I did. It's very simple. You see, because ozone is considered to be pollution. Oh, this is so hilarious. I'm telling you, folks. I can't help but laugh at all the sheeple out there that are just so stupid they'll believe anything that anybody tells them. It blows my mind. I can't comprehend how people can be so the word is not ignorant, folks. The word is really stupid. Mentally crippled. Stupid. And this is just one example. You're going to hear a lot of examples on this show. And if you don't like that word stupid, you better change your dial right now, because you're going to hear it a lot. You got to wake up. And if you can't look at yourself and admit that you've been stupid, you're never going to wake up and you're never going to solve the problem. That's what I had to do. I had to look in the mirror, look right in my own eyes and say, Bill, you've been stupid for most of your life and you've got to change that now. You see, if I hadn't admitted to myself that I've been stupid most of my life, I would have never changed anything and I wouldn't be doing this tonight. So, why do we only find these so-called holes over the poles and not over New York, Tokyo, Paris, Los Angeles, or Stockholm? Is it because the few personnel stationed at the weather and research facilities at Antarctica use too much hairspray? Why is it that I am able to predict the exact locations and months that the so-called holes will appear and disappear over the Arctic and Antarctic? Because the whole thing is a hoax, folks, designed to make idiots who cannot think for themselves scream for total control of everything and thus help to usher in the one-world totalitarian socialist government. Let us take a real hard look at chlorofluorocarbons, or CFCs,
For according to the doomsday prophets, chlorofluorocarbon molecules are going to rise to the stratosphere, where ultraviolet radiation will break them up, releasing chlorine molecules which will act like a hungry cookie monster and eat all the ozone molecules. This, of course, will cause an ozone hole and everyone will get skin cancer, right? Wrong. Totally wrong. Now, let's look at what they don't tell you. According to measurements, only 1% of CFCs actually break up in the stratosphere, so that 7,500 tons of chlorine, remember that number, 7,500 tons of chlorine, are being released into the stratosphere every year. That's for the whole atmosphere in a year's time. That's the total destructive force of chlorofluorocarbons. 7,500 tons of chlorine. The amount of chlorine spewed into the atmosphere from natural sources makes that measly 7,500 tons look like a drop in the ocean. The atmosphere, folks, absorbs 5 million tons of chlorine from ocean biota, algae, plankton, etc., 84 million tons from biomass burning, 36 million tons from volcanoes, and 600 million tons from seawater. This does not include a volcano like Mount Pinatubo, which loaded at least 20 million tons of chlorine into the atmosphere, of which a very significant portion went into the stratosphere. Mount Erebus in Antarctica, which erupts every day, emits 20 times more chlorine into the atmosphere than the entire amount of chlorine allegedly produced from the breakdown of CFCs. Mount Erebus is about 6 miles upwind from McMurdo Sound, the station from which chlorine measurements are taken. The readings are then used to claim that CFCs, not natural chlorine sources, cause the depletion of the ozone layer. It really does not matter, as ozone is not layered in the atmosphere, and it is not what shields us from those nasty, nasty little ultraviolet rays. No, it's the oxygen. The case is exactly the same with halogens. The doomsayers want all halogen fire extinguishers banned because they produce bromine. This chemical is supposed to be a super ozone destroyer. In fact, 10 times more dangerous than CFCs. Well, then why don't the fire departments of cities like Los Angeles and other large cities who are trying to deplete the atmosphere use only halogen fire extinguishers to put out fires? The actual amount of bromine released is very insignificant, perhaps not even measurable, because most of the bromine that's actually in halogen is destroyed in a chemical reaction during fire suppression. That's why. On top of that, they never have a life long enough in the atmosphere that's necessary to even get up to the stratosphere. Ozone levels over a measured period of time shows a clear oscillation from year to year. If you compare the cycle in ozone levels with the number of sunspots over the same period, the correlation is clear. An 11-year and a 22-year cycle is in ozone levels, matching the sunspot cycle, are clearly evident. A major influence on the density of ozone in the atmosphere is sunspots, solar flares, in other words, the influence of the sun. It is how ozone is created in the first place. Billions of ions of ozone are created every instant and are destroyed every instant. In 1988, the Ozone Trends Panel, the people that you've all been listening to like a bunch of idiots, without verifying anything, without demanding any scientific papers to back it up, without question. In 1988, this Ozone Trends Panel released a report supposedly documenting that there had been a 3% depletion of the ozone layer over the northern hemisphere. They gave a press conference. They handed out a summary of the report. But the report itself did not come out for another 3 years. Did you hear that, folks? The report itself did not come out for another 3 years. And when it did came out, what it said was actually different from what they reported at the press conference. But it scared you all, scared everybody, and it got everything into motion that was necessary to ban CFCs without any scientific evidence, no scientific papers, no real scientific factual correlation. Without even issuing a report for 3 years, it got everybody going to ban CFCs.
Then they gave a whole sequence of conferences after that with the same modus operandi. They gave a press conference in April 1991 that claimed 8% ozone depletion. No scientific paper to follow it up. No peer review of the data. And then last October they gave another press conference where they claimed something very similar, but again with no report, nothing published in the scientific literature. And the great herds of sheep will mobilize to save the ozone layer and ban CFCs. The wolf is at the door, folks, and since most of you are sheep, you're going to be eaten. That's what wolves do to sheep, especially foolish, stupid sheep. In their 1988 press conference, the Ozone Trends panel picked a very curious date, 1969, to start their analysis of worldwide ozone data. And they ended in 1985. 17 years are 1.5 solar cycles later. Remember what we said about the solar cycles, 11 and 22-year cycles? If you draw a straight line from 1969 to 1985, you get the ozone depletion that they claim. But if they had used a 22-year period between 1962 and 1985, there's hardly any change at all. It's entirely a decision of what date they picked to begin their measurements, one of the most critical features of how they've been manipulating public opinion.
Well, while you think about those facts and figures, we're going to take a short break, folks. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Now, that didn't take too long, did it?
Another way the Ozone Trends panel manipulated their data to scare the public involves the enormous variability in the ozone in the atmosphere from day to day, month to month, and at different times of the year. You didn't know that, did you? Changes from day to day. The density of the ozone in the atmosphere over the northern hemisphere in March, folks, is much greater than in October of the same year. A 40% difference, in fact, and it happens every year according to the natural cycles previously described. The panel started measuring in the time of year when the ozone is densest and stopped in the part of the year when it is the least dense. And they knew exactly what they were doing. Again, these groups are manipulating the data intentionally to scare the public into believing there is a danger which does not actually exist.
Aren't you all scared? The sky is falling. That was Vice President-elect Al Gore with the #1 environmental hit, Scare You.
Oh, yes. Yes. You're all supposed to be scared to death. Because there's holes in the ozone layer, the CFCs are gobbling the rest of them up like little Pac-Mans running through the sky. They also claim a drop-off in CFC concentrations going from 100 to 5 parts per trillion in just the first 2 or 3 kilometers upon entering the stratosphere. The ozone depletion proponents say the concentrations get lower because ultraviolet radiation is breaking up the CFC molecules, and the stratosphere is the only place where there are intense enough amounts of ultraviolet radiation to break down the CFC molecules. What a crock. The stratosphere starts around 25 kilometers above the Earth's surface, and very small amounts of ultraviolet radiation in the range necessary to break down CFC molecules get within 30 kilometers, folks. In order to find the significant concentrations of ultraviolet radiation that can break up CFC molecules, you've got to get above 40 kilometers. CFC molecules just don't make it up that high. They're heavy molecules. So it can't be ultraviolet radiation that's getting rid of the CFCs, which is then supposed to be releasing chlorine, which is then supposed to be destroying the imaginary ozone layer. Sorry, folks, it just ain't happening. It's not going on. You've been hoodwinked. A favorite Freemason term. You've been hoodwinked. Hoaxed, lied to, scammed. But you know what? If you weren't stupid, it could never have happened. When I use that word stupid, I'm not talking to those of you who do use your head, who can think, who are searching for the truth. and who do verify before believing. Nope, I'm talking to the stupid idiot that's sitting next to you. Another thing they conveniently omit is that the stratosphere is an inversion layer, which means that instead of getting colder with altitude, it gets warmer. And when you have warm air on top of cold air, the cold air is like a plug. It's why Los Angeles has a smog problem. The air cannot rise above the valley because of the inversion layer. The air remains trapped. Whatever air makes it to the upper part of the atmosphere comes right back down because of this plug. There is no evidence that they are being broken up. The big threat touted by the doomsayers is increased skin cancer, a blatant, and I mean blatant lie. The only reason skin cancer has risen is that the old taboos against being in the sun and sun tanning have fallen by the wayside. It wasn't too long ago when it was not cool to be out in the sun. It was not cool to have a suntan. And women were taught never, under any circumstances, let the sun touch your skin. In many, many cultures and many nations of the world, that was the rule. Right or wrong, that was the rule. The population of the world also has doubled just since 1957. And there are more people out in the sun and on beaches than ever in the history of the world. More light-skinned people have moved south or north, as the case may be, in order to enjoy milder winters. If a person living in the northern hemisphere moves south only 60 to 120 miles, it translates into an increase of 10 to 20% in ultraviolet radiation exposure. Didn't know that, did you? If you were to move from Tromsø, Norway to Panama or Bombay, you're talking about an increase in ultraviolet radiation of more than 600%. According to the theory of those who want to scare you into the New World Order, for that is the only answer to this were it real, a 1% ozone depletion means a 2% increase in ultraviolet radiation, but the data shows ultraviolet radiation actually decreased as much as 7% between 1974 and 1975, when these measurements were taken in the United States. When this study was released in Science magazine by Joseph Scotto of the National Cancer Institute, the only network in the world systematically measuring ultraviolet radiation, the government shut down the instruments. Let me read that again to you so you'll remember it. According to the theory of those who want to scare you into the New World Order, a 1% ozone depletion means a 2% increase in ultraviolet radiation. But the data shows ultraviolet radiation actually decreased as much as 7% between 1974 and 1975, when these measurements were taken in the United States. When this study was released in Science magazine by Joseph Scotto of the National Cancer Institute, the only network in the world systematically measuring ultraviolet radiation, the government shut down the instruments. CFCs, folks, are being banned, yet nobody talks about the consequences of this action. Nobody. Have you ever thought what's going to happen when all the CFCs are banned? The fact is that the entire world food supply depends on what is called the cold chain, the network of refrigerated warehouses and refrigerators in homes, supermarkets, and so on that keep food from spoiling. The world already produces more than enough food to feed every man, woman, and child. The problem is that between 30 to 60% of it spoils every year, depending on the country. By truly banning the CFCs, effectively, you're going to have to scrap every refrigerator around the world. 1 billion home refrigerators, several 100 million commercial refrigerators or more, and it could mean a collapse of the worldwide cold chain and starvation for millions, maybe billions of people. But remember Global 2000? That's exactly what they want to happen. Remember, to make it worse, Any potential drop-in substitute cannot presently be used in any existing equipment. So you've got to build entirely new equipment. And who benefits? Who benefits? Have you ever bothered to ask that question? We all lose. And who benefits? The multinational, globalist corporations that belong to the members of the organizations that are bringing about the New World Order. The Illuminati. Those who manufacture new equipment and the chemical companies that could make hundreds of billions of dollars in revenues every year from the ban of CFCs. Hundreds of billions of dollars every year, folks. Where's that money going to come from? It's going to come right out of your pockets. Because all frozen food will have its price raised in order to pay for the new refrigeration equipment to keep it frozen and cool. And you're going to have to buy new freezers and new refrigerators and new air conditioners. And your cars are going to have to be retrofitted for new air conditioners, if you want an air conditioner. And it's all going to come out of your pocket. Because you've fallen for one of the biggest hoaxes ever. Because you were too stupid to check on the data and see for yourselves. You're going to pay through the nose. The ozone depletion theory is a fraud. There is no significant increase or decrease in ozone, no significant increase or decrease in ultraviolet radiation. The threat does not exist. It is not there. It has been proven time after time after time. There's one other thing that you need to know. The patents on chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, are expiring. That means that anybody can now produce CFCs, or chlorofluorocarbons, and much cheaper, so that the cost of having air conditioners in your car, in your home, having freezers and refrigerators in supermarkets, meat distribution plants, and in your home would be much cheaper. But it also means that the multinational globalist corporations who have held these patents will lose money. So they're developing replacements for chlorofluorocarbons that not only will cost more, but will make all of the old air conditioners, refrigerators, and freezers obsolete, and will create an entirely new business. And they will make hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars every year. So you see, folks, we had all better wake up. You know, irregardless of what you hear me say on this show, I care about each and every one of you deeply, or I would not be doing this. All of you who have sent in to join the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence, I want to tell you that we have your letters. We are processing them. We will be getting the information and the materials out to you very shortly. And you're going to be excited to hear that we're going to issue press credentials to all CAGI members so that you can get into some places where you normally wouldn't be able to get into. And there'll be legitimate press credentials for you're going to be operating as an arm of the Hour of the Time and several other media sources who work with us. So remember that, and we're not giving you these credentials so that you can misuse them. They remain the property of the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence, and the first time that you misuse those credentials, we'll yank them from you. And you will have to return them because we'll pursue it, believe me. We're issuing these credentials based upon the fact that people who join CAGI care about this country, are normally responsible individuals, and are not going to abuse these press credentials, but will use them to help us to gain more knowledge and information about what's going on around the world, and we'll be able to report to our members the truth as much as we possibly can, rather than what you get out of the controlled media. And if you don't believe the media is controlled by now, folks, you're lost. I can't help you anymore. Okay. For those of you who have not joined CAGI yet, I urge you to do so. This is not an organization. It's not militant. We don't issue orders to people. It's an intelligence organization to help learn what the real truth is amidst all the deception in this world. Our members are constantly gathering and evaluating information. They send it to this central place, which is here, and we disseminate it back out to the other members who don't have the information. Our members also get the CAGI newsletter, which is, as you've already heard, is where tonight's program came from, the CAGI newsletter for July 1st, 1992. And most of that information was submitted by two CAGI members, Pat and Chelsea from New Jersey, and we thank them. Now, why should you join CAGI? Because it is the #1 intellectual, free-thinking group of people in the United States of America and most probably the world. There's no control going on here. Nobody tells anybody what to do. All we ask is that everybody share information, and we share the information we have with our members. They also get a certificate. They get an identification card, which will allow them, upon presentation, to have substantial discounts on the price of admission to my lectures and workshops as I travel around the country. And folks, when you come to one of my workshops, anybody else would charge you $400 or $500 to stand up and give you information for a solid 6 hours. I don't do that. The most that's ever been charged for one of my workshops has been $45. And CAGI members get a substantial discount from that. Okay? And I can't tell you a set figure because it has to be negotiated with each promoter who calls me and wants me to come to a city. We have to negotiate the discount for CAGI members, but it's always substantial, folks. CAGI members also get complete access to our computer bulletin board database system, and they can access that by computer, by phone line. They also get pretty good access to me when they want to talk to me. It's pretty easy for CAGI members to do that. It might be difficult for someone else. CAGI members can also get tapes of this broadcast of the hour of the time, any tape. $5. $5, that's all. Anybody else pays $15. CAGI members are going to get videotapes of my lectures and workshops and documentaries that I do at $30 per tape, plus postage and handling. Everybody else, folks, is going to pay $45 from those tapes effective tonight. The price of my book has been raised to $25 by the publisher. CAGI members will still be able to get that book for $20, not the $25 that everybody else is going to have to pay.
If you'd like to join CAGI, send your membership fee, $45. That's $45 for your membership fee. Or just write us a letter and ask for an information packet. We'll be happy to hear from you. If you'd like to call Stan, he'll send you one out tomorrow. His number is 602-567-6109. 602-567-6109. If you'd like to send in your membership fee, $45, or if you'd like to write us a letter, send that to William Cooper, Post Office Box 3299, Camp Verde, Arizona, 86322. That's Post Office Box 3299, Camp Verde, Arizona, 86322. A lot of other special deals for CAGI members on here. Once a year, we're going to try to have a convention just for CAGI, where we will have workshops and study groups and get to meet each other and socialize a little bit. From time to time, we mount expeditions to investigate certain phenomena or things that are going on in certain areas of the country, and it's always CAGI members that I take along with me. And no one else gets to go, believe me. Occasionally we have workshops out in these areas. We'll take other people, but, CAGI members come at a greatly reduced rate. So think about it, folks. And remember, for that $45 membership fee that you send in to join CAGI, you're going to realize substantial savings as you
spend time with the hour of the time over the next few months and maybe possibly even years, that $45 is going to come back to you 1,000-fold in the future. Send your $45 membership fee so that we can get everything out to you real quick. And we're really excited about being able to issue real press credentials to our CAGI members so that they can help us gather the news and the real news. You know, a lot of what happens in these special events and when presidents give speeches and things that happen in cities, a lot of these things are covered by the news media, but they only print or disseminate selected portions which further their political viewpoint. CAGI members are going to give us the facts objectively so that we can put that out to our members, and we will use a lot of it on this radio show. We're constantly digging. I myself live, eat, drink, research, reading, investigation. We are constantly probing the limits of the envelope of information, if you will, to try to pop that bubble and find out what's on the other side of it. Now, no matter who you are, what you're doing, or what you think about the world or what's going to happen, you need to be a member of CAGI, the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence. It's the only intelligence agency that you have.
As of right now, CAGI is the largest and most successful civilian private intelligence organization in the world.
That's a great distinction. And I'm pretty proud of the fact that I built this from scratch myself. You need to be a member.
Send your $45 membership fee to William Cooper, Post Office Box 3299, Camp Verde, Arizona 86322. That's Post Office Box 3299, Camp Verde, Arizona 86322.
You'll get your certificate, your membership card, you'll get the CAGI newsletter, you'll have access to the computer bulletin board database system, you will have substantial discounts to my lectures and workshops as I travel across the country. I just got back from Dallas and Atlanta, Georgia.
2 weeks ago, I was in England at Wembley Arena in London.
And before that, I was in Phoenix, and I'm traveling most of the time, as a matter of fact. You'll also receive a full set of press credentials now. Those of you who have applied previous to this announcement will still get your press credentials. And remember, those press credentials belong to the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence. They do not belong to you. Nobody joins CAGI except responsible people who really care about this country, the Constitution, and freedom. And it may surprise you, folks, that in all the thousands of books that I've sold and all the thousands of tapes that I've sold, we've only had 2 checks bounce. Now that says a lot for the people who are interested in what I do, what I write, and who become CAGI members. Now, let me tell you a little bit about my book, Behold a Pale Horse. It is 500 pages of the most suppressed information ever published in the history of the world, documented. And I've been told this by experts. And you need this book. If you don't have this book, you're going to be crippled without it in the future years. This book outlines everything. It tells you everything that you need to know about the New World Order. What's coming in the future, why it's coming, and who's bringing it about. I'm working on my second book now that goes into more detail on the mystery schools, the secret societies, and the people who are bringing this about, the Kennedy assassination, the ultimate solution. Everything. You will be amazed.
If you'd like to order my book, Behold a Pale Horse, if you are a CAGI member, send $25. That includes postage and handling. If you're not a CAGI member, the price is $30. That includes postage and handling. By the way, folks, this is the only book in the world, to my knowledge, that's guaranteed. If you don't think that it's what you wanted, send it back in the same condition that you got it in. That is brand new, and we will refund your money, no questions asked. And if you send it back used or red or cover crinkled back or pages turned down, we will not we will not refund your money. Send it to William Cooper, P.O. Box 3299, Camp Verde, Arizona 86322. That's P.O. Box 3299, Camp Verde, Arizona 86322. Or you can call Stan at 602-567-6109. That's 602-567-6109. Remember, you need to be a CADGI member. You must become a member of the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence just for your own well-being in the coming years. Send $45 for your membership. Good night, folks, and God bless you all. Welcome, folks, to the hour of the time, the only hour that ever was or ever will be. This is the most important hour in your entire life, for during this hour you will decide your future and thus our collective futures. Not very good news, is it? Well, folks, the subject of this program tonight is how did we get to this point in history where the greatest nation in the history of the world is on the brink of total and final economic collapse. You're going to be amazed at what you're going to learn this hour. Many of you are going to be shocked, surprised, and some of you are going to be, in fact, I think the great majority of you are going to be ashamed of yourselves. Why is it that our schools teach our children nothing about money, economics? Why is it that we know as a people literally nothing about the monetary system and the economic system that our country operates under? How is it that most Americans believe that a private corporation known as the Federal Reserve Bank is an agency of the United States government when it is not? How is it that we write checks to the Internal Revenue Service believing that we are paying taxes and we are not? Why is it that in the nation with the most opportunity, the greatest affluence that the world has ever known, what used to be, is not now, but what used to be the best educational system on the face of this earth, with a constitution that guarantees each individual equality and freedom, what has happened, dear listeners? Well, in the next 50 or so minutes, you're going to find out. And when you find out, I want each and every one of you to hang your heads in shame. For we have not been invaded by the evil empire or some foreign army. No one has breached our shores. We have been destroyed from within, mostly by our own apathy, ignorance, and abdication of responsibility. And just as the Roman Empire once fell for the same reasons, we are in the process of falling into the abyss. And Americans, I can tell you right now, if they do not wake up and turn the tide, they will be relegated to slavery as indentured servants to the world bankers who will foreclose on the debt. A debt that at this moment we could not repay by any means whatsoever. Let's go to the United States Constitution, the supreme law of this land.
In it, we can get at the very root of the problem that confronts us today, for in examining this document, we find that we are not conforming to the law.
In Article 1, Section 8, it says, "The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States." The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. Paragraph 2. To borrow money on the credit of the United States. Paragraph 3. To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes. Paragraph 5. To coin money. Notice it says to coin money. Regulate the value thereof and of foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures. Now, the next time that we find any mention of money or coinage whatsoever is in Article 1, Section 9. The migration, this is in paragraph 1, the migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808, but a tax or duty may be imposed on such importation not exceeding $10 for each person. And then it goes all the way down to paragraph 4. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. In paragraph 5, no tax or duty shall be laid on articles exported from any state. So, then we go to paragraph 6. No preference shall be given by any regulation or commerce or revenue to the ports of one state over those of another, nor shall vessels bound to or from one state be obliged to enter, clear, or pay duties in another. Paragraph 7. No money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law, and a regular statement and account of the receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. The next mention we have of money in any form, taxes, duties, coinage, money, whatever you want to call it, is in Section 10. And in Section 10, it makes an incredible statement. Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution of the United States of America, in paragraph 1, says, "No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit," and catch this, folks, I'm reading directly from the Constitution, quote, "make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts," unquote. And to continue, pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts, or grant any title of nobility. So remember, in Article 1, Section 8, paragraph 5, it says the Congress shall have the power to coin money, regulate the value thereof, and of foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures. And folks, in Article 1, Section 10, it says that no state shall make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts. Now, I would like every single one of you to take a dollar bill out of your pocket right at this moment, and I want each and every one of you to take a quarter or a nickel or a dime, I don't care what it is, take it out of your pocket. In fact, take them all out of your pocket. Take one of each denomination of coin out of your pocket and lay it on the table before you, or on the arm of your chair, or just hold them in your hand. Now, if you have indeed done that, you are looking at several coins, and you're looking at a dollar bill, but that's okay. It could be a $10 bill, a $5, a $20. It doesn't matter what it is. What you're looking at is evidence
evidence of the greatest heist in the history of the world. The robbery of an entire nation of all of its assets, natural resources, and people. And I will explain that to you. If you take each one of those coins, you will find that none of them are silver or gold. None of them, not one. You may have a quarter that looks like it is silver, or a dime that looks like it is silver, but it is what is called copper-clad. In other words, it's a copper coin, a bus token, if you will. It's exactly what it is, a bus token, a piece of copper, to which they have applied a very, very thin coating of silver alloy. It's not even pure silver. It's not pure silver so that it doesn't wear off too quickly. Silver alloy to make it look like it is silver, to fool you. Because most people, if they have a coin that looks like silver, to them, it is. To me, it's nothing but a bus token, folks, and that's what it should be to you, too. Look at the dollar bill. On that dollar bill, down at the bottom, it says $1, and that is a lie. It cannot be $1 if it does not conform to the Constitution's version of what a dollar is. And the Constitution says to coin money and regulate the value thereof. It's in Article 1, Section 8, Paragraph 5. And in Article 1, Section 10, Paragraph 1, no state shall make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts. So it cannot be $1, and I'll tell you why it cannot be $1. It cannot be $1 because it is fiat money. Fiat money is counterfeit money. It means it cannot be exchanged for gold or silver coin. In fact, it cannot be exchanged for anything, and it is worth only what some fool is willing to give you for it. The other lie on that piece of paper called a Federal Reserve note is just that, the term Federal Reserve note. A note, as defined by the dictionary, is something that records that someone else owes something to somebody. And a note can be called and exchanged for whatever collateral is presented against the note. For instance, if you borrow money on your house and you cannot pay the money back, they can come with the note and take the house. I think you all understand that. The house is worth something. But if they came with a note and you just gave them another note, boy, you'd be laughing, wouldn't you? You got a house, they got nothing but 2 notes. And if they come with those 2 notes and give them to you and you give them 2 other notes, what have they got? That's exactly what is happening with this phony fiat, counterfeit, treasonous paper called a Federal Reserve note. And this is what is destroying our country, folks. It is not money, it is worthless. In fact, that bill that you're holding in your hand is worth less than a blank sheet of paper because it's all covered with ink and you can't even use it to write on. You see, the only thing that gives that Federal Reserve note any value whatsoever is the number of fools who are willing to accept it. For one time in this country, we had gold certificates and silver certificates. And you could take any one of those pieces of paper, if it was a gold certificate, and it was a $500 gold certificate, you could exchange it for $500 in gold coin at any bank. Any bank. If it was a silver certificate and it was a $1 note, you could take it and exchange it for $1 in silver coin at any bank. Our money was the most valuable, most coveted, most sought after money in the world because it had value, substance, worth. All wealth stems from the land, folks. Everything else that is not of the land will ultimately decay and disappear into thin air, or into dust, or into air and dust, or in a puff of smoke if it burns. Money must be backed by the wealth that comes from the land. If it is not, it is worthless, has no value whatsoever. Now, I cannot understand how the American people allowed our money to be debased, to be taken away from us, to be counterfeited, and that's what a Federal Reserve note is. It's a counterfeit dollar, because it does not conform to the definition of what our money is in the Constitution, and thus is illegal. How did they get away with this? The Federal Reserve Bank was established in 1914 after a meeting in 1913 on an island called Jekyll Island by some of the wealthiest bankers in this nation, representing, I might add, European banking interests. And they conned the Congress of the United States into forming a central bank. Not a central bank owned and operated by the United States government, folks, but a privately owned corporation called the Federal Reserve as the central bank of the United States of America. The Federal Reserve Act exempted this private corporation from paying income taxes and made it against the law to audit them. They have never, ever been audited, and I'm going to tell you why. Because, folks, if they were to be audited, you would find out that this country has literally been stolen from us. Because here's how the Federal Reserve Bank operates. They have two ways of stealing money from the American people. Actually, three ways. The first is that if the United States needs money, let's say, they print up 1,000 $1 bills. The Federal Reserve then agrees to loan the United States $1,000. They buy those 1,000 $1 bills from the United States Treasury where it was printed for just a little over $20. That's the printing costs, and there's no profit built into that. And then they turn around and loan those dollars to the United States of America. You see, the money never existed. They don't open a bank vault and take out $1,000 and loan it to the United States of America. No, sir. They make a bookkeeping entry. They create this money out of thin air. It never existed before in the history of the world. They then pay the United States Treasury a little over $20 per each $1,000 in $1 bills that is printed, or they just issue the money to the United States as a loan in the form of credit without printing any money. They then loan this money to the United States of America in the form of Federal Reserve notes. And then to guarantee that the United States will pay them back, the United States gives them a $1,000 Treasury bond, which pays interest to the Federal Reserve bankers. Now, I don't know about you, but I call this theft. You see, what they have done, folks, is just pocketed approximately $980 that they never had before. Plus, they're going to pocket the interest that they're going to earn on that $1,000 Treasury bond above and beyond the $1,000 that we have to pay them back. So they have literally stolen from the people of the United States of America approximately $980 plus the interest from the Treasury bond. The United States Treasury, in return, has received just a little over $20 for the printing of those $1,001 bills, and that includes no profit. This is highway robbery. This is despicable. This is what has happened to this country. I'm going to explain a few things to you now, folks, that you probably never knew. That's the first way that they steal money from the people of the United States of America. The second way that they steal it is through the repayment of the loan with the interest that was never created. You see, if the interest was never created, it has to come from somewhere. Where does it come from? From the sweat and the tears and the labor and the resources of the American people. It comes out of your substance. It's the same as if I had $1 and I loan 10 cents to 10 people, each at 10% simple interest over 1 year's period, which means they must pay me back each 11 cents. But you see, in this little world that I've created here, there's only $1. That's all that exists. And I have loaned that dollar out to these 10 people who had no money before. Now, each one has 10 cents. Yet each one of them have to pay me back 11 cents. Now, that equals $1.10, folks. How are they going to pay me back 11 cents each if all that exists in this whole world is $1? One of them has to go down the tubes in order to furnish the interest for the others to pay. That's how it works, folks. One of them has to go down the tubes in order for the others to pay back their money with interest. Either that, or I create out of thin air some more money so that the one who isn't doing so well can borrow more money from me. That puts more money out there. And the byproduct of that transaction is inflation, and everybody gets just a little bit poorer so that they can pay it back. But it requires that somebody always owes somebody else money, and it requires that the debt always escalate in order that the theft of the money not be found out, that the people don't find out that I'm creating this money that I'm loaning them out of thin air. Now, also there has to be a measure. There has to be a measure to remove some of this money from circulation constantly, because the constant creation of money that never existed before and putting it into circulation will create rampant, unbelievable inflation if there is not some way, some measure to ensure that some of that money is taken out of circulation. And to do this, I create an organization which is a collection agency to collect the debt that the people owe me. And in real life, this is called the Internal Revenue Service, which is also a private corporation incorporated in the state of Delaware. Didn't know that, did you, folks? Go get your checks that you used to pay your taxes with. The check that you wrote. If you didn't owe any taxes, you didn't write a check, so you can't do this. But if you owed some taxes and you wrote a check, and you paid your taxes with this check, go get that check out of your records, look on the back of it, and you'll see that the check that you thought that went to the United States Treasury did not. On the back, there's a rubber stamp that says, pay any FRB. That means Federal Reserve Bank. And then it says, in payment of OBLIG. In payment of US OBLIG. That means in payment of the United States obligation. Obligation to who? To the Federal Reserve. You see, what's happening is the Internal Revenue Service is not depositing your taxes that you pay, that you think you're paying, into the United States Treasury. It is going directly to the Federal Reserve Bank and then out of this country to prevent the American people from realizing that money is being created out of thin air and that our wealth
our natural resources, our nation, our substance, our people, our property is being stolen from us because, folks, you're going to hear it here for the first time if you've never heard it before in your life. The national debt can never be repaid. Never.
And all of this is why I laughed so hard when George Bush made the suggestion that we put a box on our income tax forms that we could check if we wanted a portion of our taxes to go to pay off the national debt. What a joke. And so many people swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. You see, all your taxes go to the Federal Reserve Bank, and the national debt can never be repaid. Never. Never. And because of that, at some future date, and I believe that that date is very soon, is just around the corner, just barely over the horizon, the world bankers are going to demand payment of the money that we owe them, and we don't have any money to pay them. The United States will be forced to declare bankruptcy, and the bankers will foreclose on the debt. You see, there's no way we can ever pay it back, because none of the interest was ever created. And the only real amount of money that the Federal Reserve ever loaned the United States was $100 at the inception of the Federal Reserve. The interest on that debt alone is over $27,000 over the years. The rest of the money that we have borrowed from the Federal Reserve never, ever existed. And that's why it was written in the law and insisted upon that the Federal Reserve would not have to pay income tax and would never be subject to audit. Congress gave away the nation. They were traitors. The Congress that passed the Federal Reserve Act were traitors, for they ensured the destruction of this nation and the enslavement of its people, by passing that act. For they knew that this money would be created out of thin air, and they also knew that if the United States established its own bank, we could create United States notes backed by the good faith and credit of the United States of America, which would not be interest-bearing. But they didn't do that. No, they created a central bank owned by private people, a private corporation that has been stealing this country ever since. You see, shortly after that happened, in about 1938, the United States declared bankruptcy once already. When they declared that bankruptcy, in order to become solvent again, they pledged against the loan the entire resources of the United States of America, which includes all property, all natural resources, and the only thing in the world that has the ability to create wealth, its people. So, the next bankruptcy will accomplish the following, folks. All property in the United States will be seized as collateral for the debt of the United States, including all natural resources, all real property, real estate, all consumable goods, which are stereos, TVs, food, anything, everything. The corporations know this, and that's why they're all leaving the country. And the people of the United States, the citizens, will become indentured to the international bankers for however long it takes to repay the loan.
Well, put that in your pipe and smoke it. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back after this pause.
But these people will fall into a trap, you see, because in order to continue living, they must continue borrowing. And to continue borrowing ensures the fact that they will never pay back the debt, and they will be slaves in the New World Order forever. Those of you who have called my hotline in Los Angeles and wondered why I kept tagging on to the end, and this is exactly what my hotline says, folks. By the way, that number is area code 310-281-8222. 310-281-8222. At the end of the messages that I leave there, I always make this statement. Quote, "For those of you who are helping me in this fight, God bless you. For the rest of you, you're going to get exactly what you deserve. You're going to be slaves in the New World Order." Unquote. This was not an arbitrary statement by me. It is a statement of fact. When the United States government is forced to declare bankruptcy, and it will be forced to declare bankruptcy, and all of you are thinking about our children are going to pay back the national debt, or their children, or their great-great-grandchildren, it can never happen, folks. It can never happen.
Because it's not just the government. You see, every time the government borrows, it has to pay back interest. And every time each one of you borrow, you have to pay back interest that was never, ever in the history of the world created. It doesn't exist. And are you ready for this? There's a third way that they've been stealing from us.
You see, it's called fractional reserve lending. The Federal Reserve Bank allows fractional reserve lending. What this means is they can lend out as much as 10 to 1 or more based upon funds held in reserve. So a Federal Reserve Bank could, if they wanted to, and they do want to, and they do it frequently and have done it often, and it has resulted in a terrible thing. Say a Federal Reserve Bank has $1,000 on account in reserve. Now remember, this is not even real money. It's the fiat Federal Reserve notes to begin with, counterfeit. This bank can now loan out $10,000 as a bookkeeping entry, which it doesn't even have, and it's issued in the form of credit against the Federal Reserve Bank. Now, let's say they want to raise their assets in reserve so that they can loan out more money. They merely require the person that they loan this money to keep that money on deposit in their bank. So if they loan him $10,000, only $1,000 really exists now, and that's the fiat Federal Reserve notes, the counterfeit money. They require him to redeposit or deposit this $10,000 in their bank. So he does this. They now have, as a bookkeeping entry, $11,000 as assets deposited in that bank. They can now loan out $110,000 against that $11,000 in assets. And again, if they want to be able to have more on reserve to loan out, all they have to do is require that whoever laid the loan the $110,000 to redeposit it in the same bank. And now folks, they can loan out $1,100,000 based upon an original reserve of $1,000. And this has been compounded so much over the entire Federal Reserve System that I'm going to tell you right now, there is no money in the banks. Our banks are insolvent. Over the last year, over 500 banks have folded. Just in the last year. The entire savings and loan system has crumbled. Now, you think your deposits are safe because of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation?
FDIC? And you think your deposits are safe because the FDSLI? Well, they're not, folks. And those are not agencies of the United States government either. You've all been fooled. You think because it says federal that it's an arm of the government and it's backed by the government and you can't lose your money? You're wrong. You not only can, but you will lose your money. You're going to. It doesn't matter what you do. And if all that you can think of is saving your assets, I can guarantee you you're going to lose your ass. And I don't mean the four-legged one out in the barnyard, folks. The only way to save your assets is to save the Constitution, is to force the traitors who are sitting in Congress to audit the Federal Reserve. And the only answer to this entire problem, I can guarantee you, is to nationalize the Federal Reserve, declare all of those who have had a hand in the ownership or the creation of the Federal Reserve to be criminals, arrest them, seize all of their assets, and issue United States notes, non-interest notes, while we build up our reserves of gold and silver so that we can once again mint constitutional money. If we are not willing to do this, if we will not do it, then we are doomed. And there is no way out other than what I have just told you. And I'm the only one in this country who's got the guts to tell it to you, because anyone else who's ever tried has been murdered. Murdered by these creeps. And they all belong to secret societies. It is not a Jewish plot. It is not a Catholic plot. It is not a plot by the blacks or the Poles or the Protestants or anyone else. These men belong to secret societies. And this problem is as old as man. You see, the first international bankers ever in this world were known as the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar were rounded up in France only and arrested by King Philip. On November the 22nd in the year 1307, Pope Clement V issued a papal bull condemning the Knights Templars to torture. That's the same date of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in Dallas, which is on the 33rd parallel, by the way. Dealey Plaza is on the 33rd parallel. In Dealey Plaza, there's a plaque commemorating the location of the first Masonic temple in the state of Texas. And he was shot once in the back at the approximate location of the heart, in the throat, and in the head, the exact same wounds suffered by Hiram Abiff in the Masonic initiations. If you visit Dealey Plaza, you will see the four quarters of a Celtic temple and an obelisk with a flame on the top. These are all the symbols of an outdoor temple of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, the worship of an ancient religion, Baal, the light, the sun, Lucifer, Osiris, Satan, all the same. Kennedy was in the process of printing United States notes. Freemasonry was infiltrated and taken over by the Knights Templars as they fled the persecution of the Pope and the kings of Europe. The international bankers today are the Knights Templars, folks. And the arm through which they operate is Freemasonry, the Rosicrucians, the Ancient Order of the Rose and Cross, and many other organizations which appear to be outwardly fraternal organizations existing for the good of the community, but I can assure you they are not. This country is being destroyed from within by those who belong to these secret societies. And if you doubt this, folks, if you doubt this, If you don't understand what I'm telling you, and if you're not willing to go look to find out if it's true, if you're not willing to study, the destruction of this country and the enslavement of its people are a certainty, and it is now imminent. Imminent. Stop fighting each other. Stop fighting each other. You must understand who the enemy is. You must understand what we have to do to stop what's coming. You must begin to learn about real economics and real money, and you have to understand that no matter what they do to the price of oil, it will never result in inflation. Inflation is not caused by raising or lowering the price of anything, folks. Inflation is caused by flooding the economy with money. Worthless paper. Worthless paper. Making more money available in the form of loans, in the form of credit, in the form of cash, by running the printing presses, and that is what causes inflation. And it was an intentional inflation, according to their plan, to put both parents to work so that the children would be relegated to government-controlled daycare centers where they are taught how to live in the New World Order. You'd better wake up, folks. We are in real trouble now. The only answer is to audit the Federal Reserve, nationalize the Federal Reserve, prosecute all who were connected with its formation and with its ownership as criminals, traitors. If any people or any nation objects or resists, we must back this up with the full force of our military might. And believe me, if we can do this, every nation in this world will thank us for taking us out from under the yoke of these secret societies. And only then will our economy improve. Only then will we be able to eliminate the debt by decree, because it is based upon fraud, upon theft, and begin again. If we do not do this, I'm going to say this once again, we are doomed. There is no way out of this other than what I have just told you. There is no way that anyone in this country can ever pay back the national debt, because the interest was never created. And the debt itself was created out of thin air, never existed, is fraud. Fraud. You see, we could have printed that kind of money ourselves and never owed ourselves anything, and would never have had to pay any interest on what we owed ourselves. Now let me acquaint you with another fact. There is very little, if any, gold in Fort Knox. It was all sold at a discount during the Nixon administration, and only insiders were ever told that the sale would take place. It was sold at a discount from $32 an ounce on the world gold market, when at the time the price of gold was well over $100 an ounce. The American people were never told, never had a chance to buy any of that gold, and the people who bought it at a discount from $32 an ounce made a handsome profit at the expense of the people of this country. What are they guarding at Fort Knox? They're guarding the secret that there's no gold. That's what they're guarding. Folks, I have taken great risk in bringing you this information tonight, because no other media personality, talk show host, or broadcast station has the guts to tell you what I just told you. And if it actually goes out over the air and stays out over the air, I'll consider myself very lucky. And if I stay alive after you hear this broadcast, I will be even luckier.
but the chances are that no action will be taken against me simply because it will prove that everything that I've said in this broadcast is absolutely 100% correct. I want you to make tapes of this broadcast and send them to everyone that you know. If you don't have a tape recorder, you may order tapes of this broadcast, studio quality tapes.
Tapes are $7.50 for CAGI members, $17.50 for non-CAGI members. That's $7.50 for CAGI members, $17.50 for non-CAGI members. That includes postage and handling. You can order them by writing to me, William Cooper, Post Office Box 3299, Camp Verde, Arizona, 86322. That's Post Office Box 3299, Camp Verde, Arizona, 86322.
And while you're at it, folks, you better take advantage of our membership offer for CAGI. That's the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence. That is the intelligence network that brings you the material that is included in each one of these programs. The Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence is a group of citizens who wish to save the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, this nation, and thus freedom for the world. For if this country falls, all freedom worldwide will fall with it, and man will cease to exist as a sovereign, free, individual, king in his own right, with a government as his chattel servant, and will once again be relegated to the position of someone else's property.
The membership fee, folks, is $45. That's $45 membership fee for CAGI, the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence.
With membership, you get a certificate, an identification card, which you can use for discounts at my workshops or lectures as I travel around this country. You will also get a newsletter. You'll have access to our computer bulletin board system and all of the research files that are included in that database. We're going to have many other benefits for our members, and we will be lobbying Congress constantly, representing our members, to make sure that freedom reigns in this world and not despotism, which is coming.
If you'd like to join the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence, CAGI, send $45 to William Cooper, Post Office Box 3299, Camp Verde, Arizona, 86322. That's Post Office Box 3299, Camp Verde, spelled V as in Victor, E-R-D-E, Camp Verde, Arizona, 86322. Or you can just call Stan on the phone and ask him to send you a packet of information. His number is 602-567-6109. That's Stan at 602-567-6109. Please call him during normal daylight hours.
Also, I recommend that you order my book, Behold a Pale Horse. It's 500 pages of the most suppressed, most documented, suppressed information ever printed in the history of the world, and I've been told this by experts. Without this book, you're going to be crippled in the coming months and years. This will tell you everything, why it's happening, who is doing it, what the plan is, when all of this is going to take place, and it is fully documented, and you need it. You need this book. It's taken me most of my life to gather this information and put it into a book. And I'm working on my second book now, which I can't give you a publication date yet.
But if you'd like to purchase Behold a Pale Horse, if you're a CAGI member, send $25. That includes postage and handling. If you're not a CAGI member, send $30. That includes postage and handling. To William Cooper, Post Office Box 3299, Camp Verde, Arizona, 86322. That's Post Office Box 3299, Camp Verde, Arizona, 86322. By the way, folks, my book is the only book in the world that I know of that's fully guaranteed. If you get that book and you decide that's not what you wanted for your money, send it right back to us in the same condition you received it in, brand new, and we'll refund your money, no questions asked. Now, if you send us a used book, or if it's been read, or the cover's been crinkled back, or pages turned down, we will not. You will get the book right back. But remember, it's guaranteed. If you take a look at it when you get it, it's not what you want. You send it directly back to us in brand new condition, and we will refund your money cheerfully.
Let me read to you again the little news article that we read at the beginning of this show. Former banker and financial analyst Michael William Haga, author of the forthcoming book, On the Brink, How to Survive the Coming Great Depression, 1993 to 2000, says this. Within the next 12 months, the international banking system will collapse. The world stock exchanges will crash to pre-World War II levels. Real estate values will plunge 85% or more, and countless numbers of ordinary people worldwide will be left holding the bag. The United States will be left in the position of forced bankruptcy. The real property, the resources, the natural resources, and the people who create the resources in the United States of America will simply be foreclosed upon. And we will become indentured to the world banking system, to the New World Order. We will be slaves, folks. This is coming. Anyone with any sense, with any understanding of economics, with finances, with the kind of situation that we are really in, and not what George Herbert Walker Bush or his ilk tell you. If you understand all of these things, you know this is coming. You know it.
And don't let yourself be fooled by this insane assertion that we're in the midst of a recovery, because that is a lie.
And there's only one way to save ourselves, and that's the way that I have outlined during this program tonight. There is no other way.
Now, folks, I want you all to realize that we're not trying to scare you by bringing you this information. We have looked at this in every way possible, and this is the only answer that we can find. We've been living in fantasy land. Now, if you can come up with better answers or a better solution, please write to me and let me know. And if it checks out, we'll put it on the air. But this is the way we see it right now. And this is the way our intelligence organization, CAGI, also sees it. It doesn't look good. But we can save ourselves and we can save this country if we wake up now and do something about it. We must nationalize the Federal Reserve. We must prosecute all those connected with the Federal Reserve and the Internal Revenue Service as criminals. We must confiscate all of their property and all of their wealth and give it to the Treasury of the United States. We must print United States notes while we build up our reserves of gold and silver, so once again we can mint constitutional money. Now, this is one time, folks, that I can tell you sincerely that I hope that I am wrong. I hope that our intelligence network that has given this information is wrong. But it doesn't look that way. And we can't hide from this either, folks. As George Bush would say, read my lips, New World Order. Good night, and God bless each and every one of you.
You're listening to the Hour of the Time, across America and around the world. I'm William Cooper. Now that is spiritual. And you don't have to meet behind closed doors in secret to feel it, which is what the illumined ones claim to be doing. Poor Tom Valentine just doesn't get the message, folks. I listened to him Thursday night as he whined and cried about the broadcast we did on the hour of the time on Wednesday the night before. He claimed that he had been unjustly attacked by someone that he knew nothing about, and that I was really angry because he didn't treat me too well during an interview that took place way back in 1989. All of that, folks, was lies. Total lies. He claimed that he knew nothing whatsoever about me. That is a lie also. You see, Tom Valentine has been attacking me personally for years. Those of you who listen to his program regularly know that. People have called in, asked him about William Cooper. And he has told people that I am not credible, that I'm some kind of a bullshit artist. On Tuesday night, June the 8th, he made this statement: William Cooper is a CIA disinformation agent. When one of my CAGI members, I don't know which one, I don't know who it was, called in to offer some help to his guest who felt threatened by agencies of the federal government. Tom Valentine asked him about the organization that was offering the help, and he said it's William Cooper's organization, the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence, at which point Tom Valentine said, William Cooper is a CIA disinformation agent. Now, if you don't believe that, folks, you get the tape of Radio Free America for Tuesday night, June the 8th, and you will see that Tom Valentine is just not the innocent little fellow that he's pretending to be. And he knows that if no one draws your attention to it, you'll go away thinking that what he told you was correct. Well, you see, I can't allow that because I am not a CIA disinformation agent. Could not be, would not be, will never be. And my message to Tom Valentine is prove it or apologize. Prove it or apologize. His statement that I made an unwarranted attack on him was also a lie. Because I did not attack Tom Valentine, folks, and you all know it. You all know it. You all listened. All I did was read for 1 hour his own words from a book entitled 5/5/2000, Ice, the Ultimate Disaster, written by Richard W. Noone, spelled Noone. During which time, Tom Valentine disclosed that he is a member of the Brotherhood, the Illuminati, that his God is really Lucifer, that he believes in salvation by works, and I could go on and on and on and on. He also believes in a master race, the Hyksos, or Hexos as he calls them. And the rest of us are just animals. This is the typical Illuminati line. By his own words, folks, all I did was read you his own words. The reference to communism at the end of the broadcast was also from his own words. Now, I forget the exact hour of Radio Free America where he stated this, but I was listening within the last 3 months. Tom Valentine, during the last hour, I believe, of a broadcast of Radio Free America, talked about how, in his earlier days, he had been enamored with communism. And then at one time he had been a communist. His own words. I didn't make it up. You can go back and search through his tapes, and unless he gets those tapes and destroys them before you get there, you will hear him say that. Now, he claims that he's a Christian. I doubt it very seriously. Priests, adepts, highly degreed individuals of the mystery school, like leopards, do not change their spots. However, a few throughout history have. So until we can prove otherwise, I will give Mr. Valentine the benefit of the doubt, and maybe he has become a Christian. But until someone who really knows what being a Christian is all about asks him some very pertinent questions and gets the right answers in return, that question is still open as to not whether Tom Valentine is really Christian. I will show you or demonstrate to you how these people mask their true identity and what their true beliefs are. We know that George Bush is a member of the Illuminati and was initiated by lying naked in a tomb with a ribbon tied around his genitalia at Yale University in the Skull and Bones, where he ritualistically died and was born again and given a new name. And at a press conference, when a reporter asked George Bush if he was a Christian, this was George Bush's answer, quote, "If you are asking if I have been born again, the answer is yes," unquote, and the sheeple took this to mean that yes, he was a Christian. The Illuminati do believe in Christ, the Christ consciousness. They believe that anyone can become Christ. In fact, they believe anyone can become God. They believe Christ is an office. They believe that Christ was a teacher, a man, was not the Son of God, was not God, had no divinity whatsoever, was not resurrected, did not ascend unto heaven to sit at the right hand of his Father. And you cannot believe anything that these people say. You see, once Tom Valentine revealed in his own words in 552,000 that he is a member of the Brotherhood, you have to understand that the knowledge that he has of the esoteric belief system of the Brotherhood indicates that he is a highly degreed adept or priest of the Brotherhood, and that he has taken many, many oaths, swearing that he will never reveal the secrets upon pain of death, and that he will never betray another member of the Brotherhood upon pain of death. I'm going to read you one of those oaths now. In fact, I'll read you two of those oaths, so that you'll see that the oaths get more serious the farther up the ladder one obtains. Listen very closely. I'm not going to tell you which degree this is, but I will tell you it's taken out of Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry. Also on Thursday night, Tom Valentine stated that he had left the Stell group, but he did not deny that he is a Freemason or a member of the Brotherhood. You see, there are many branches of the Illuminati, and they have many different names. Just because Tom Valentine left the Stell group does not mean that he has deserted the Brotherhood. Now, you'd better understand that. The purpose of that broadcast that we did last Wednesday night was not to attack Tom Valentine at all. The purpose of that broadcast was to let you know who he is, so that when you hear him say that William Cooper is a CIA disinformation agent, you can then judge his reasons and his agenda for saying that a little bit better than you could before you knew that information. And I intentionally used only his words and no other words to show you who he is. I did not make up anything. Nothing came off the top of my head. I made no accusations. I merely read to you his own words, and those words convicted Tom Valentine, not William Cooper. And I have to say this also, folks. If he had not blatantly, and with no reason, attacked me and accused me of being a CIA disinformation agent, that program would never have been necessary, because on this program, my admonition to everyone is to listen to everyone, read everything, believe nothing until you have investigated and found the truth in your own research. So I care not who people are, what organizations they belong to, what religion they practice, for the Constitution guarantees us protection of those rights, including the rights of Tom Valentine to worship Lucifer, or Jesus Christ, or Buddha, if he wants to. We have no complaint with that here. But in light of the accusation he made against me, it was absolutely necessary that the listening audience know who Tom Valentine is, what he really believes, what his hidden agenda is, so that you can judge his statement in the light of the truth. Now I'm going to read to you two oaths, ladies and gentlemen, taken from Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor, or Guide to the Three Symbolic Degrees of the Ancient York Rite, and to the degrees of Mark Master, Past Master, Most Excellent Master, and the Royal Ark, by Malcolm C. Duncan, explained and interpreted by copious notes and numerous engravings, 3rd edition, with additions and corrections, printed by the David McKay Company, Incorporated of New York, which is the Freemason Publishing Company. So, folks, this will open your eyes and your ears, and you will realize how you're deceived and how these people must lie to you when you ask them for answers. They cannot give them to you, and will not. I quote directly from Duncan's. I, and whoever it is states their name, of my own free will and accord, in presence of Almighty God in this lodge of most excellent Master Masons, erected to him and dedicated to King Solomon, do hereby and hereon most solemnly and sincerely promise and swear, in addition to my former obligations, that I will not give the secrets of most excellent Master to any one of an inferior degree, nor to any person in the known world, except it be to a true and lawful brother of this degree, and within the body of a just and lawfully constituted lodge of such, and not unto him nor them whom I shall hear so to be, but unto him and them only whom I shall find so to be, after strict trial and due examination or lawful information. Furthermore, do I promise and swear that I will obey all regular signs and summonses handed, sent, or thrown to me from a brother of this degree, or from the body of a just and lawful constituted lodge of such, provided it be within the length of my cable toe. Furthermore, do I promise and swear that I will support the Constitution of the General Grand Royal Ark Chapter of the United States, also that of the Grand Chapter of this state under which this lodge is held, and conform to all the bylaws, rules, and regulations of this or any other lodge of which I may hereafter become a member. Furthermore, do I promise and swear that I will aid and assist all poor and indigent brethren of this degree, their widows and orphans, wheresoever dispersed around the globe, as far as in my power, without injuring myself or family. Furthermore, do I promise and swear that the secrets of a brother of this degree, given to me in charge as such, and I knowing them to be such, shall remain as secret and inviolable in my breast as in his own, murder and treason excepted, and the same left to my own free will and choice. Furthermore, do I promise and swear that I will not wrong this lodge of most excellent Master Masons, nor a brother of this degree, to the value of anything, knowingly, myself, nor suffer it to be done by others if in my power to prevent it. Furthermore, do I promise and swear that I will dispense light and knowledge to all ignorant and uninformed brethren at all times, as far as is in my power, without material injury to myself or family. To all which I do most solemnly swear, with a fixed and steady purpose of mind in me to keep and perform the same, binding myself under no less penalty than to have my breast torn open and my heart and vitals taken from thence, and exposed to rot on the dunghill, if ever I violate any part of this my solemn oath or obligation of a most excellent Master Mason, so help me God and keep me steadfast in the due performance of the same. Master, to the candidate, detach your hands and kiss the book 6 times. The candidate obeys. You will now rise and receive from me the sign, grip, and word of a most excellent Master Mason. Now, folks, there's several things in this oath you need to know. Number one, they swear, they pledge. This is unbelievable that they do this. They pledge. Let me read this to you. Furthermore, do I promise and swear that the secrets of a brother of this degree, given to me in charge as such, and I knowingly them to be such, shall remain as secret and inviolable in my breast as in his own, murder and treason excepted, and the same left to my own free will and choice. So even if he knows that a fellow brother has committed murder or treason, he can, of his own free will, decide not to inform anyone. And anything other than murder and treason, he is bound by solemn oath not to divulge and to protect and help that brother of the brotherhood of the order in every way possible. Now, let me give you the oath of the next degree, which excerpts from it the part about murder and treason accepted, and the same left to my own free will and choice, and makes it mandatory that no matter what the brother does, he is to be protected, helped, aided, and abetted, and its secrets are to be kept. And here is that oath. I, and the person gives their name, of my own free will and accord, in presence of Almighty God in this chapter of Royal Ark Masons erected to God and dedicated to Zerubbabel, do hereby and hereon most solemnly and sincerely promise and swear, in addition to my former obligations, that I will not reveal the secrets of this degree to any of an inferior degree, nor to any being in the known world, except it be to a true and lawful companion royal ark mason, or within the body of a just and legally constituted chapter of such, and never unto him or them whom I shall hear to be, but to him and them only whom I shall find so to be, after strict trial and due examination or lawful information given. I furthermore promise and swear that I will not wrong this chapter of Royal Ark Masons, or a companion of this degree, out of the value of anything myself, nor suffer it to be done by others, if in my power to prevent it. I furthermore promise and swear that I will not reveal the key to the ineffable characters of this degree, nor retain it in my possession, but will destroy it whenever it comes to my sight. I furthermore promise and swear that I will not speak the grand omnific royal ark word, which I shall hereafter receive in any manner, except in that in which I shall receive it, which will be in the presence of 3 companions, royal ark masons, myself making one of the number, and then by 3 times 3 under a living ark, and at low breath. I furthermore promise and swear that I will not be at the exaltation of candidates in a clandestine chapter, nor converse upon the secrets of this degree with a clandestine made masons, or with one who has been expelled or suspended while under that sentence. I furthermore promise and swear that I will not assist or be present at the exaltation of a candidate to this degree who has not received the degrees of entered apprentice, fellow craft, master mason, mark master, past master, and most excellent master. I furthermore promise and swear that I will not be at the exaltation of more nor less than 3 candidates at one and the same time. I furthermore promise and swear that I will not be at the forming or opening of a chapter of Royal Ark Masons unless there be present 9 Royal Ark Masons, myself making one of that number. I furthermore promise and swear that I will not speak evil of a companion Royal Ark Mason behind his back nor before his face, but will apprise him of all approaching danger if in my power. I furthermore promise and swear that I will support the Constitution of the General Grand Royal Ark Chapter of the United States of America, together with that of the Grand Chapter of this state under which this chapter is holden, that I will stand to and abide by all the bylaws, rules, and regulations of this chapter or of any other chapter of which I may hereafter become a member. I furthermore promise and swear that I will answer and obey all due signs and summonses handed, sent, or thrown to me from a chapter of Royal Ark Masons, or from a companion Royal Ark Mason, if within my the length of my cable tow. I furthermore promise and swear that I will not strike a companion Royal Ark Mason so as to draw his blood in anger. I furthermore promise and swear that I will employ a companion Royal Ark Mason in preference to any other person of equal qualifications. I furthermore promise and swear that I will assist a companion Royal Ark Mason when I see him engaged in any difficulty, and will espouse his cause so far as to extricate him from the same, whether he be right or wrong. I furthermore promise and swear that I will keep all the secrets of a companion Royal Ark Mason when communicated to me as such, or I knowing them to be such, without exceptions. I furthermore promise and swear that I will be aiding and assisting all poor and indigent companions, Royal Ark Masons, and their widows and orphans, wheresoever dispersed around the globe, they making application to me as such, and I finding them worthy, and can do it without any material injury to myself or family. To all of which I most solemnly and sincerely promise and swear, with a firm and steadfast resolution to keep and perform the same, without any equivocation, mental reservation, or self-evasion of mind in me whatever, finding myself under no less penalty than to have my skull smote off and my brains exposed to the scorching rays of the meridian sun, should I knowingly or willfully violate or transgress any part of this, my solemn oath and obligation of a Royal Ark Mason, so help me God, and keep me steadfast in the due performance of the same. Principal Sojourner, kiss the book 7 times. The candidate kisses the book as directed. And there's more to the ceremony, but you have heard the pertinent facts. Now you know why some people who are better qualified or equally qualified go apply for a job and they don't get it. Some other guy does because he's a Freemason. Now you know why if you go into court facing a Freemason and the judge is a Freemason, you've lost the case before you can even present it. And on and on and on and on. And you'll notice that in the last oath, there is no qualification as to murder or treason, but it says he must aid his brother Mason with no exceptions, whether he be right or wrong. You also learned that the penalty for revealing the secrets or breaking their oath is death. Death. Now, these Masons can tell you that these are just frivolous oaths, part of an ancient ritual, and they don't mean anything, and if you're stupid enough to believe that, then go right ahead. Go right ahead. You see, I know that grown men don't take frivolous oaths. And you'll notice the reference to God in those oaths. Their God is not the same God that most of us believe to be God. Their God is Lucifer. Lucifer, who set man free from the Garden of Eden with the gift of intellect, the light, the sun. Lucifer. The mind. The concept that man himself will become God. I hope you all understand the implications of what you've learned tonight, and what you'll continue to learn as you listen to the Hour of the Time. I wish Tom Valentine well. I wish everybody in the world well. I want all the ills that have plagued mankind to disappear from this earth, and I would like to see man live peacefully with other men. I would like to see peace and goodwill reign upon the earth. But I'm not stupid, folks. I know that man is inherently flawed, and unless we guard our liberties and our freedoms, and unless we understand who the enemy is and guard against usurpation of those things that we consider to be worthwhile, then we will lose them. We will lose them. The ancient goal of the mystery religion of Babylon to create a utopia upon the face of this earth is a worthy ideal to strive for, but in reality, it will not and cannot work until man matures, until every person becomes responsible and educated, until secrets and deception and manipulations disappear from the earth, until dogma disappears. Don't ever believe anything unless you can prove it's true, folks. Anything at all. I don't care what it is. If you do, you are at the mercy. You are at the mercy of whoever is convincing you that you should believe it. You'll be a puppet at the end of someone's string. And to Mr. Tom Valentine, if you don't want to experience another program like last Wednesday night on the hour of the time, then you shouldn't be calling other people names. And I'm going to say this again. You stated on Tuesday, June the 8th, that I, William Cooper, am a CIA disinformation agent. Either prove it or apologize, but in any case, don't throw stones when you're living in a glass house. It's time for our break, folks. Don't go away. I'll be right back after this very short pause. Hello, folks. This is William Cooper. I know that many of you out there are worried about the economic condition that you find yourselves in, and you're also getting increasingly upset at the turn that the economy of the United States of America is taking. And it's not just here in this country, it's around the world. I learned just how bad it really is when I took my trip to London and spoke at Wembley Arena. If you would like to find out some of the ways which you can save your assets and protect yourself and your family from what's coming, and if you're smart, you can see it, no one has to tell you, call 1-800-289-2646. That's 1-800-289-2646. Talk to our friends at Swiss America Trading and ask them, if you're one of the first 200 callers, about the book by Harry Figure on Tackle the Debt. Will be sent to you free of charge. Also, if you mention my name, William Cooper, you'll receive a free newsletter on protecting your future. Folks, by protecting your future, you're protecting the future of this show and freedom for the world. All we're concerned about here is getting information out to everybody in the world to wake the sheeple, empower the people, and save freedom for the world. Swiss America Trading is our partner in this effort, and for them to remain a partner in this effort, they've got to have your calls and they've got to have your business. So if you think the hour of the time is an important show, if you think that you're getting real work from this program, you need to call Swiss America Trading. You'll not only be supporting this program, folks, you will be taking positive steps, which you probably have not done up to this time, to protect your assets and save your family from tremendous financial hardships in the near future. Call 1-800-289-2646. Do it right now. 1-800-289-2646. Ask for Harry Figge's pamphlet on Tackle the Debt. Also mention my name, William Cooper, for a free newsletter on protecting your future. Remember, by protecting your future, you're protecting the future of this show, The Hour of the Time, and freedom for the world. This is the last conduit for truth in media upon the face of this earth, bar none. If you haven't figured that out yet, you better sit down and do some serious thinking. Have you fallen into the trap of liking someone and then believing they can't be wrong because you like them? You know, occasionally we're going to be wrong on this show, too, because we're human beings. But we're the only ones who will tell you that. We're the only ones who will tell you not to believe anything you hear here or anywhere else until you can prove it in your own research. We're the only ones trying to wake the sheeple and really empower the people, and we don't contradict ourselves on this show. You won't hear us have a guest who says one thing and hear us tell you that that thing is what we believe to be true, and then 2 weeks later have somebody on that says it's all a bunch of baloney, and hear me say that it's all a bunch of baloney like you do on all the other shows. It doesn't happen here. If we're ever wrong, we'll be the first to tell you. But we will not be contradictory. We will not add to the confusion and the chaos. Ordo ab chaos is one of the methodologies of the mystery schools. You see, they control both sides. Freemasons run everything, including the Patriot movement, folks. They are creating very quickly a state of chaos. And when anarchy begins to prevail and society begins to tumble and crumble, they will step in, institute order, and form their one-world totalitarian socialist state. Just like Hitler did in Germany. Go back and study what happened in Germany during Hitler's rise to power, and you will see the exact same thing is happening here now, today. Never, never follow heroes, for heroes are figments of your imagination. Never ever worship a leader, for then you will never have the ability to know when you are being fooled or when that leader is wrong. Now help yourself. Call 1-800-289-2646. 1-800-289-2646 and do it right now, folks. Do it right this moment. Remember, ask for Harry Figge's pamphlet, Tackle the Debt. Mention my name, William Cooper, and ask for the free newsletter on protecting your future. Do it now, 1-800-289-2646. That's 1-800-289-2646, and you'll be glad that you did. In 1974, ladies and gentlemen, 1974, at sea on board the aircraft carrier USS Oriskany, CBA 34, I was sent down to the communications center to pick up a top-secret SPCAT message and deliver it to the bridge. The message had already been decoded, and on the way to the bridge, I read the message. The message said, "Upon receipt, you are no longer to accept any orders from the White House." It was from the Joint Chiefs of Staff to the commanding officer, USS Oriskany, CBA 34, and the last part of the message says, "Acknowledge receipt." I took this message to the bridge where Commander Doherty was standing over the navigational plot. I handed it to him and I asked him, "Commander Doherty, what are we going to do as this message violates the Constitution of the United States of America?" He looked at me and he said, "Cooper, we will wait and see if any orders come from the White House, and then we will make a decision." I wrote about this in my book, Behold the Pale Horse. I talked about it in my lectures in 1988 and 1989 for the first time. And people told me that I was out of my mind, that I was crazy. When asked about a military coup during the Nixon presidency, Fletcher Prouty ducked the issue and said, "No, the coup took place when President Kennedy was assassinated." There were two coups, folks, and Fletcher Prouty knows it. Those of you who have seen my videotape of the lecture in Atlanta, Georgia, with the new Kennedy footage called The Sacrificed King, showing you what's really in Dealey Plaza, and how the movie JFK fooled everybody, and how actually Fletcher Prouty and Oliver Stone were laughing at the American people in that movie. then you know where Fletcher Prouty is coming from and why he made the statement that he did on Radio Free America. You also heard both Fletcher Prouty and Tom Valentine trying to cover up for the Freemasons, the Illuminati, the secret societies. And both of them were telling you, don't pursue that avenue of research, for they're not engaged in any conspiracy. Well, folks, I'm holding in my hands here a book entitled New World Order, The Ancient Plan of Secret Societies, written by William T. Still. And this book is copyrighted 1990. Now, I had disclosed to the public in lectures in 88 and 89 and 1990 everything I knew about the Nixon coup, that the rug was pulled out from under him. The military was ordered not to obey any orders from the White House. And, of course, the military controls communications, so even if the president wanted to send any orders to military units, he would not have been able to do it. In this book, William T. Still reveals what he knows about the Nixon coup. And I'm going to read you a portion of this so that you will understand. And I'm quoting directly from his book. My curiosity about secret societies began in the fall of 1973. As a young aspiring reporter living near Washington, D.C., I stumbled across a startling story of political intrigue. Since then, I've slowly pursued this sometimes contradictory story, only gradually coming to understand its significance over the years. This book is the fruit of more than a decade of research that led inexorably into their shadowy realm. On about October 15, 1973, I was given a memorandum by my father, Lieutenant Colonel William L. Still, a retired Air Force officer, one of the architects of the military's Defense Communications Network. On October 3, 1973, he was approached by an acquaintance, Joe Josephson, who claimed he had connections with the White House of President Richard M. Nixon. This acquaintance asked my father how he and his military friends would feel about a military takeover of the United States government. The atmosphere in Washington at that time was thick with political intrigue. The CIA stood accused of domestic spying at home and of coup d'etat making in Chile. The Watergate hearings had gone on throughout the summer, and now President Nixon was refusing to comply with court orders to surrender the White House tapes as evidence. The American Civil Liberties Union was taking out full-page ads in the New York Times urging impeachment of the president. My father was dumbfounded by the suggestion that a coup was afoot. Fortunately, he was able to conceal his shock long enough to learn some of the details from his associate, Mr. Josephson. Shortly thereafter, he wrote a memorandum detailing the incident and circulated it in military intelligence and FBI channels. This startling memorandum reads as follows. Memorandum for the record. Subject: rumor concerning planning for a military coup within the United States of America. Introduction. My name is William L. Still, Lieutenant Colonel, United States Air Force, retired. I am not an alarmist and consider myself to be intelligent, objective, and an analyst of above average capability. I am writing this statement only after careful consideration of its potential impact on both the country and myself. The following summary is a combination of fact, hearsay, and conjecture. I have limited the subjective data to those areas which I believe will aid in evaluating the source of the rumor and make no comment on the rumor itself. I have not included the names of pertinent personnel or organizations for their own protection. However, I will cooperate fully with any responsible investigators. A committee exists which is dedicated to the repeal of the 22nd Amendment to the Constitution. Its goal is to place Mr. Nixon in the White House for a third term. Connected in some manner with this organization is a second committee which has a super-patriotic name, such as the Committee for the Preservation of Constitutional Processes. I do not remember the exact name, however, it was similar to this. It is to be used as a fallback cover in the event that the first committee cannot accomplish its goal by constitutional means. This second committee, despite its name, is dedicated to keeping Mr. Nixon in office by any means, including a military coup by high-ranking officers. I heard this rumor on 3 October 1973. The man from whom I heard this story stated that he had recently been sounded out on a writing job for the second committee, and that there was apparently unlimited money behind it, as price was no object in salary discussions. He gave the above rumor as the strategy of the organization. We then entered into a discussion on the tactics which could be used to execute such a coup. During the course of the discussion, I was questioned as to the feasibility of the plan and asked whether I thought senior military men could be enlisted for such an effort. Upon reading this memorandum, I dropped everything and spent my time trying to convince other members of the press in Washington that this was a legitimate threat. What happened next was the stuff spy novels are made of, guns and car chases through Washington, as well as much more sophisticated spy games. Now, he goes on here and talks more, but due to the limited time left in this hour of the time, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit and try to give you the gist of this as quickly as I possibly can. Former CIA employees under direction of the White House were caught breaking into Democratic National Headquarters at the Watergate office complex in Washington. An informed intelligence source has told me the burglars were working on a tip that there was evidence that Democratic presidential candidate Senator George McGovern had accepted substantial illegal contributions from Fidel Castro. Nixon maneuvered successfully to keep an investigation of the incident relatively quiet until after the fall election. Then early in '73, the famed Senate Watergate hearings started. Nixon loyalists floated what is known in Washington as a trial balloon. They tipped off the local Washington media that a group of Americans who wanted Nixon to remain president for a third term or even longer had formed a group called the Committee to Repeal the 22nd Amendment. A third term is forbidden by the 22nd Amendment to the Constitution. This group gained no immediate support in Washington, and so it quietly died after, at most, a week of local media mention. However, local Washington Nixon watchers began to worry privately that the Committee to Repeal the 22nd Amendment signaled something more ominous brewing under the surface. Now, we know that then the Agnew affair started, and a mass-market paperback book entitled The Glass House Tapes was published by Louis Tackwood, who claimed that he was a member of a super-secret domestic intelligence unit of the Los Angeles Police Department, which was working on a plan to create a chaotic domestic political situation in the United States that would give President Nixon the justification for declaring martial law. Tackwood claimed that he helped set up a secret operation which would allow anti-war demonstrators to break onto the floor of the 1972 Republican Convention, then scheduled to take place in San Diego, just as Vice President Agnew began to speak. Tackwood and his accomplices would then cause a riot on the convention floor, with the demonstrators battling police. During the resulting uproar, the Vice President would be shot on nationwide TV to gain maximum impact. This incident would be followed by a wave of nationwide bombings for which the revolutionary left would openly take credit. In response, President Nixon would then have the justification to declare a state of national emergency and essentially suspend constitutional rights. Now, folks, as wild as this tale may sound, Tackwood's assertions are more believable today given what happened to Agnew. He was certainly considered expendable by the White House. Although Nixon did not replace him on the ticket in 1972, Agnew resigned on October 10, 1973, after allegations of corruption and bribery suddenly surfaced. According to Senator Barry Goldwater's autobiography, Nixon never liked Agnew because his nomination had been forced upon him by the conservative wing of the Republican Party. Nixon then selected Gerald Ford to replace Agnew. As his vice president, Ford later granted Nixon a presidential pardon from any future prosecution. Former Nixon aide John Dean hinted that he may have been aware of this incident. In a December 1982 interview on ABC TV's After Hours, Dean said that he knew about these assassination plots, but said that he didn't know just what to make of them. I might add, folks, that all of these people are Freemasons. The idea in such an assassination strategy is, of course, to create a chaotic condition. This is usually considered a necessity in coup-making. At the peak of chaos, you move quickly and ruthlessly to seize power by force and kill your opposition during the turmoil. Although President Nixon's role remains uncertain, it is clear that some powerful group was trying to create a chaotic political situation in the United States in October of 1973, and I'm telling you the same thing is happening right now. The Marxist government of Salvador Allende was overthrown in Chile. Many observers in Washington feared that the covert expertise gained in Chile by the CIA would soon come home to rest in the United States. October 3rd, 1973. Colonel Still was asked how he and his military friends would feel about a military takeover of the U.S. government. 2 weeks later, Colonel Still circulated his memo to the FBI, top intelligence officials, and the press. October 20th, 1973. Watergate Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox was fired by President Nixon for continuing his Watergate investigations. Attorney General Elliot Richardson and Deputy Attorney General Ruckelshaus were fired by Nixon for refusing to fire Cox. General Alexander Haig, Nixon's chief of staff at the time, testified before Congress at his confirmation hearings for Secretary of State on January 14, 1981, concerning these events. Although it went totally unnoticed by the assembled press corps, Haig dropped a bombshell that day concerning what has been called the Saturday Night Massacre. He revealed that the firings were no surprise to the participants, although they were to the rest of the world. Haig claims that Attorney General Richardson knew his fate at least a day in advance, and that the firings were designed to prevent far more drastic scenarios. Haig described Attorney General Richardson's bargain with the devil in agreeing to the plan. Now, I must say in fairness to him that his agreement the day before to implement the plan, in fact he helped to construct it, was an alternative to something that was far more drastic. Haig then explained what he meant by far more drastic. He asserted that some people in Washington were flirting with solutions which would have been extra-constitutional. Haig would later warn Archibald Cox's replacement, Leon Jaworski, about the dangers to the nation that Watergate posed. Jaworski then warned the grand jury that if they indicted the president, that if they did, Nixon might use force to keep himself in office. On June 1982, Watergate grand juror Harold Evans appeared in a segment of the ABC News magazine 2020 and said that Jaworski had warned the grand jury that if indicted, the president might have surrounded the White House with armed forces. Reporter Seymour Hersh, in an August 83 interview of the Atlantic Monthly entitled The Pardon, wrote that Haig is known to have spread similar concerns inside the White House. Syndicated columnist Carl Rowan broke the story that President Nixon may well have been planning a military takeover of the government. On October 26, 1973, in a column in the Washington Star entitled, "Has President Nixon Gone Crazy?" Rowan wrote, "Those who wonder about the president's emotional balance have now begun to suspect that even in the face of a vote to impeach, he might try, as commander-in-chief, to use the military forces to keep himself in power." President Nixon met with the Joint Chiefs of Staff December 22, 1973, and tried to enlist their support in an extra-constitutional action to keep him in power. According to Seymour Hersh, writing in the August 83 edition of Atlantic Monthly in an article entitled The Pardon, one of the Chiefs of Staff recalls Nixon's speech with alarm. He kept on referring to the fact that he may be the last hope, that the Eastern elite was out to get him. He kept saying, "This is our last and best hope, the last chance to resist the fascists of the left." His words brought me straight up out of my chair. I felt the president, without the words having been said, was trying to sound us out to see if we would support him in some extra-constitutional action. He was trying to find out whether in a crunch there was support to keep him in power. August 27, 1974. On this date, the Washington Post, in a story entitled "Military Coup Fears Denied," reported that Secretary of Defense James Schlesinger had taken special measures to protect the military chain of command should any illegal orders come from President Nixon. Defense Secretary James Schlesinger requested a tight watch in the military chain of command to ensure that no extraordinary orders went out from the White House during the period of uncertainty. Pentagon officials have said that Schlesinger never feared that a coup would be successful, even if attempted. Nevertheless, Defense Department officials said the word went out that no commanders of any forces should carry out orders which came from the White House or elsewhere outside the normal military channels. Department officials have confirmed that Schlesinger and General George S. Brown, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, discussed among themselves how they should be aware of any illegal orders being issued to military units outside the formal chain of command structure. July 1974. Secretary of Defense Schlesinger investigated how quickly the Army's 82nd Airborne Division could be brought to Washington, D.C. from Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to counterbalance Marine contingents loyal to Nixon. Seymour Hersh, writer of the August '83 edition of the Atlantic Monthly, stated, Schlesinger began to investigate what forces could be assembled at his order as a counterweight to the Marines if Nixon, in a crisis, chose to subvert the Constitution. The notion that Nixon could at any time resort to extraordinary steps to preserve his presidency was far more widespread in the government than the public perceived in the early days of Watergate or perceives today. Hersh even suggested the probable military leader responsible for helping plan the coup attempt. When Richard Nixon was vice president under Eisenhower, he struck up a friendship with his military aide, Robert Cushman. In 1971, it was General Cushman who, as deputy director of the CIA, provided unauthorized CIA support to the illegal escapades of Watergate plumbers E. Howard Hunt and G. Gordon Liddy. By June 1974, Cushman had been appointed as the Marine representative on the Joint Chiefs of Staff, one of the 5 most powerful military men in the nation. Schlesinger watched Cushman closely for several months. The article in Atlantic Monthly continues. Schlesinger continued to believe that Cushman, with his personal loyalty to Nixon, was a weak link in the new chain of command. He quietly investigated just which forces would be available to Nixon. The Marines, Cushman's troops, were by far the strongest presence in the Washington area. And there you have it, folks. I have been vindicated. I was absolutely correct, and what I told you was the truth about the Nixon coup. Now, on that broadcast also, Fletcher Prouty said that in Vietnam, that the war was being run by the CIA and the OSS. This could not have been true, no matter what. And L. Fletcher Prouty knows it, folks. That was intentional disinformation. You see, the OSS was disbanded totally and completely long before the CIA was ever formed. My message, folks, wake the sheeple, empower the people, save freedom for the world. We must live our lives by the truth. Good night, folks, and God bless each and every single one of you.
You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with our expose of the Anti-Defamation League. This will be the second hour in this second live broadcast series. You can remember, if you are a long-time listener, that we did something similar to this months ago, and a lot of this information you're hearing in this series is new. It was not included in the last one. So, get your pen and paper ready, and don't go away. I bet you didn't know that post-World War II, the Anti-Defamation League was on the United States watch list. Watch list, you say? You don't even know what that is, do you? The Anti-Defamation League links to the Bolshevik regime and its intelligence services date back decades. Even during World War II, folks, when the Soviet Union and the United States were allied against the Nazis, certain ADL officials were kept on United States military intelligence watch lists as suspected Soviet agents. According to one eyewitness account, Sanford Griffith, who headed the equivalent of the fact-finding division during and immediately following World War II, was on just such a list. The April 5th, 1955 issue of Headlines and What's Behind Them catalogs a controversial instance in which the Anti-Defamation League provided cover for a known Soviet intelligence asset. The Soviet agent in question, Vladimir Stepankowski, had been deported from France and Switzerland in the mid-1930s after having been identified as the head of the Bolshevik Information Bureau, only to immigrate to the United States and immediately go to work for the Anti-Defamation League's Mitchell Solomon. Through Solomon's ties to United States Army Lieutenant Colonel Eugene Prince, an intelligence officer in charge of immigration background checks, Stepankowski was able to penetrate American wartime intelligence operations. In 1954, he was identified by Elizabeth Bentley as a member of a Soviet spy ring. However, he was saved from prosecution through the intervention of his ADL case officer, Mitchell Solomon. By this point, the ADL had deployed the Soviet agent
into the National Renaissance Party of Robert Madoll, a neo-Nazi counter-gang that had been set up largely by ADL infiltrators in order to create the specter of a new fascist menace inside the United States. According to the headlines account, the Madoll group attracted a small core of members principally on the basis of the ADL providing NRP founder Madoll with a stable of prostitutes from the Mickey Jelke vice ring. ADL officials Ben Epstein and Arnold Forster then reportedly used Stepankowski's information to inundate the Veld Commission. That's the House Un-American Activities Committee. Remember, I told you, Joseph McCarthy was right. They inundated the committee with scare stories that the NRP had swelled to 200 to 700 members in New York City alone. ADL officials and the Anti-Defamation League as an organization are guilty of the same crimes for which Carl Spitz Chanel and Richard Miller were indicted during the 1987 Iran-Contra probe, illegally using private, tax-exempt organizations to conduct covert operations. However, unlike Chanel and Miller, who were low-level flunkies in the overall secret parallel government plot, the ADL was deeply involved in every facet of the Iran-Contra scandal and the Project Democracy scheme at the very highest levels, on both the government and private sector sides. The ADL's central role in the official Project Democracy apparatus of the Reagan-Bush era was an outgrowth of the ADL's long-standing position as a major agency within the United States branch of the Socialist Internationale, which has always been dominated by members of the old Bukharinite right opposition to Stalin. This link is typified by fact-finding division head Erwin Sewell, who was trained by the International Ladies Garment Workers Union of former United States Communist Party Chairman J. Lovestone. Sewell was later schooled at the premier Fabian Labor School, Ruskin College, at Britain's Oxford University, William Clinton's alma mater, and then passed through the Socialist Party and the Jewish Labor Committee before graduating to his ADL post in 1967. Today, Sewell sits on the board of the League for Industrial Democracy and the Social Democrats USA. The direct links between the ADL and the Iran-Contra fiasco run through the following key players. Take note. Carl Gershman, a former paid staffer of the Anti-Defamation League's Fact-Finding Division, was the director of the National Endowment for Democracy, or NED, throughout the Iran-Contra fiasco. From 1966 to 1972, Gershman was employed by the research department of the ADL. According to Jerome Baxt, his supervisor at the time, Gershman used his extensive experiments as a New Left activist at Yale University to provide the ADL with detailed dossiers on Students for a Democratic Society, the Black Panther Party, and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. According to documents, ladies and gentlemen, procured under the Freedom of Information Act, as well as a recently published book-length account of the FBI's COINTELPRO efforts against the black student movement in the 1960s, the ADL dossiers, apparently including Gershman's work, were regularly passed on to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Division 5. Early this year, Gershman hired ADL Fact-Finding Division Deputy Director David Lowe as his executive assistant at the State Department United States Information Agency Unit. NED was a major government funding conduit for Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North and for the White House Deputy Walter Raymond's Public Diplomacy Project, a black propaganda and active measures effort launched to shape media coverage of the Sandinista regime in Nicaragua. Anti-Defamation League Latin American Affairs Director
Rabbi Morton M. Rosenthal was directly financed by the NED in 1985 to conduct an electoral fact-finding trip through Central America. Among Rosenthal's assignments for the NED was the monitoring of the presidential elections in El Salvador. On May 23, 1983, Rosenthal issued a report charging that the Sandinista regime in Nicaragua was guilty of anti-Semitism. The Rosenthal attack on the Sandinistas was part of an effort to marshal Jewish support for the Reagan administration's Contra effort. That month, Rosenthal addressed a closed-door White House meeting sponsored by Faith Whittlesey, at which aspects of the covert Contra support program were apparently discussed. In a memorandum to the Latin American Affairs Committee of the ADL, dated June 9, 1983, Rosenthal described the ADL's direct role in the anti-Sandinista propaganda offensive. The ADL's Sandinista anti-Semitism stories' unusually wide international and domestic coverage by both print and electronic media stimulated a flood of calls and mail to Nicaragua's embassy and consulates, and also elicited strong comments from members of Congress. A few days after the story broke, folks, the Nicaraguan embassy contacted us through intermediaries and inquired if we were willing to meet and discuss the issues. The embassy then called officially to invite ADL representatives to meet the Nicaraguan ambassador, Antonio Yarpin, and the meeting was held at the Nicaraguan embassy in Washington on Monday, June the 6th. Kenneth Bailkin, then the national chairman of the ADL, was the attorney for Saudi billionaire Adnan Khashoggi during 1984 and 1985, when Khashoggi provided the initial funds through which the Iranian government purchased arms from the North Seacord Hakim enterprise. At the time of these transactions, Bailkin was also a member of an administrative commission revamping United States federal codes. Another member of the commission was C. Boyden Gray, the general counsel to Vice President George Bush, who formerly ran the administration's Special Situation Group Crisis Pre-Planning Group, the White House interagency units set up under National Security Decision Directive No. 3 to oversee the Reagan-Bush's government's Central American policy. The Lake Resources Front Company in Geneva, Switzerland, through which General Richard Secord and Albert Hakim laundered the Iranian profits to the Contras, was controlled from the outset by attorney Willard Zucker, a former partner of Bailkin's at Wilkie Farr. Zucker had been installed by the ADL national chairman in 1972 as the chief of the IOS legal department. This made him a key inside player in the Vesco looting of the fund. Edmund Safra, one of the ADL's major financial angels, was the co-owner with Willard Zucker of the fleet of corporate jets which were used to shuttle then National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane and Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North to secret meetings in Tehran. The Anti-Defamation League itself was directly involved in the Active Measures Department of the enterprise, though its sponsorship of a series of propaganda broadsides attacking as anti-Semites leftist groups which opposed the administration's Central American policy. One such study, commissioned by the ADL in 1983, resulted in a book-length attack by writer Harvey Clare on the group called Clergy and Laity Concerned. Another study by longtime ADL stringer Rael Jean Isaac made similar attacks against the Institute for Policy Studies. In 1984, ADL chapters around the country hosted a speaking tour by Isaac. Both Clare and Isaac were funded during the same period by the Smith Richardson Foundation, a North Carolina-based tax-exempt foundation with very strong ties to the social democratic wing of the United States intelligence community. Reagan-era National Security Advisor Richard Allen and the United Nations Ambassador Jean Kirkpatrick both currently sit on the board of Smith Richardson. This report, ladies and gentlemen, is taken tonight from the pages of Dope Incorporated. That's Dope Incorporated, researched and compiled by the editors of the Executive Intelligence Review, research done by the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence and the Intelligence Service. Today, more than ever, the Anti-Defamation League as an organization represents a major agent provocateur factor within the United States, fomenting racial and ethnic tensions, all the while claiming to be the great defenders of civil rights. Freedom of Information Act records show that the ADL played a major role in the Federal Bureau of Investigation's COINTELPRO racial matters and white hate groups operations targeting the civil rights movement as well as its opponents. Among the paid informants used by the ADL during the civil rights struggles of the 1960s were Ku Klux Klan members implicated in the murders of 3 civil rights workers in the state of Mississippi. A February 13, 1970 article in the Los Angeles Times by investigative reporter Jack Nelson first revealed FBI and ADL joint patronage of the Roberts brothers in the June 30, 1968 murder of a Klanswoman named Kathy Ainsworth. At the time of the shootout in front of the Meridian, Mississippi home of ADL official Meyer Davidson, which resulted in the death of Ainsworth and the near death of her associate Thomas A. Terrence III, who survived over 70 shotgun rifle and pistol wounds miraculously. Alton Wayne Roberts and 6 other Klansmen had already been convicted for federal civil rights violations in connection with their infamous murder of civil rights workers Cheney, Goodman, and Schwerner in Philadelphia, Mississippi in 1964. Roberts' case, ladies and gentlemen, was under appeal when, according to various newspaper accounts and local police reports, the brothers were approached by Adolph Sam Botnick, who is still the ADL's regional director in New Orleans, with the proposition that they would be paid $69,000 to act as agents, provocateurs, in setting up a Klan bombing of Anti-Defamation League official Meyer Davidson's home. In other words, the ADL hired Klansmen to bomb their own official's home. Botnick had been a close associate of the FBI Division 5 counterintelligence chief in New Orleans, the late Guy Bannister, implicated in the John F. Kennedy assassination, in whose home, ladies and gentlemen, was found Stone Thalases, who had established the left-wing Fair Play for Cuba group that was part of the milieu of President John F. Kennedy's purported assassination of Lee Harvey Oswald. Bannister had also been a controller of an agent provocateur network in the Minutemen, which, according to one well-informed United States intelligence source, helped break James Earl Ray out of prison so that he could be used as a similar patsy in the April 4, 1968 murder of Dr. Martin Luther King in Memphis, Tennessee, just a few weeks prior to the Meridian, Mississippi shootout staged by the Roberts brothers at the behest of the ADL and the FBI. A police file report dated June 10, 1968 by Detective Luke Scarborough confirms the Los Angeles Times report of the Ainsworth setup, namely, that there was a 3-way deal between the ADL, FBI, and local police in the matter, for which the ADL had provided all of the money. As the apparent result of such Anti-Defamation League Federal Bureau of Investigation cooperation, much like the Waco massacre, the federal government trod lightly in punishing Alton Wayne Roberts for his part in the murder of Schwerner, Goodman, and Cheney, when on March 17, 1970, he was sentenced to only 10 years and was paroled in only 3. The Roberts brothers were reportedly later given the status of federally protected witnesses and remain on the FBI and ADL's informant roster to this day. As for the ADL officials, Sam Botnick still runs the ADL's New Orleans regional office, and his then assistant, Richard Lobenthal, took over ADL operations in Detroit. Lobenthal was later caught funding local members of the Communist Labor Party, a violent Maoist group infiltrated into local auto plants. Justin J. Fenger, who ran the ADL's Atlanta-based Southern Legal Department during the heyday of civil rights activities and Klan murders, is now Associate National Director of the Anti-Defamation League. The ADL dirty tricks, in collusion with the FBI, were later run against segments of the anti-war movement during the late 1960s and early 1970s. Freedom of Information Act documents released by the FBI, CF 100-530-X, from the special agent in charge, Los Angeles, to FBI Director Hoover on the subject, entitled Black Panther Party, Racial Matters, point to ADL FBI collusion against the Black Panther Party as well. The document in question is an October 22, 1968 ADL report on the Black Panther Party by Carl Gershman and Jerome Baxt, which concludes, and I quote, "For the present at least, increasingly frequent and increasingly violent encounters can be expected between the Panthers and the police," end quote. The discovery of this inflammatory report in FBI files corroborates a passage in the recent book entitled Racial Matters by Kenneth O'Reilly, and a chapter titled The Only Good Panther, which says, quote, "Division 5 tried to disrupt the Panthers by manipulating Rabbi Meir Kahane and the vigilante-type Jewish Defense League, JDL, leaking information to college administrators and sources in the Anti-Defamation League, and working with newspaper columnists. The FBI compared Panther ideology with the traditional anti-Semitism of organizations like the American Nazi Party and the even more traditional anti-Semitism of the late Adolf Hitler. And in the case of the JDL, the FBI did not limit itself to the furnishing of factual information, because Kahane's group could not be motivated to act unless the information concerning anti-Semitism and other matters were furnished with some embellishment," end quote. The ADL, ladies and gentlemen, has continued its involvement in such COINTELPRO type operations to this very day. In fact, well-informed United States intelligence sources charged that after the scope of the FBI's criminality in COINTELPRO had been exposed and condemned by the United States Congress, the FBI temporarily shopped out all such COINTELPRO operations to the Anti-Defamation League. And I'm going to give you two examples of just such cases. James R. Rosenberg, also known as Jimmy Mitchell, Jimmy Anderson, is a full-time paid agent of Anti-Defamation League Fact-Finding Division. Police reports corroborate statements to the Executive Intelligence Review that Rosenberg was the Anti-Defamation League's infiltrator into the Ku Klux Klan chapter in Trenton, New Jersey, who sought to provoke the group into bombing Trenton's chapter of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. Pay stubs from the ADL to Rosenberg at this time have been recovered. Like many provocateurs employed by both the ADL and the more overtly violent Jewish Defense League, Rosenberg was given military training in Israel as an Israeli Defense Forces soldier on loan from the U.S. National Guard. David Koresh spent time in Israel, studied in an Israeli school, the Talmud. He was also trained by the Jewish Defense League, or the Jewish Defense Forces, in infantry tactics. In 1981, a female Jewish Defense League member, using the code name Ricky, told the Executive Intelligence Review, quote, I met Jimmy in Israel around 1978 when I was at the Kfar Saba kibbutz near the West Bank. He was always bragging about how he worked for the Anti-Defamation League to infiltrate the Ku Klux Klan. Jimmy got all messed up on Valium. He even had to go for drug treatment, and that upset him because he got impotent for about 6 months. Jimmy really wanted to be in the Israeli military, and he made it. He sent me a picture. But he's a jobnik, a paper pusher. They wouldn't trust him in combat, end quote. Rosenberg returned from Israel in 1979 to continue his work for Erwin Sewell, who apparently used Jimmy's new military training to have him infiltrate the paramilitary right, which had become a major target of the ADL. On December 7, 1981, Rosenberg appeared in his undercover capacity on a WCCO television documentary in Minneapolis titled Armies of the Right, where he made the most violent and anti-Semitic statements of any of the members of the Christian Patriots Defense League on the show, and he himself was an operative of the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, the Jewish arm of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry Southern Jurisdiction. Either by oversight or intent, the producers never identified Rosenberg as an ADL provocateur, even though they knew. They simply identified him as Jimmy Anderson, an official of the Queens, New York chapter of the Christian Defense League. Rosenberg and another ADL infiltrator, provocateur in the group, were later arrested on the roof of a Manhattan brownstone brandishing automatic weapons. Mordecai Levy, also known as James Gutman, James Frank, Mark Levine, Mark Levy, Morty, etc. On August 10, 1989, Mordecai Levy was apprehended by the New York Police Department after he mounted the roof of his 6 Bleecker Street apartment building in Greenwich Village and wounded an innocent passerby in wild sniper fire. The shooting occurred after Jewish Defense League JDL leader Irv Rubin tried to deliver a subpoena to Levy. Levy now heads the rival Jewish Defense Organization for a civil libel case. The arrest, ladies and gentlemen, of the 30-year-old terrorist on charges of attempted murder, first-degree assault, and reckless endangerment brought to light a new chapter in the pattern of FBI and ADL collusion in domestic terrorism reminiscent of COINTELPRO. In a July 18, 1984 court deposition, the Anti-Defamation League's Erwin Sewell admitted that he has met and has had telephone conversations with Levy from time to time for quite some time. Sewell's admissions drastically underplayed Levy's long-standing role as one of the ADL's agents provocateurs. But in an interview with Village Voice reporter Robert Friedman, another ADL fact-finding division official, Gail Gans, confirmed Levy's status as an ADL operator. Levy was in fact a shared asset of the ADL, the FBI, and many other police agencies. 2 of Levy's FBI controllers are known to be FBI special agents Joseph Valaket and Paul Locke, both of the New York Field Office. Freedom of Information Act documents show that the New York Field Office had an official liaison with the ADL's national headquarters since, at the very least, the 1960s. In February 1979, Levy was caught attempting to provoke a major riot in Philadelphia. And now, folks, back to the ugly, stinking, rotten, putrid truth of the ADL. Something, many things, that most of you have never dreamed possible in your wildest imagination. In February 1979, Mordecai Levy, also known as James Gutman, James Frank, Mark Levine, Mark Levy, Morty, etc., was caught attempting to provoke a major riot in Philadelphia. Using the pseudonym James Gutman, Levy obtained a rally permit for a neo-Nazi rally, at which he planned to display banners reading, quote, "Hitler was right, gas the commie Jews," end quote. Working out of the Philadelphia offices of the JDL, Levy, under his phony neo-Nazi cover, was in the process of contacting all of the local Ku Klux Klan and Nazi groups to draw them into the event. Simultaneously, he was working with local left-wing and Jewish groups and black churches to organize a counter-demonstration. When some local reporters learned of Levy's scheme and informed the National Park Service, the rally permit was canceled. Local press headlines exposed the plot with headlines such as in the Journal, quote, "Jew applied for the permit for Nazi rally," end quote, and the Philadelphia Bulletin, quote, "Nazi rally rouser really Jewish," end quote. At the same time, the Anti-Defamation League ordered Levy to conduct a harassment campaign against associates of Lyndon LaRouche, which involved scores of death threats phoned into the offices of campaigner publications in New York City. By Levy's own admission, that effort culminated in an attempted JDL armed assault against Lyndon LaRouche's Riverdale, New York apartment and a menacing demonstration of JDLers and Yippies, which is the Youth International Party, in front of the campaigner offices. The ADL's direct use of Levy in criminal activities came to light in an affidavit submitted in October 1984 during LaRouche's civil libel suit against the National Broadcasting Corporation and the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith in the United States District Court in Alexandria, Virginia. Levy admitted to a California LaRouche associate that he had been ordered by the ADL to launch a telephone harassment campaign against the Alexandria jurors, which would be blamed on followers of LaRouche. The Anti-Defamation League, according to the affidavit, provided Levy with the names and addresses of the jurors. FBI Special Agent Richard Wade of the Alexandria Field Office was ordered by federal judge James Kacharis to investigate the Levy jury tampering evidence, but the investigation was quashed. On November 20th, 1984, Levy fired a .45 caliber bullet into the Los Angeles house of a LaRouche associate who was investigating this jury tampering incident. In 1985, Levy also emerged as a suspected accomplice in several of the most significant domestic terrorist acts in years. On August 15th, 1985, Sharim Subzokov, a leader of the Circassian Muslim community in Paterson, New Jersey, was the target of a bombing of his home, which caused his death on September 7th. Just days before the explosion, Mordecai Levy had been in Paterson publicly attacking Subzokov in a local synagogue with the very same charges by which the United States Justice Department's official Office of Special Investigations had unsuccessfully tried to prove Subzokov was a Nazi war criminal. A few days after the bombing, Levy held a press conference in Paterson applauding the attack, but denying responsibility. 1 week prior to the bombing, Levy had phoned a death threat to Subzokov's attorney in the OSI case, Michael Dennis Esquire, during which Levy also vowed to kill Subzokov. On October the 11th, 1985, Alex Oda, the Santa Ana, California head of the Arab American Anti-Discrimination Committee, died at precisely 11:21 a.m. after a bomb rigged to the door of his office exploded as Oda was reporting for work. The night before he was assassinated, Oda had been interviewed on 2 national television shows on the hijacking of the Achille Larousse cruise ship, which Oda said had been the work of an anti-Arafat terrorist splinter group from the Palestine Liberation Organization. Highly reliable sources report that Oda had been the recipient of multiple threats from Mordecai Levy, the JDL, and the JDO. Although FBI Director William Webster, a longtime friend of the Anti-Defamation League, was obliged to publicly identify the Jewish underground as the most active terrorist organization in the United States during 1985. No arrests were ever made in either the Subzokov or Oda cases. Now let me say that once again just in case it didn't sink in. Federal Bureau of Investigation Director William Webster, who was a longtime friend of the Anti-Defamation League, was forced to publicly identify the Jewish Underground as the most active terrorist organization in the United States during 1985. Sources close to the late Alex Oda were candidly told by the Federal Bureau of Investigation that there would be no arrests because of the killer's links to Israeli intelligence, the Mossad. The sources were also told that Levy would not be prosecuted despite evidence of his complicity before the fact, because he was to be used by the government as a witness in upcoming federal trials of Lyndon LaRouche. Top officials of the Anti-Defamation League are suspected accessories in a number of major international political assassinations, including the murders of Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme and Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. While no evidence is known to exist linking the ADL to the actual executions, very strong evidence does exist in all three cases implicating top Anti-Defamation League officials in the preparation or the cover-up of those crimes. In the case of the assassination of Indira Gandhi on October the 31st, 1984, eyewitness accounts of a courtroom encounter with Anti-Defamation League officials Irwin Sewell and Barbara Wall just hours after Mrs. Gandhi was murdered by a Sikh fanatic who was a member of her own security detail report that the two were visibly elated over her assassination. The key link between the Anti-Defamation League and the Sikh extremists who murdered Prime Minister Gandhi runs through Rabbi Rosenthal, a senior ADL employee and head of the League's Latin American Affairs Division, who is directly linked to the man who ordered the assassination, Dr. Jagjit Singh Chauhan. It also runs through Rosenthal's longtime intimate political collaborator and sometimes business partner, John Speller. Speller, ladies and gentlemen, is widely believed to be a high-level intelligence agent for British intelligence and Scottish Rite Freemasonic networks associated with Lord Nicholas Bethel and Julian Amory, although he also had documented links to Israeli, Soviet, and American intelligence services. 1 year before Mrs. Gandhi's assassination, Speller sponsored a United States visit by Jagjit Singh Chauhan, which included meetings with conservative members of the United States Senate. It was partly on the basis of that American tour that Soviet news agencies blamed the Reagan administration for the Gandhi assassination, even though then Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger was in the process of deepening United States-Indian military cooperation, which was threatening Soviet influence in the subcontinent. After Mrs. Gandhi's death, Rabbi Rosenthal and Speller, operating through a front company they had jointly established called Trans-Global Resources, arranged a series of secret meetings in Washington, London, and Quito, Ecuador, which resulted in the Ecuadorian government offering Chauhan a large tract of land on which to establish a Khalistani home as the ADL's full-time director of Latin American Affairs. Rosenthal had utilized the agency's channels inside the Ecuador to help establish a safe haven for Sikh extremists, some of whom had recently blown up an Air Canada flight and had plotted the assassination of Mrs. Gandhi's son and successor, Rajiv Gandhi, during a state visit to Washington in December 1984. The Sikh extremists have never tried to hide their intention of eliminating Mrs. Gandhi. Jagjit Singh Chauhan, the president in exile of the non-existent separatist state of Khalistan, issued his widely publicized call for Mrs. Gandhi's assassination on June 9, 1984, 3 days after Indian Army troops had stormed the Golden Temple in Amritsar and liberated it from the hands of armed Sikh radicals linked to Chauhan. Less than 1 week before Mrs. Gandhi's murder, Chauhan had told a caller into his Reading England headquarters, quote, "Some man will come forward and take off the head of Mrs. Gandhi," end quote. Chauhan's call led immediately to the formation of the terrorist World Sikh Organization. Representatives of the World Sikh Organization were soon meeting with officials of the Anti-Defamation League's Interfaith Affairs Department, according to Rabbi Leon Klinicki, the department's director. The meeting had been set up at the request of Landrum Bowling, the chairman of the Eli Lilly Endowment, which heavily funds the League's interfaith unit. Surjit Singh, a top official of the World Sikh Organization, who has been intimately linked to Chauhan since 1947, is also a close personal friend of Anti-Defamation League Honorary National Chairman Kenneth Bailkin. We will continue with this next week, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't know how much of it will be live. And you may hear some reruns next week because I have to go on a trip. But if your eyes are beginning to be opened, if you're beginning to have an inkling of understanding of the lies and the deception and the way that all of us have been manipulated, Orientals, Jews, blacks, American Indians, Caucasians, different religious organizations, churches, congregations, and yes, folks, even nations. Listen to everyone. Read everything that you can lay your hands on. But if you are really intelligent, if you want to be a real people and not a sheeple, you will never believe any of it, not one single word, including what you hear on this broadcast, unless you yourself can validate it with facts in your own investigations. And if you're too lazy to do that, or if you're unwilling to do that, or if you're in some situation where you cannot do that, then it's best that you just never believe anything at all. For to believe one word without validation is to place yourself in the control of the person who uttered that word. In effect, you become his or her puppet, and when they pull the strings, you will dance. As all puppets dance when the puppeteer pulls the strings. Read Pinocchio again. Read it again. It's about a dummy that grew up. That's right, folks. Walt Disney was an initiate of the Illuminati. He's been pulling your strings all your life. Pinocchio represented the sheeple. Pinocchio, unlike most sheeple, became a real boy who could think and who became worthwhile. How about you? Are you going to stay a wooden head all your life? A bunch of sticks and string and glue and paint? Or are you going to become a real person? Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and God bless you all. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper.
And I'm Carolyn Nelson.
And we're going to go right down to Phoenix for the metal report. Good evening, Gene.
How you doing tonight, Bill?
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing pretty good here. Gold had a high today, 384.30, and a low of 378.80 to close at 382, even up 60 cents. Silver had a high of 561, a low of 540 to close at 554, up 4 cents. And platinum had a high of 404.50 and a low of 395 to close at 399.20, down 10 cents. And the mighty Dow had a high of 3740.80 and a low of 3,760 cents to close at 3732.80, up $12.20. And that's what's happening in the metals and the markets today. How have you been doing, Bill?
Pretty good. What's happening in Phoenix?
What's happening in Phoenix? Well, it's getting warm down here.
What's warm?
Well, 90s, 95, 96, something like that. Starting to heat up, starting to get into the summer months here.
Eat your heart out. Pretty soon they'll be dropping dead on the sidewalks.
There you go. It's all headed up to your area just to cool down.
Yeah, it's always nice up here.
Yeah. Well, hey, I just want to tell you, Bill, we appreciate what you're doing. Keep up the good work, and give us a call. I'll get you some information on the metals and how you can start protecting yourself. The dollar is extremely weak against foreign currencies. There's still, we've got 15 plus central banks, European banks helping to support the dollar, which has at this point lost 96.6% of its purchasing power against, as compared to 1940. Just in the last year, it's lost 6% against the Deutschmark and 9% against the yen. And so your dollar, folks, is extremely weak, and I think it's headed for even weaker times. So if you like something that isn't going to protect you, keep it in cash. But if you want something that's going to protect you, get some gold, get some silver, and give us a call at 1-800-289-2646, 1-800-BUY-COIN.
You keep saying the dollar is weak. What you really mean is the Federal Reserve note is weak. The dollar is defined by law as 1/20th of an ounce of gold.
That's true. You're absolutely right. The Federal Reserve note, which is not a dollar, it's just a worthless piece of paper that says IOU on it.
The dollar's strong. We're just not allowed to use it.
Yeah, it's no longer there.
Okay.
Absolutely right.
Thank you, Gene.
All right, Bill.
Call 1-800-289-2646, folks. 1-800-289-2646. You'll be glad that you did. Yes, the Hour of the Time is coming to you from just a little south of the old Route 66, and Ferris is finishing up the little minor touches to my 1958 Chevy Time Mobile, and pretty soon I'm going to be cruising over to the Sonic Drive-In for a burglar and a root beer. Yes, sir. A right protected by the Constitution can never be curtailed by an act of Congress or by the state legislature. So what's happening all over this country? Why are we losing all our rights? Why are all these strange things happening? Remember, I told you last night that another one of my predictions was coming true. We know in entertainment tonight, they announced that they were going to have the first televised execution of a murderer. I said June 17th. It's really June 15th. But just this morning, the North Carolina Supreme Court ruled that they can't do it. We found out some other information, ladies and gentlemen. They still plan on doing this in the New World Order. Public executions will be public and they will be televised. This is just the first attempt. And guess who was trying to bring this into fruition? Guess who was the person who was trying to make this a reality? Why, it's Rush Limbaugh's business partner, old communist, Marxist, Red Phil Donahue. Yep, Phil Donahue was behind the whole thing, folks. He was working with convicted murderer, sitting on death row, David Lawson, to get his execution televised on June the 15th. If it had not been for the North Carolina Supreme Court that rejected this proposal, it would have become a reality. They will try it again, I guarantee you, in another state until they get it done, folks. Now, what else is going on? Let me give you a few little tidbits to ponder here. July the 16th, 1782, the Congress of Wilhelmsbad was held, where the Illuminati combined with the higher levels of Freemasonry and the other secret societies to form one organization at the highest degrees to bring into reality their goal of a one-world government. That was July the 16th, 1782, folks, Congress of Wilhelmsbad. Now, it's very strange. When you add up those numbers, 716 and 1782, you come out with 32. 32 degrees is the highest degree in the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Add 3 and 2 together, that's 5. 5 conceals the hidden number of Osiris, or 14. 4 and 1 is 5. On July the 16th, 1945, on the 33rd parallel, the first atomic bomb was detonated in Alamogordo, New Mexico. Now remember, it was detonated on the 33rd parallel. If you add 7, 16, and 1945 together, you come up, and remember, whatever number you end up with, you add those numbers together, you come up with the number 33. 3 and 3 is 6, the number of man. All of these things have occult significance, tremendous occult significance. On July 16th, 1994, supposedly the remnants of a comet named Shoemaker-Levy will slam into Jupiter. July 16th, 1994. Add 7, 16, and 1994 together, you get 37. 3 and 7 is 1, the number of perfection. The number of perfection, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you add the 5 from the original 716, 1782, and 716, 1994, 5 and 1 again is 6, the number of man. Remember, they believe that man is God. Remember also that Nagasaki and Hiroshima lie also on the 33rd parallel, and Harry Truman, who made the decision where to drop the bombs, was a 33rd degree Freemason of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry of the Southern jurisdiction. And Nagasaki and Hiroshima were the two largest centers of Christians in the nation of Japan. Just thought you might like to ponder those things. Now, things to be looking for before July the 16th, 1994. Disappearance of prominent political figures. The disappearance of the leaders in the arts and sciences. Disappearance of high-ranking military officers. If you see these people beginning to disappear from the public view, you had better get your butts underground. I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is they have 49.7 pounds of plutonium on the way to Jupiter aboard the spacecraft Galileo. If they've been lying to us all along and it gets there July 16th, 1994, instead of when they tell us it's going to get there, and if you see a strange light in the sky that begins to get bigger and bigger, you had better get your butts underground. Because the first thing you will see is the light, because the light travels faster than what's coming afterward. What will come afterward will be a bombardment of radiation from the largest hydrogen bomb explosion in the universe, or in this solar system, let me put it that way, since the sun, Sol, was lit off. And for approximately 3 days, according to the experts that I have talked to, if this occurs, if it occurs, I don't know if it's going to occur or not, but if it occurs, this bombardment of the earth by radiation will kill every living thing above ground. It will be the largest bombardment of neutrons on the earth in the history of the earth that we know of, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I don't know if this is going to happen. I'm just telling you what to look for. If you see these signs, if you see important people beginning to disappear, important people in the arts and sciences, important people in industry, important people in the government, high-ranking military officers, if you see them beginning to disappear from the public view, you had better get underground. If you see a strange light in the sky and people began to mumble jumbo about the fulfillment of prophecy and all this kind of stuff coming true, and the Catholic Church begins to make rumblings about coming back to the church, you better get underground. Forget about the church, folks. And you better stay there for about 5 days if these things come to pass. I don't know if they will or not. I do know this, though. They've been telling us for over a year about this remnants of this comet named Shoemaker-Levy that are going to slam into Jupiter. I've talked to prominent astronomers, and they tell me they don't know where they get these figures because we don't have anything that can see out that far to see chunks of a comet that small and be able to predict with that accuracy exactly where they're going to hit. So, you figure it out. I don't know what the answer is. I just know that in light of what's on the way to Jupiter and what it's capable of doing, we had better be careful. We better watch for the signs that I have given you, and if you see them, you had better get underground and stay there until it's all over, whatever is going to happen. And if nothing happens, you can come back up and say, well, I did the responsible thing. I took care of myself and my family just in case. Bouvier's law, oh, by the way, everybody tomorrow is going to be talking about how crazy I am because I've just given you that warning and made these statements, and it's okay because everybody has called me absolutely insane and crazy before. And I've only been wrong once. I hope I'm wrong about this. Probably will be. But my conscience tells me that I had to give you that warning and tell you what to look for and what possibly might be happening. Bouvier's Law Dictionary, 1870, pages 622 through 625. Quote, it may be said that the Constitution executes itself. This expression may be allowed, but with as much propriety. These may be said to be laws which the people have enacted themselves, and no laws of Congress can either take from, add to, or confirm them. They are rights, privileges, or immunities which are granted by the people and are beyond the power of Congress or state legislators. It may be laid down as a universal rule, admitting to no exception, that when the Constitution has established a disability or immunity, a privilege or a right, these are precisely as that instrument has fixed them, and can neither be augmented nor curtailed by any act or law, either of Congress or a state legislator. We are more particular in stating this because it has sometimes been forgotten both by legislators and theoretical expositors of the Constitution, unquote. Quote, the general rule is that an unconstitutional statute, though having the form and name of law, is in reality no law, but is wholly void and ineffective for any purpose, since its constitutionality dates from the time of its enactment. In legal contemplation, it is as inoperative as if it had never been passed. Since an unconstitutional law is void, the general principles follow that it imposes no duties, confers no rights, creates no office, bestows no power or authority on anyone, affords no protection, and justifies no acts performed under it. A void act cannot be legally consistent with a valid one. An unconstitutional law cannot operate to supersede any existing valid law. Indeed, insofar as a statute runs counter to the fundamental law of the land, it is superseded thereby. no one is bound to obey an unconstitutional law, and no courts are bound to enforce it, unquote. 16 American Jurisprudence, 2nd Section 177. Let no more be said about confidence in men, but bind them down from mischief with the chains of the Constitution. And he knew what he was talking about. His name was Thomas Jefferson. Mayberry versus Madison, 5, United States Supreme Court decision, 137, 174, and 176. All laws which are repugnant to the Constitution are null and void. Now I want to address all you blithering idiots out there who have taken the side of the executive branch of the federal government by claiming that treaties under Article 6 of the Constitution can supersede the Constitution or can bring into effect things which the Constitution prohibits. Now, if you've been listening last night, the night before that, and tonight, you should know by now that anything which contradicts the Constitution is automatically null and void. That includes treaties. It includes laws passed by Congress. It includes all of these things. Now, my good friend A. Ralph Epperson claims that Congress has the right to legislate in all cases whatsoever, and that it is this clause that they're using to destroy our nation. And that is not so either. Congress does not have the right to legislate in all cases whatsoever, except within the confines of the Federal District of Columbia and those territories which belong to the federal government, or in that land which the states have ceded and deeded to the federal government. That's the only place, really, that the federal government has any power whatsoever, except when we are engaged in interstate commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, it is absolutely insane to believe that our forefathers would have put together this Constitution and included within it a clause enabling the new government to make a treaty with a foreign nation, making the whole thing null and void instantly. The Supreme Court has ruled all laws which are repugnant to the Constitution are null and void. That includes treaties. They have ruled that any legislation, any law, anything which goes against the supreme law of the land is null and void. And if used, is used under the color of law and does not have the full force of law or any force whatsoever. As a matter of fact, considering the fact that over and over and over again I have read you Supreme Court decisions declaring such laws and such legislation null and void from their inception. Barron's Legal Dictionary defines unconstitutional in this way. Now listen to this. Conflicting with some provision of the United States Constitution, a statute found to be unconstitutional is considered void, or as if it had never been, and consequently all rights, contracts, or duties that depend on it are void. Similarly, no one can be punished for having refused obedience to an unconstitutional law. If you've been listening to this program for the last 4 or 5 nights, you're really having your whole concept of reality rearranged. For you see, ladies and gentlemen, you haven't been dealing with reality at all. You've been living in fantasy land. You've been going from ride to ride with your e-ticket. What's an e-ticket? Well, when you went to Disneyland in Anaheim, California, you used to be able to pay $20, and this was some years ago. You can't get in there for $20 now, but you used to be able to pay $20, and you got an e-ticket. And with this e-ticket, you could ride every ride in the park as many times as you wanted to, as long as you wanted to, till the park closed. That's what you've all been doing, see? You paid your $20, you got your e-ticket, and you've just been going from ride to ride, living this big, wonderful fantasy, thinking that everything is fine, and I'm telling you right now, your e-ticket's expired, the park is closed, and you got about 10 seconds to get outside the gate. Or you're going to be locked out of all the rides, you're going to be freezing in the middle of the night, in the middle of a dead amusement park with no place to go. The problem is when you get outside the gate, all of a sudden you're going to be confronted with traffic and smog and prostitutes and crime and muggings and drive-by shootings, the real world. And you see, that's what I'm confronting you with now, the real world, the real law. I'm forcing you out of the park. I'm tearing up your e-ticket. I'm telling you to get off Mr. Toad's ride. And look yourself in the mirror. The only reason that there is no law for the citizens of the 50 states which poses a tax on compensation for labor earned in the 50 states is because our Constitution bound our Congress and prohibited them from creating such a law. It is important to understand, folks, that the Internal Revenue Code is not unconstitutional only because it does not impose such a tax. You see, none of you ever read it. None of you ever went and looked up the law to find out why you're paying taxes, or if you're required to pay taxes, or what specific law specifically and unequivocally required you to file a return and pay income taxes. Nope. You just went and did it because all the other fools were doing it, and you decided you wanted to be just like the other fools. See, this is the only country in the world where people go through childhood wanting to grow up to be a fool. For 80 years, Americans have been paying a tax unbacked by any law that was applicable to them. This is a tax that Americans merely assumed that they owed. A question commonly asked by Americans when they initially learn that there is no law within the Internal Revenue Code making them liable for the graduated income tax is, why didn't the government just write a law to force Americans to pay the tax? The answer is, folks, that they have tried, but our Supreme Court has always stopped them cold by binding them to the chains of the Constitution. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. The Constitution for the United States of America, Article 6, Clause 2, and 3, Supremacy Clause, states this. Listen very carefully. Quote, "This Constitution and the laws of the United States which shall be made in pursuance thereof shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. The senators and representatives and members of the state legislatures and all executive and judicial officers of the United States and the several states shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding." Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you just heard what I said, they are bound to the supreme law of the land. They cannot go out and even propose a treaty which would contradict the supreme law of the land under the law. Now, we know that they've done this, and they know that they've interpreted Article 6 of the Constitution as giving them the power to do this, and they claim that it gives them the power to enter into treaties which destroy the Constitution. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is absolutely ridiculous, ludicrous on its face. It is so stupid a concept that it doesn't even deserve serious thought. And since I told you this, ladies and gentlemen, all of you have written me letters quoting politicians and quoting this and quoting that and quoting the Federal Register. The Constitution is what makes the decision, not all of those things that you quote, and the Supreme Court, ladies and gentlemen. I suggest that you screw your heads back on straight and stop trucking with the enemy. You are supporting the side of those who would destroy this country. No one has the right to pass any laws or enter into any treaty or anything or perform any act which contradicts the supreme law of the land. I'm going to read this again for you, and I want you to understand it. The Constitution for the United States of America, Article 6, Clause 2 and 3, the Supremacy Clause, states this, quote, "This Constitution and the laws of the United States which shall be made in pursuance thereof shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. The senators and representatives and members of the state legislatures and all executive and judicial officers of the United States and the several states shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. Where rights secured by the Constitution are involved, there can be no rule making or legislation which would abrogate them." Miranda versus Arizona, 384, United States Supreme Court decision, 436, page 491. The claim and exercise of a constitutional right cannot be converted into a crime. Miller versus the United States. Now, this is a statement found on the front cover of the Internal Revenue Service Audit Manual and the Handbook for Special Agents. And I quote, "Agents, the material contained in this manual is confidential in character. It must not, under any circumstances, be made available to people outside of the service," unquote. Now I ask you, why not? Well, we obtained a copy of these confidential manuals. What is it that the IRS is so afraid the American people will find out? Probably the following excerpts that come right out of their own manuals. But I'm going to let you stew for a little bit while we take a short break. Don't go away. What you're going to hear will knock you right out of your seats. Hold on to your seats. This is out of the Handbook for Special Agents of the Internal Revenue Service, Constitutional Law, Section 341.2. 1. Constitutional protections are provided in the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment as followed. A. 4th Amendment. The right of people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall be issued but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. B. 5th Amendment. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless by presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval force, or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall he be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Note, McCarthy versus Amstein ruled that, quote, the Fifth Amendment applies alike to criminal and civil proceedings, unquote. This is coming right out of the Handbook for Special Agents, ladies and gentlemen. C. Sixth Amendment. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. 2. The privilege against self-incrimination does not permit a taxpayer to refuse a summons issued under IRC Section 7602 or a court order directing his or her appearance. He or she is required to appear and cannot use the Fifth Amendment as an excuse for failure to do so, although he or she may exercise it in connection with specific questions. Landy versus the United States. He or she cannot refuse to bring his or her records, but may decline to submit them for inspection on constitutional grounds. In the Vadner case, the government moved to hold a taxpayer in contempt of court for refusal to obey a court order to produce his or her books and records. Vadner refused to submit them for inspection by the government, basing his refusal on the Fifth Amendment. The court denied the government's motion to hold Vadner in contempt, holding that disclosure of his assets would provide a starting point for an evasion case. Further, the IRS supplement published on January the 10th, 1979 in Section 6 states this, quote, "A summons of a taxpayer's books and records for return of information is not recommended," unquote. Regarding the Fourth Amendment, the Supreme Court has expanded its definition, ruling that, quote, "It does not require the actual entry upon premises and search for a seizure of papers to constitute an unreasonable search and seizure within the meaning of the Fourth Amendment. A compulsory production of a party's private books and records to be used against himself or his property in a criminal or penal proceeding or a forfeiture is within the spirit or meaning of the amendment," unquote. Boyd versus United States, 116 United States Supreme Court decision, 616. The courts, however, ladies and gentlemen, have found a minor Fifth Amendment loophole. If the citizen takes a blanket fifth, meaning that they say in advance that they want to plead the fifth to every question before it is asked, the judge can overrule the Fifth Amendment plea on the grounds that the defendant didn't know what the questions were going to be. Prosecutors have entrapped citizens in the past by asking them if they wanted to exercise a blanket fifth. An enlightened citizen answers by saying, "I can't. I don't know what your questions will be." Then this patriotic citizen just answers each question separately by stating his or her rights in the same manner he or she did with the agent. Further, Miranda versus the United States, 424, United States Supreme Court decision 648, states that, quote, "The Fifth Amendment provision that the individual cannot be compelled to be a witness against himself cannot be abridged," unquote. Quote, "The information revealed in the preparation and filing of an income tax return is, for Fifth Amendment analysis, the testimony of a witness, as that term is used herein," unquote. Garner versus the United States, 1976. Quote, "There can be no question that one who files a return under oath is a witness within the meaning of the amendment," unquote. Sullivan versus United States, 274, United States Supreme Court decision, 259. The United States versus Dickerson, 413 F. 2nd, 1111, 1969, quote, "Only the rare taxpayer would be likely to know that he could refuse to produce his records to IRS agents, who would believe the ironic truth that the cooperative taxpayer fares much worse than the individual who relies upon his constitutional rights," unquote. Got egg on your face yet, folks? Feeling a little sheepish, are you? Quote, "Because of what appears to be a lawful command on the surface, many citizens, because of respect for the law, are cunningly coerced into waiving their rights due to ignorance, unquote. United States versus Minkner, 350, United States Supreme Court Decision 179 and 187. See, all the lawyers know these things. They don't tell you these things. All the judges know these things, but they won't tell you these things. Why? Most of them are scumbags who are interested only in their own agenda, their own wallets, their own future, and they could care less about you. And to be a judge, you pretty much have to be a member of one of the secret societies, usually Freemasonry, and you have to be in league with those who are bringing about the one world government, the New World Order, the totalitarian socialist state, where individual rights and protections for those rights are not desired, nor will they be allowed or even considered, and where people who claim those rights will be called mental cases. Now I'm going to give you another citizen's secret from the Handbook for Special Agents, Constitutional Law, Section 342.12, Books and Records of an Individual. 1. An individual taxpayer may refuse to exhibit his books and records for examination on the ground that compelling him to do so might violate his right against self-incrimination under the Fifth Amendment and constitute an illegal search and seizure under the Fourth Amendment, unquote. Boyd versus U.S., United States Supreme Court, U.S. versus Vadner. Following is an example, ladies and gentlemen, of how citizens have successfully exercised their rights as protected by the Constitution against the criminal Internal Revenue Service. When the IRS requests to look at a citizen's books and records, the enlightened citizen simply takes control of the situation by asking the following very simple questions. Number 1, do you have a properly executed search warrant? And ladies and gentlemen, they never, ever do. Number 2, can the information that you are requesting be used against me in a criminal proceeding? And the agent is required to answer yes, because yes is the only answer that he can give. And 3, am I required by law to give you this information? The agent must then answer no or produce the law. And he cannot, therefore he must answer no. At this point, a wise citizen states, quote, I wish to exert my Fourth Amendment right to be secure in my papers and effects against an unreasonable search and seizure. I also wish to exercise my Fifth Amendment right against compelling me to be a witness against myself, unquote. Then the wise citizen politely tells the agent, goodbye. Goodbye. Be confident and never, ever show fear. Ever. If you are afraid, you are a slave. Fear attracts IRS agents like dead bodies attract vultures. Remember vultures in eagle's clothing? The only recourse the agent then has is to summons the citizen to bring his or her documents to court, in hopes that the black robe of the judge will intimidate the citizen into voluntarily relinquishing their rights. The judge has no more right to look at the personal papers of the citizen than the IRS agent had. The citizen can just bring his papers to court in a box, fulfilling the law, that he or she will never have to open. When the citizen, the wise citizen, exercises his or her rights, the judge has no choice but to dismiss. Actually, It is highly unlikely that an American citizen would ever receive a summons, ladies and gentlemen. For this is a quotation from Section 363 of the IRS Handbook for Special Agents. Quote, "When a taxpayer or a witness refuses to submit requested information, all surrounding circumstances should be fully considered before a summons is issued. The likely importance of the desired information should be carefully weighed against the time and expense of obtaining it. The probability of having to institute court action and the adverse effect on voluntary compliance by others if the enforcement efforts are not successful," unquote. And that's why they don't come and drag me into court, folks. Because I will prove in that court before the world that they are liars, scumbags, criminals, operating under the color of law, they are unconstitutional, and I will kick their bloody ass. Simple as that. You can do it too, but you must know the law. You must understand the real law. You must understand your own Constitution, which most of you have never read in your life. It is the United States of America. It is America. It is freedom. It is the only document ever penned by the hand and mind of man in the history of the world that ever set anyone free. And you're all so willing to give it up, or to pass amendments to change it, or to call constitutional conventions to do this or that, or to accept a new world order without even knowing what in the hell it is. Stupid is what I call it. I don't know what you call it, but I call it stupid. Stark, raving mad, insane. All of you should be committed to a mental institution until you're well. And that, folks, is the truth. That is the truth. The IRS cannot afford to set a court precedent that would smarten up its unwitting fools. Because of what appears to be a lawful command on the surface, many citizens, because of respect for the law, are cunningly coerced into waiving their rights due to ignorance. U.S. versus Minkner, 350, United States Supreme Court Decision 179 and 187. You all think the Supreme Court is doing bad things for you? Well, sometimes they make a bad decision, but when it comes down to the Constitution, they have always held for the sovereignty of the citizen in every instance. According to the Supreme Court, waivers of constitutional rights not only must be voluntary, they must be knowingly intelligent acts done with sufficient awareness of the relevant circumstances and consequences. Brady versus the U.S., 397. U.S. Supreme Court Decision 742 at 748, 1970. You see, folks, your rights were not granted by the Constitution. They were given to you by the Creator. And those of you who are so eager to destroy God, you'd better double think that action. For without God, you have no rights. Your rights were granted by the Creator. And all you lily-livered little sloppy Marxists out there, I know you hate to hear that word. Creator, 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 God, God, God. I'm going to drive you crazy. God, God, Creator, Creator. Every socialist listening to this broadcast just peed in his pants, folks. Your rights are your inborn and absolute prerogative to be happy, free, and left alone, if that is your desire. The government may not impose a charge or a fee for the exercise of a right. You have a natural right to be your own boss and to control your own destiny without governmental restraint or interference. So many people in the state of California have reclaimed their sovereignty and put their crowns back on their heads. They don't get a driver's license. They don't register their cars. They don't put plates on their cars. And there are so many of them in Los Angeles that the police don't even bother to stop them anymore. You have a natural right to be your own boss and to control your own destiny without governmental restraint or interference. All forms of regulatory, monetary, or physical restraint are contrary to and a violation of your fundamental right to liberty. You also have an unalienable right to be happy as long as your personal happiness does not infringe upon the rights or the happiness of others. Any infringement upon your happiness is a violation of your most sacred, fundamental right. You see, our Creator, I just love it, did not send us in this world to be unhappy or subservient. The only purpose of government in America is to increase your happiness, to protect your freedom, to protect your property, and to protect your privacy. Your government is your servant and your protector, and when it becomes your oppressor, it has violated the highest law in the land, our Constitution. Rights are acknowledged in the Declaration of Independence and protected by the Constitution. The purpose of the Constitution was not to grant our rights, but to prohibit the government from infringing upon them. Now, I know a lot of you out there that have PhDs, have been to school all your life. And right now, you're sitting in kindergarten because you don't know not one little iota of what you think you know. And you can have all the titles and degrees in this whole world. If you don't know what I'm teaching you on this broadcast of the Hour of the Time, and have been doing so for over 2 years now, you are not an American, you are not a sovereign, you are not wise, you are not smart, you are a sheeple. Sheeple always will be sheared and eventually led to the slaughter. And you had better learn that if you never learn anything else. Now I'm going to give you a summary of some of your rights. These are just some of your rights. These are enumerated in the Declaration of Independence, and they include 1. Life, 2. Liberty, 3. The pursuit of happiness. The Supreme Court has expanded these rights to include, but not be limited to, 4. The right to privacy. 5. The right to property. 6. The right to travel unrestricted throughout the states. 7. The right to labor in a lawful occupation. 8. The right to keep the fruits of your labor. And 9. The right to safety. The 9th Amendment of our Constitution states, and I quote, "The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people," unquote. This means, ladies and gentlemen, that your rights are not limited to only to those expressed in the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, or expanded by the Supreme Court. Remember, a right, according to Webster's dictionary, is, and I quote, "an individual's absolute prerogative to correctness, justice, and to that which is honorable, what one fairly has coming," unquote. Now don't get too excited. A lot of you don't have anything fairly coming. A lot of you haven't earned anything. You're sloughing off. Under the common law, you have the right and freedom to do anything you please as long as you do not encroach upon the rights of others, and you keep all contracts entered into knowingly, voluntarily, and intentionally. Also, because we the people, are the absolute sovereigns in our government, the courts have stated that we each have all of the rights of the King of England, and that's an awful lot. of rights. The First Amendment protects the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, the freedom of the press, the freedom to peaceably assemble, the freedom to petition the government for the redress of grievances. And don't get all upset about this freedom of the press. It guarantees the freedom of the press. In other words, those operating the press can gather what stories they wish, edit them whichever way they wish, and print or not print whichever ones that they wish. In other words, the freedom is granted to the owner of the press and those reporters in the press. And it does not mean that the press is going to tell you the truth, or that they are going to print objective information, or even true information. I'm sick and tired of you parroting this freedom of the press all the time. It's bullshit. If you want freedom of the press, you must have your own press. And then you have freedom. I know a lot of you don't understand that, but it's true. Second Amendment, right to bear arms, guns, things that go bang, boom, and kill animals and people and trees or anything else that those bullets hit. We have the right to those arms. And this, again, is going to make socialists just go into snit fits and fall right off the couch and probably have a seizure. But that's okay. Thomas Jefferson once said, the strongest reason for the people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is, as a last resort, to protect themselves against the tyranny of the government. And that is the real reason for the second article in the amendment, and all these other issues are moot, and all gun legislation is null and void because it conflicts with the Constitution. Third Amendment. Freedom from housing soldiers without citizens' consent. Fourth Amendment, right to be secure in your person, your house, and your personal effects. Right against unreasonable searches and seizures without a properly executed, witnessed search warrant signed under oath by a judge, and particularly describing the place to be searched and persons or things to be seized. Right not to be held to answer for a capital or infamous crime except by a presentment or indictment by a grand jury. Right not to be tried twice for the same crime. Right not to be a witness against yourself. Right not to be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. Right against property being taken from a citizen by the government without just compensation. And we will finish this portion tomorrow night. Good night, and God bless you all.
Welcome to all of you around the world. I'm Carolyn Nelson. This is the hour of the time, and with us is... We're here tonight because survival tactics are of top importance. First, I have an announcement. William Cooper has thoroughly analyzed the intelligence reports on military activity, troop movements, armor movements, and the world's political situation. William Cooper does not believe that patriots are in any danger at this time. William Cooper believes, based upon all information, that the United States is preparing to go to war. William Cooper does not know which country has been targeted, but based upon our best analysis, it appears that armored units and large numbers of troops are preparing or are in the process of being moved to South Korea in preparation for a preemptive first strike against North Korea. William Cooper believes that this is not in the best interest of the United States of America, but it is in furtherance of the goals of the United Nations and world government. However, if our military forces engage any enemy, we will support our soldiers and will do anything in our power to make sure that we emerge the victor. We are now going to discuss survival and what you need to do to prepare.
Good evening, folks. I'm Tim again. I have some, I hope, more helpful hints for you folks this evening. I've been getting several phone calls in the last couple of weeks from people wanting me to go over different things again pertaining to survival. So I hope you have a pen and paper handy. As you all know, listening to the Hour at a Time, you should have a pen and paper handy at all times. First of all, I would like to say things that you need for field or even staying at home when things become in short supply. You still need to get a list together. Check what you have in your medicine chest at home, what you have in the pantry, paper goods, clothing, and such. The other night I was talking about going to your different big stores and buying clothing that would be on sale. And yesterday I had an occasion to go to one of the bigger stores, and there were some folks there, and they were all buying $90 winter jackets on sale for $40. And while I was picking up some socks, a gentleman was telling his wife that he was going to get 2 jackets because it was such a good deal right now, and he was telling her that she ought to look through the rack and find one that would fit her, because later on this winter, when things get cold, an extra jacket would come in handy. So that kind of just stayed in my mind. So anyway, if you have your pen and paper handy, let's talk about safety and comfort. What you'd want to do is get some sturdy shoes, heavy work gloves, cap and hat for weather protection, goggles or sunglasses. Now don't forget, this list that we're making up, folks, is for either or situation. Spring, summer, fall, winter. 1 full change of sturdy clothes, a tent or tarpaulin for shelter cover, candles, windproof matches, fire starters, heavy-duty type knife, a rain suit or large poncho, rubber boots or overshoes, 5-buckle military goggles or galoshes come in very handy. An extra pair of glasses. If you are wearing glasses, I wear glasses. A friend of mine is in the business, and he told me, Tim, he says, you should have an extra pair of glasses. He told me this years ago, and I kind of forgot about it for a while, and one day him and I were out shooting, and I had a piece of something come back and crack one of my eyeglasses. So then and there I picked up an extra set of glasses, and I carry 2 pair at all times. Cooking and food care. Portable cooking stove. Extra fuel for the stove. Heavy-duty aluminum foil. A full nest kit for each person. At least 2 extra cooking pots. 1 lightweight water kettle. Cooking utensils. Knives, forks, spoons, spatulas. Paper towels, cooking mitts. Napkins, hot pad, fry pan or 2, 2 medium-sized plastic wash tubs, a 2-week supply of paper plates and related knife, fork, and spoon, a water filter, 2 bottles of water tabs, and safe cooking oil, something that won't spoil, such as your cottonseed oil. Stay away from oils that have animal fats in it. So your like Mazola oil, cottonseed, and various oils would be good to store up. Sanitation supplies, porta potty, toilet paper, 1 roll for each person. Infant supplies. Doreen talked about this a couple of times. Build up your supplies of medicines and needs and diapers and such for the little ones. Large trash bags for your trash. Soap, hand and dish, disinfectant, pre-moistened towelettes, 2 plastic 5-gallon buckets. You can use one of those for a outside porta potty and 1 for trash. Toothbrush, mouthwash, shampoo, toothpaste, Ziploc bags for storage, scrubber brush and pads for dishes, an extra couple of wash tubs also. And while I was at the big store yesterday, another thing came into mind. I was over in the toiletries area, and they had these travel packs of toothpaste, small toothbrushes, small bottles of shampoo, mouthwash. You can buy all of these small items, and they're easy to carry, and you also can keep them in your backpack or your butt pack with you, and you always have those type of items with you. Tools and miscellaneous: axe, shovel, broom, dustpan, handsaw, hammer, nails, pry bar, screwdrivers, adjustable wrench, channel locks, rope. Get some rope that's at least 100 feet, whether it's a quarter-inch or through a half-inch. Duct tape, camp lantern with extra fuel and mantles, some travel cards and games to break the monotony of areas that you might be in and you don't have no TV or whatever handy. Some form of identification to keep with you. Money or items that can be traded. Now into the survival section on our page in our catalog is water, 1 gallon a day per person minimum, a first aid kit with instruction book, food, lightweight, high nutritional, can opener, manual type, portable radio with extra batteries, preferably a shortwave radio that has AM and FM properties to it, and also you can listen to the hour of the time. Flashlight with extra battery and bulb. One thing that on a flashlight, what I do, folks, is whether it's A or D or C batteries, when I put the batteries into the flashlight, I take a piece of masking tape, wrap around the battery, and put the date on the battery that I put them in there, and that way you'll always know how old your batteries are. Essential medication. If a person has heart problems, could be a diabetic, has severe allergies or whatever, increase your medication that you can get and keep it with you. A fire extinguisher, a watcher clock, battery, and a wind-up, either or in case you run out of batteries. You always got the old standby wind-up style. A lot of you young folks don't know what those are. It's just an old watch, and Timex makes a camper's watch now that is a wind-up type, and they're about $18, I guess, now. Space blankets, sleeping bag, ground cloth, water purifier, salt tablets, and vitamin supplements are very important. For car and travel, which would be a mini survival kit, bottled water, first aid kit again, non-perishable food, such as MREs or any type of... MREs are meals ready to eat that the military is using right now. And there's a lot of dehydrated food on there. I'll talk about dehydrated food back here in a minute. Space blankets, lightweight sleeping bag or bedroll, poncho, shoes, change of clothes, small package of towelettes, gloves, hat, flashlight, simple tool set, fire extinguisher, road flares are very handy even to help start fires, local maps of the area, heavy-duty knife, hammer, and pry bar. Now that should be kept with you in your vehicle. A lot of times people don't realize what they have in their vehicle can help them at any given time. So anyway, I hope you all got that down. Later on, we're going to be taking a few phone calls. No, we won't be taking any phone calls tonight. But getting back to dehydrated food, what you got to keep in mind if you're eating dehydrated food, you must take a lot of extra water with you. Dehydrated food, as you eat it, you may not feel that you're getting filled up. But what it's going to do is start drawing the fluids in your stomach together, and this will expand the dehydrated foods, and you're going to need more water. If it doesn't, it's going to start pulling back from your moisture content, and you could have problems. So anyway, be very careful of that. And one thing I want to go over with you again, we do have a Independence Day special going on shortwave radios. We have the Panasonic, and we also have a radio that's less expensive. We have two different package deals, one for $129.95, the other for $239.95, and it consists of either or radio, Panasonic or the cheaper model, a Panasonic portable tape recorder with voice-activated system sound level equalizer, variable speed control, one Sony tape, 120 minutes, 6 Millennium AA rechargeable batteries with lifetime replacement guarantee, and a SolarX solar NiCad battery charger. So either or unit would cost you $129.95, $239.95, plus $750 for shipping and handling. And if you buy this before July 5th, 1994, we'll give you a free universal AC adapter. Those you folks that's called in, they wanted me to repeat that. For other folks that don't have a lot to spend, there's a perfect opportunity to start listening to the Hour of the Time and getting prepared and listening to Mr. Cooper and what he has to say. Do you have anything right now, Carolyn?
I have to put my microphone on, and I could just share with you one thing that I bought today. Might make you laugh. But it's a rope halter. I thought that I would be prepared, and it might strike you as funny, but there could be a time when a horse or a pony could facilitate movement if I have a backpack on and my car is not available. What do you think?
That'd be a good idea.
$4.35.
Especially for us folks out west where there is a lot of animals, it'd be easy to catch one and to help us go wherever we need to go.
Tim, even if I couldn't ride it, I just might be able to ride it bareback, but I could put a load on top, and it could help me to move.
That's true. One thing I wanted to let you know, folks, I have acquired in parchment paper the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, the Gettysburg Address, and the Constitution, and we're trying to get these out to people. I've had a lot of requests for them. They finally have arrived, and they cost $1.60, and they're very nice. You can open them up, and you got directions in there. They heat them with a hot iron to fold them out, and they really make a real good display for a lot of people. And you can put the regular written Constitution underneath it, and people can see how the original Constitution, Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence, and such was really written, and the names and the signatures on it. Since I finally got those in after a couple of months of waiting, a lot of people have really took them to heart, and they're really giving them out to a lot of others. So anyway, that's one little thing I got right now.
Tim, I could add that my postcard is available also. You can call in or write in about the price. It has the Bill of Rights on it, and on the other side is the preamble, and I encourage everyone out there to use it in every situation. Tim's wife has them at her restaurant. The Chamber of Commerce here and in the few surrounding towns have them. Some of the students are getting involved in giving them out, even though school has closed now. I suggest that if you're involved in selling vitamins or Avon products, that you think of acquiring maybe 1,000 and putting one in each package.
Well, that's a good idea. I've been giving them out at my store, and I brought him in, and we're just getting it out to spread the word of the Bill of Rights and the word of the Constitution. Folks, one thing I'd like to indulge with you tonight, I'd like you to say along with me, because I don't often hear it said anymore, even around schools. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And that's to a republic and under God, folks. Remember that. Thank you.
Jim, I could add here that all of the families that are homeschooling their children could involve this pledge to our flag at least once a week, if not every day, in their homeschooling.
Well, that's one thing that when I went to school at my time, we were never without, but I don't see it anymore, but that's another story. Folks, one thing you might want to think of is investing in some shelter if we might be on the move, which some of us will be, and that is into small tents, 2-man and 3-man tents, which are dome or the old-fashioned pup tent or trail-style tent. And I don't care where you buy this stuff, folks, of what I advise you of. Okay? I don't care where you buy it, as long as you get something. Because if you have something, somebody else has something else different, the two together can really help each other. So I don't care, like I say, where you buy it, as long as you buy something. Remember, you're going to need shelter. You're going to need clothing. You're going to need items for self-defense. You're going to need fishing equipment. If you live near lakes and streams, you can fish. Monofilament line can come in many ways handy, such as helping somebody that needed first aid, where monofilament would come in handy. I don't want to get into a medical aspect on this, folks, but it does come in handy. I've done it. Your fish is free in the lakes and in the streams that you can catch. You can use the monofilament for snares, just a multitude of things. There's many books out there that you might want to go on trapping animals for food for later. A lot of this would be advantageous at a later time.
Doreen shared many of the different types of wild animals and snakes and different menus that you can prepare when you're out in the wilderness. I know that William Cooper has given an announcement that we patriots are not in imminent danger, but remember, we are always preparing. And at this time, if you're in the same state that I am, you are not quite prepared, and it's time to focus on tents. And I could ask Tim about the tube tent. Are you familiar with a tube tent?
Yes, I am. They are kind of expensive. They're in the various magazines. But where a person has a family or there's 2 or 3 people, sometimes your dome tent, your dome tents in the nylon with a floor generally run 7 or 8 pounds. Your 2-man trail tent or pup tent weigh approximately 3.5 pounds. There's also the various sizes of military tents out there for larger families that are pretty substantial, ruggedly built. Most come with a liner that you put on the inside, and it gives you approximately a 2-inch dead air space between the actual tent and the inside liner, which will protect you both winter and summer. Anyhow, You want to keep enough water with you. Try and carry enough water. You want to keep the water clean as possible. Don't forget the use of any type of a good chlorine bleach, which will really help to keep the yuckies out of the water. And if you have your water tabs with you or filter straws, here again, it will help you from contracting any type of disease or something that might be floating in the water. Alka-Filter makes a real good straw, and they also make a good portable aqua, which is a tablet. So there's a lot of good things out there you have to look at. And go ahead, Carolyn.
Tim, I could ask you if the shower carrying case can be used for carrying water that you could drink, and then if you do have a surplus of water, you could use it for a shower, but it would be a good way to cover both points, just in case.
Well, if you're carrying a lot of water with that solar shower, Carolyn, you could create a lot of pressure on the twist nozzle on the bottom, and it could spring a leak on you. It would be a good idea to pack some extra water. You could use that water too for boiling, being a black plastic. Hang it in a tree. It will absorb the solar energy, and it will warm cold water and make it usable.
I have one of those also.
Okay, another thing you want to remember, folks, in your first aid items is get something for poison oak, poison ivy, ticks. You have to check the different areas that you're in here in our good United States, and see what little mites are out there, and just prepare and go to your local druggist and tell them what you're looking for. And another thing you want to get is sunblock. And also there's a cold cream out there. I used this last winter on my face, and it does protect your face from getting real cold. It acts much as like sunblock, but it keeps the cold from you. Sunblock 15 or any of the various numbers means to put it on 15 minutes, 8 minutes, or 10 minutes, or 20 minutes, and you do just so to protect you from the elements, especially in the summer with the hot sun. And
Tim, when it comes to packing your backpack, where do you put your sleeping bag? I purchased a backpack before I knew what an Alice pack was, and I was trying to put the sleeping bag on the top, and it seemed a little top heavy. Is there a preference?
No, it's up to the individual. Short people, I find, don't like to have that big bulge of the sleeping bag behind their neck. They'll carry it and tie it on secure on the bottom of their rucksack, whatever they're carrying. Some of your taller people prefer to carry it on top. Then, too, it depends on the weight of the sleeping bag. Some sleeping bags will weigh anywhere from 6 actual pounds, not just the stuffing, to 11 to 12 pounds on your colder type bags. I have found that your colder type bags for 0 and minus 10 degrees, and I have some, and I've weighed them on a scale in the store. They weigh just at 11 3/4 pounds. Now that's my scale. It's not a tested scale, but it's one that I use. The lighter sleeping bags I have for a 20 to 30 degree temperature. They weigh 5.5. So it all depends on where you want to put the weight when you're backpacking, Carolyn.
Thank you. What I'm focusing on right now is packing my backpack, and then I'll pack my car, and then I might have some things stashed away at a certain place. Do you recommend taking both sleeping bags at the same time so you're prepared?
Well, it depends on what you have. Some people only have one. If you have two, if you got room to carry it and a way to carry it, remember, if your car breaks down or you have to walk, you're going to be carrying the load. Another thing I wanted to talk with you folks is insect repellents. Make sure that you keep those with you. The various insects all over, you just need mosquitoes and gnats. We have a lot of cedar gnats out here in Arizona in the flatland. So you want to be prepared against those. Plus your snake bite kit. There's various things on the market, afterbite, stingies, things like this after you do get bitten that helps relieve the itching and the burning sensation. Also you want to take in your medicines an antihistamine along and to help fight your allergies.
All right, Tim, we're going to break.
A letter from William Marsh, 28, a radio operator with the 101st Airborne, to his mother, Elizabeth Marsh, of Loveland, Ohio.
Dear Mom, it's dead zone time. That time during the day when it's just too hot to do anything. So we stay inside our rented Bedouin tents and sweat. I drink about 8 liters a day of water to keep from dehydrating. We wear boxer shorts or nothing beneath our heavy cotton polyester uniforms. That's to prevent crotch rot. And we use powder to prevent lice and crabs. We spend time writing letters we won't get answered for a month, hauling water, filling sandbags, cleaning our equipment, and complaining. We have live rounds which make us drunk with the idea of using them, and we have our protective gas masks on at all times, which keeps us sober. All our meals come from little foil pouches that we heat by throwing out on the ground. Works better than a microwave. We anxiously await going home, or going to war. And as the crisis escalates, even more deeper probing brings only more questions. Can I handle the emotional stress of watching my friends die? Can I handle the physical stress of trying to save them? Do I have the courage? Can I take a life? Will I fight or will I run? Am I prepared to give my life so others may live free? I love you, Bill.
Call Gene Miller at 1-800-BUY-COIN. You heard what the young man talked about in his letter to his mother and the preparations that he had made or were made for him as part of his training. I'm going to let you research just where this young man was, when it was. I'm not going to tell you. That's part of what we do here on the Hour of the Time. We give you information and we expect you to find out where it came from and whether or not it's true. But if the announcement that William Cooper made earlier is taken to heart, there may be letters coming from overseas to mothers in our country. Are you prepared? Are you prepared for what all this means? Call Gene Miller at Swiss America Trading at 1-800-BUY-COIN. Call him soon and ask for the information that he has. He's located in Phoenix, just about 5 or 6 hour drive down the way from where we are here in St. John's, Arizona, talking to all of you around the world. I know that you outside our country are listening closely to the information that you're receiving and you're watching, and we look forward to your moral support as we go forward into whatever is going to be happening either overseas or in our own country. In fact, it is happening already. And I know many of you out there have called Gene Miller before, but it wouldn't hurt to call him again at 1-800-BUY-COIN. Thank him for this broadcast of the Hour of the Time. Tim?
Okay, thank you, Carolyn. Yes, thank you, Carolyn. You folks have called in and asked me to do a program for the little folks out there. Doreen has covered what we can do for infants and some of the young children. I've stated before to get your children active. When you're going out looking to buy equipment and clothing, take your child with you. Get him involved. Buy him a little pack. Buy him his own little flashlight, him or her. Take your child, and if you think they're old enough, buy them their own little pocket knife. When you go out to the field, let him whittle on some wood. Let him get used to handling a knife. Show him the proper way to cut away from you so that he don't get cut. Never run with a knife out in the field or anywhere so they don't trip and fall and stab themselves with it. You as parents take the responsibility to teach the young ones the proper use and care of equipment. Yes, Caroline.
Tim, I could add here that when you come to the convention in August, from August 1 through 5, here in St. John's, you'll find that William Cooper's daughter, Pooh, who is now 4, will be running around telling you to point your scissors down or point your gun down or even point your pencil down as you walk about.
Yes, it's very good training. Get the young folks involved in what you do. Just even going out picnicking, teaching water safety. Make the young folks involved in what you're doing. Let them build their own little tent. Show them how to put one together. If you don't know, go down to your local camping store, hardware store, gun shop, and there's all kinds of different survival tapes, videos that are on the market that can be purchased, or just watching some of the hunt movies that are out there. And yes, Caroline.
We might suggest that you encourage your video stores to stock 2 or 3 of these very important tapes. I think they would move quickly and bring them a lot of business, and they would teach the public.
Yes, like I was saying, there are several tapes out there. Names I don't know. Tinks has some good ones. There's various outfitters meaning guides, that demonstrate safety along the way as they're on hunting trips, to get the young folks involved in watching these films. And it would be a great benefit later, how to build a campfire, how to make one using a magnesium fire starter or the new Sparklite with their fire tabs, along with several of the different types of fire sticks that are out there, trioxin fuel. Just get involved. Everything that you think that you have to do, what you need to do to survive in what's to come in the future. They have to know, and they can help you. Gathering wood, making tent stakes, how to make an X-frame so you can build a one-way shelter, keeping a small fire rather than a large fire will keep you just as warm. A large raising fire you don't have control of, and it heats the area too much, creates too much smoke and too many sparks going in the air. So you want to keep it small. So these are just some of the tips that I'm trying to help you with, and make sure that the little folks have proper gloves and clothing, scarves. Very important for a little child to have a scarf around their neck to keep from sore throats and getting a croup and such. So just take the little folks in stride, and you'll be surprised and amazed how much they'll learn and how much they will retain of that knowledge and be excited doing it with Mommy and Daddy.
Tim, you could also suggest that Mommy make a bag that could be used for carrying kindling, and it could be made small enough so that the young people could easily carry it. Sew on a couple of handles at the top. It can be just a stiff piece of cloth, and you'd be surprised how many logs or small pieces of twigs could be placed in this and then carried from the woods back to the campfire.
Yes, a lot of these things are just helpful. If any of you folks have any other ideas, you can call in, or you can write me at Surplus and Stuff at P.O. Box 3300, St. John's, Arizona, 85936. And I'll be more than happy to pass on your suggestions or help you in any questions that you might have. Again, I want to talk when you go to the grocery store, buy a few extra medical supplies, cotton balls, alcohol, peroxide, Band-Aids, clean gauze. A lot of these things will be a benefit to you later, especially when you can't get them, and if the truck lines or anything shuts down, or you have a disaster like we had in California. A lot of those people done without for a long time, and just buying one or two extra boxes of this, that, or the other, they would have had a little bit to share with others to help them out in a time of need.
You can also call me at 1-602-337-2562, and of course I pass on the information immediately to Annie, William Cooper's wife, and to William Cooper. And I might add here that all of you out there that haven't been to the dentist lately, make an appointment. Mine's on July 8th, I believe, and Tim's wife went twice last week. So the rest of you get going. Don't postpone it. Don't postpone calling Gene Miller at 1-800-BUY-COIN, and don't postpone going to your eye doctor or to the dentist. I'm serious.
Yes, another thing, folks, you want to write into Carolyn about is the different tapes that Bill has to offer and the different books that are available. He's trying to catch up with orders. Orders that I get coming in through my store, I turn over to Bill and Annie right away to get them moving. So if there is a delay, please bear with us, because we are busy and we're trying to get these items out as fast as we can to you. So sometimes it might take a little bit longer, but we are trying. We're only a few people around here, and we're trying to do it all for all of you out there. So kind of understand and bear with us. I get some phone calls sometime, where's my order, or how come this isn't here? Well, a lot of times I might run out myself, and I don't have the items in stock, and Bill is the same way. And it takes time to get other supplies in, especially out west here, so we can get them back to you folks. So please bear with us, and we'll do what we can. If you call like many of you have, I don't want to mention any names on the radio, but I've had some real heartwarming phone calls from you people out there that really give me a lift, and Bill too, as to what we're trying to do and help you folks, and we're just trying the best that we can.
Tim, how much is a porta potty, and do you have them in stock? I would like to buy one as soon as possible to use in my area.
Well,
I might not backpack it, but
yes, there's a couple of different types out there. There's one that's just come out on the market. It looks like a 5-gallon bucket, and it comes with a disinfectant. I don't know the price of it offhand, but I don't think it would be too expensive, probably under $20. The chemicals and the plastic bags are reusable, and the top makes into a seat, or a person can make one using a 5-gallon bucket and a little imagination, and making your own little donut, and there you have it. And make sure that you have some good disposable bags that don't leak and such. Put some type of, there's all kinds of chlorine chemicals out there, both dried and liquid, that you can use for sanitation purposes, and you can dispose of these bags.
Oh, that's helpful, because I think I was familiar with a type that was purchased some years ago at Sears, Roebuck, and didn't have the bags. I think the friend used to go to the RV disposal center to unload his porta potty, and it sounds like the plastic bag style would be even more useful.
Yes, there's a Reliance makes one. It's called a porta potty, and it's very durable. And they have a blue toilet deodorant that goes into it, and you can buy it in a box of a 12-pack box. and it's pretty well sanitary type of thing. I've never used one myself, but since the subject has come up with you and others, I'm going to get some in, and we will try one on our next outing in the next couple of weeks.
I don't suppose you'd recommend backpacking it. I think we'd have to take to the woods. Though in winter conditions, in a tent, I guess you might have an adaptable one that you could backpack?
Well, you could take this if you're going to be in a stationary area and take a couple of shelter halves or some extra plastic and build you a little cubicle outside among a couple of trees to keep you out of the wind, and you could have a little privacy and all. Another thing I'm checking into is old parachutes. Old parachutes are beneficial. The nylon, I don't know the type of nylon, but they're very weather resistant. You can cut them into pieces 8 by 8 or whatever, and you can use them also to wrap around you to keep the cold off you, and you don't have a bunch of wind blowing through it. I've seen this done before, and I didn't try it this past winter, but we are this winter. But parachutes, old parachutes, cargo chutes do come in handy. Go ahead, Caroline.
Well, before I knew you, I had purchased one of those hoops that the children use to swing their hips with. And
the old-fashioned hula hoop.
The hula hoop. And I bought a shower curtain that has the built-in tabs that go over the top of the rod. And I thought with a piece of rope, I could possibly hitch this up if one were in a permanent situation. Doreen mentioned another good idea is to carry an old umbrella and turn it upside down and hang the shower curtain from the little prongs.
Very good idea. It's all it is, folks, is others helping others with ideas. Nobody knows it all. I certainly don't know it all. I get tips all the time from people, and we just have to help each other in different ways of existing when there is a problem.
Remember that you can start preparing your articles for the newspaper, because a lot of this information can be repeated in print and shared by Xeroxing it later on.
Some of the other things that we should go over with the little folks in mind, again, is clothing, shelter for them, medicines for them, socks, very important to keep their feet warm. Remember, a lot of little people can't take a lot of cold or heat like us grown-ups can. So we have to have a little extras for them. To me, the little person out there is very, very important. There's many, many times that I see little folks out on the camp trails when I go out backpacking or riding in the mountains, and their folks just let them run, and they don't have any shirts on. They're getting sunburned, or in the wintertime I've seen some folks with their children out hunting, and they got just a thin, light baseball-type jacket on, and it's 20 above zero and stuff, wind blowing and snowing. It just bothers me. So we just got to protect the little folks and just use a little common sense on survival, picking up equipment. Remember, radios are available, scanners are available, and again, I want to say I don't care where you buy this stuff, as long as you get something. People helping others.
This morning I met Bill the plumber at breakfast, and I told him why I was late meeting him a couple of days ago. It was because I was driving down the street and I saw this little toddler on the curb, unattended, totally unattended, with a diaper on. And so I pulled over, and the little tyke just ran around the corner and into the store and found the people he was supposed to be with, and they seemed totally unconcerned as to where he had been or what. So keep an eye out and start preparing now for the little ones that are going to be with us.
Another thing you want to check is the maintenance on your vehicles, folks. Don't forget your vehicles. You're going to be using them. Keep your tires in good repair. Make sure that you have good tread on them. Make sure that you have extra oil with you, whether it's transmission or engine oil, extra coolant for the radiators. Check your belts and hoses often. Lights. Anything that you're going to be able to use, you must have in good repair. A lot of times I've known a lot of different people, well, I'm just going to use this vehicle for work, or I'm just going to go haul a couple of loads of wood. And you see him broke down with his old junk truck or vehicle. And to me, if I'm out there cutting wood, or I'm out hunting or backpacking, when I leave my vehicle, I expect to come back and turn the ignition key on and make sure it starts up. And fortunately, I have a good mechanic that I do business with, and out there at the Root Beer Emporium, and he takes care of our vehicles to make sure that they do run. And you just never know when you're going to need it, so keep your gas tanks full. You never know when crisis might prevail and you might not have gasoline. So keep your gas tank full at all times and keep some oil with you. Yes, Carolyn?
Maybe you should be sure that your vehicle can go in certain places now. Don't wait until that time when you might want to take off across a field and you're not quite sure whether your vehicle does it. Many of them can, but if you haven't tried it, I'd suggest maybe you try it now.
Yes, on the food offers that Bill has had in the past, and that's in our catalog, you might want to try a sample pack of dehydrated food and get to use it and know how to use it for when emergency does come. You won't be stammering around saying, well, what do I do now? Or how do I reconstitute it? How do I cook it? Whatever. Get involved and do it now. Don't wait until the emergency arises. Be prepared. That's all I can say and stress at all times. Also buy you a good compass so you know what directions you're going into. Learn how to read it. Learn land navigation. Work with others in the family. There's a lot of instruction books out there on survival, compass reading, how to take care of yourself in hot weather, cold weather, for this and that. You'd be surprised if you just reach out and try to find what you need, whether it's at a library, camping store, or whatever. You'd be surprised what you'll come up with.
Tim, I happen to have a telescope. I'm not quite sure how to use it, but I wouldn't pack it in my backpack, but I might throw it in the car or maybe leave that for the third phase where that's the frosting on the cake.
Well, telescopes do come in handy, and there's various styles out there. It's just what a person wants to get into and what they want to look at, from looking at the stars all the way through looking across wooded areas they're going to have to cross.
I kind of had the satellite in mind, but I suppose I wouldn't be able to see it from here, though they can see me.
That's quite a distance. I've never gotten into that facet of looking before. It's always amazed me, but I don't know that much about it. So anyway, folks, if there's anything that we can do for you or help you in any way, you can give me a call at area code 602-337-2975. If I'm not there, you can leave a word on the answering machine. If you will, please talk slowly, correctly, so we can get your phone number, return your call, and get a correct message of what you're interested into. And we'll try and help any way we can. Remember, you folks on the East Coast, there's 3 hours difference between your time zone and Arizona. So we'll try and help you any way we can.
Call me, Carolyn Nelson, at 1-602-337-2562. And with that, Tim, I'll say good night.
Good night, Carolyn.
And good night to all of you out there around the world.
You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Canadian military bases have been turned over to the United Nations. United States military bases are being turned over to the United Nations for training of UN troops. National forest lands and public lands are being turned over to the United Nations under the Biosphere Treaty. And in Detroit, the military and the Detroit Police SWAT team members are planning to storm a famous landmark, the Book Cadillac Hotel. Yes, folks, everything that I wrote in my book years ago is coming true right on schedule. The United States Army, Special Forces, Delta, and Detroit Police SWAT team members apparently are planning to storm a famous but vacant Detroit landmark, the Book Cadillac Hotel. It'll be part of what appear to be anti-terrorist training maneuvers. The United States Defense Department representatives contacted downtown Detroit building owners Friday to ask permission to station sharpshooters on their roofs. Susan Lambrecht, owner of the Book Tower, a 36-story office building on Washington Boulevard, said 2 Defense Department representatives visited her Friday. Lambrecht told them they couldn't use her rooftop for the late September exercise because the noise might disturb the family of peregrine falcons nesting there. One of the men left a business card identifying him as Chris Wagner of the United States Department of Defense from Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Fort Bragg is home to the elite United States Special Forces known as the Green Berets and Delta Force. Lambrecht said the men told her the Army is working with the Detroit Police Department Special Response Team similar to a SWAT team. Deputy Chief George Clarkson was taken aback when asked about the maneuvers. Quote, "That's supposed to be top secret," end quote, he said. "I'm going to have to check back with the Defense Department before I make any statement on it." End of statement. It is against the law for any military force to combine with police force in this country under the Posse Comitatus law for any reason whatsoever, ladies and gentlemen. But remember, I told you this would happen years ago. And it is happening. And that police chief should be fired on the spot. If you live in Detroit or in Illinois, you had better set that process in motion now. Don't forget, folks, Surplus and Stuff has a fantastic preparedness equipment and supplies catalog. I'm going to tell you how you can get it. So get your pen and paper and get ready to write. Surplus and Stuff, preparedness equipment and supplies. You'd better get ready. I'm telling you right now, this is the cheapest source of the best surplus equipment that you can get anywhere. You're going to need this catalog, ladies and gentlemen. Send $2 to Surplus and Stuff. Surplus and Stuff. Post Office Box 3300. That's P.O. Box 3300. 175 East Commercial Street, St. John's, Arizona, 85936. That's Surplus and Stuff. P.O. Box 3300, 175 East Commercial Street, St. John's, Arizona, 85936. Send $2. You get a fantastic catalog, folks, full of all the stuff that you need to get ready at the lowest prices, cheaper than you can get anywhere in your hometown or through any other catalog source. You can phone orders if you already have a catalog, or if you'd like to ask questions about some of the merchandise contained herein. You may phone 1-800-788-3320. That's 1-800-788-3320. If you'd like to talk to Tim personally, You can call him at area code 602-337-2975. That's 602-337-2975. Now let's talk about the upcoming conference here in St. John's. We have a lot of people coming in, and we've got an awful lot that's going to be covered during those 5 days. And of course, the last night is going to be spent camping out up on the mesa under the clear, beautiful Arizona skies. Star-filled, folks. And because I feel so good about this conference, about all the people that are coming and what we're going to be doing here, I'm going to furnish the meal on that Friday night, and it's going to be a good one. So, don't miss it. If you have not yet sent in your registration fee and you want to come, you've got two options. One, you can FedEx it to us tomorrow, and it will arrive here Friday. And if you do that, either FedEx or UPS overnight, send it to 165 East Commercial Street. That's the Research Center. 165 East Commercial Street, St. John's, Arizona, 85936. That's 165 East Commercial Street, St. John's, Arizona, 85936. Make any checks or money orders out to Annie. Now remember what I told you before. You can show up Monday morning, and if there's a chair, we'll let you in, but you're going to pay extra for it. So if that's what you want to do, that's up to you. If you show up Monday morning and you have not pre-registered, the price for individuals will be $125. For families, will be $175 if you have a family membership. And for anybody else, will be $275. It's $125, $175, and $275. So you can do that if you want to, but I wouldn't advise it, because if you send your money in beforehand and you pre-register, and we do have a few seats left, not many. We were full, but we determined we could put some more chairs in here, so we did. You can still get your money in at the lower rate by sending it overnight tomorrow to arrive here Friday, folks. And yes, you'll pay a little more for overnight, but it'll still be cheaper than it will be if you show up without a pre-registration. And if you show up without a pre-registration and there's no chairs, I guess you'll have to go up and tour the Petrified Forest, which is not far from here. And you'd enjoy that, so it's not so bad if you want to take that kind of a chance. Well, folks, if you don't think there's blithering idiots out there, let's go to the phones and see what the little pussy has to say. You're on the air. There he is, with his pants full of crap, looking for his mommy, whining to the entire world. Talk to us, you little coward. Tell us about yourself. Tell us what it is that made you such a good little Marxist. Well, the little pussy's a coward, so we'll let him go home and play. Hopefully his mother will come along and change his dirty little diaper before he rubs it all over the floor and the walls and the furniture. But I doubt it. He probably doesn't have a mother, and that's probably why he is the way he is. Inasmuch, ladies and gentlemen, remember we left off discussing the translation of the Greek word parousia. Inasmuch as this parousia occurs immediately after the tribulation, according to the Bible, Matthew chapter 24, verse 29, it's very difficult to see how anyone can place it before this great tribulation that the Bible talks about. Yet this is the view held by most fundamentalists who adhere to the Darby-Scofield dispensational theology. To prove this, they cite the following, quote, For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds, to meet the Lord in the air, and so shall we ever be with the Lord. End quote. 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verses 15 through 17. They claim that it will be a secret event when all Christians will suddenly disappear from the earth before the tribulation begins, and then spend the next 7 years either in heaven or in the clouds. Then at the end of the tribulation, they will accompany Christ as he makes his parousia on the earth. You see, the trouble with this secret pre-tribulation rapture theory is that it adds another coming of Jesus Christ into the picture. Since the Thessalonians passage refers to the coming of Jesus, or the Lord, it should be referred to as the third coming of Christ. I bet that took you aback just a little bit. Now remember, as last night, folks, I'm not trying to tell you what to believe. I'm trying to stimulate you to think and get out of the deceptions and the lies, which we're all victims of from the time we're born until the time we die, unless we wake up sometime in that process. The whole purpose of last night's broadcast and tonight's broadcast is, are you really a Christian? Are you really practicing what the Bible says? Or are you practicing what somebody told you? Have you been conned into believing the quotes out of context that you didn't study yourself? Or because you were raised in a family that read the Bible and believed in a certain way because that's the way their particular dogma of their particular church teaches it, that you spend your life rationalizing and picking out passages from the Bible to justify it instead of looking for the truth? And this is important whether you believe in the Bible, whether you're a Buddhist, whether you're an atheist, or whether you're that little pussy that's just dialing his fingers to the nub. It doesn't matter who you are, because this affects us all. Unless we live our lives by the truth, ladies and gentlemen, we have to live it by the lies. Seek ye the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Nothing else will or ever can. Now I said the third coming of Christ. If you listened very carefully to my Easter broadcast, you know the meaning of that statement. If you didn't, just like I said last night, I'm not going to explain it to you. Order the tape. Or go back to your Bible and study the New Testament some more. For I'm going to tell you right now, if Jesus comes again, it will be his third coming. But if the Bible is correct, there is no third coming, is there? Now, if this occurs before the tribulation, if Jesus does indeed come before the tribulation, then his coming, parousia, after the tribulation, would be the fourth coming of the Lord Jesus Christ. The problem becomes more complicated when it is insisted that these are not two different comings, but rather two aspects of the same coming, whatever that means. You see, because this is what is taught. Well, whatever they say this means will in no way alter the fact, folks, that it not only contradicts Scripture, but is also a contradiction of plain and simple terms. You see, to make matters worse, in an attempt to prove the secret rapture theory, they dare to cite a passage which clearly refers to the parousia of the Lord after the tribulation. Quote, "Then shall two be in the field, the one shall be taken and the other left. 2 women shall be grinding at the mill, the one shall be taken and the other left." End quote. Matthew chapter 24, verses 40 and 41. And this is supposed to prove that there will be a sudden disappearance of people who happened to be working at the time. Now, all of this confusion can easily be eliminated, folks, if it be conceded that the rapture occurs at the same time that Jesus descends from heaven. Then Christians meet in the air and accompany him on his way down. This is the only interpretation that really makes any sense. Were it not for the element of fear instilled in men by their churches, thereby making them acquiesce to this belief, no intelligent person would be found advancing a theory so utterly preposterous as the secret rapture theory. You see, its strength lies in making it appear as if life on earth will be so horrible that people will do almost anything to escape Armageddon. Consequently, the faith of Christians is weakened as they become more desirous of escaping, rather than meeting challenging situations head-on. If every battle to be fought were missed by Christians as a reward, where then would be the thrill of knowing victory? And why? Would anybody want to lead them to victory? The simple fact of the matter is that the tribulation, which everyone seems to be so afraid of, is the time of Jacob's trouble, according to the Bible. Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 7. It is not a punishment by God on Israel, but rather great pressure that he will allow to be applied to them by the nations of the world. According to the Bible, it will be a time of great testing for them. But as in the case of every single final examination, there must also be a time of great instruction and enlightenment for Israel to precede this time of testing. It has to come before. Israel will be made ready for this great tribulation, according to Scriptures. Among others, 144,000 men will rise to the occasion and prove themselves outstanding in their service to the Lord. Revelations chapter 7, verses 3 and 4. A whole lot of people believe that the second coming of Christ and Armageddon are imminent. But Christ has already been here twice, folks. But you all believe that these things may happen at any moment. In view of what we have already read in Matthew 24, that the second coming will take place after the tribulation. If it does, it will be the third coming. It is impossible for Christ to come parousia, that's the Greek word for it, at any moment. For one thing, you're all overlooking something. The man of sin must be revealed in the temple of God, according to the Bible. I'm going to say that again so you understand it. The man of sin must be revealed in the temple of God. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 3 and 4. Therefore, the temple must be rebuilt. Do you understand what I'm telling you? You're listening to all these blithering idiots heisting money from your pockets day after day after day in the churches, on television, everywhere, claiming that Jesus is coming imminently, and many of you believe that. But the temple must be rebuilt. For the man of sin must be revealed in the temple of God. Furthermore, the only way this temple can be of God, a holy place, is for God to initiate and dedicate it. In short, a converted, restored, and blessed Israel must be a reality before any abomination of desolation can occur. It's in Matthew chapter 24, verse 15. Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 33 and 34, and in Ezekiel chapter 20, verses 33 through 38. You see, Christ cannot come before the tribulation. The tribulation cannot come until there is a restitution of all things which God hath spoken by the mouth of all his holy prophets since the world began. Acts chapter 3, verse 21. And when Israel is blessed, all the nations of the earth shall be blessed through them. Genesis chapter 18, verse 18. The Scriptures, folks, indicate that all of this will consume much time, possibly hundreds of years. Hence, neither Armageddon nor the second coming will take place for at least a few centuries from now. When Christ comes, if he comes, he will come directly to earth, according to the Bible, Acts chapter 1, verse 11. He will make no local stops, nor will he make a U-turn. And least of all, will there be any 7-year coffee breaks or what have you. The Lord does not want us to serve him as though he were going to return at any moment. No more than he wants us to believe in him as an escape from endless torment or Armageddon. He wants us to love Him and serve Him because He is the Christ, the Son of God, who first loved us and gave Himself for us. Christians do not need the proverbial shot in the arm as a reason for serving the Lord, particularly when that shot in the arm runs entirely contrary to Scripture, as does the belief that the second coming and Armageddon may transpire at any moment. Jesus also said, and the Bible says, that you will not know. It will come like a thief in the night. And I'm paraphrasing because I don't have that particular chapter and verse open in front of me. But you can look it up. That's what He says. No one will know the day, the week, or the hour. It will come like a thief in the night. But yet all over the world, everybody claims that He's coming imminently, and some have even named dates and years, and some profess that He's already here walking around amongst us. And I'm telling you right now that if you believe what the Bible says, He's not here and He's not coming for a long time. But why would this be promulgated? Why would someone want you to believe that Armageddon is just over the horizon and that Jesus Christ can be expected to appear in the sky imminently? Why indeed? Because, ladies and gentlemen, it completely neutralizes all who believe this gibberish. It takes them out of the battle, makes them emasculated, of no consequence whatsoever. They will not fight against what's coming. And therefore, a great percentage of those who would help to prevent the suffering that will be brought about by the world totalitarian socialist government will not be there, will not fight, will not appear upon the battlefield, will not oppose it, for they will be at home, expecting Jesus to arrive in the clouds at any moment and save them. Many of them believe that their lives have been so pure and so wonderful that they will be caught up and will meet Jesus in the clouds in this pre-tribulation rapture. And so, whatever happens here on this earth, whatever New World Order is brought about, doesn't concern them. A woman wrote me a letter the other day. Said, "Dear Mr. Cooper, I am a Christian, but I am not a patriot. Please send me your information package." I wrote down at the bottom of that letter, "If you're not concerned about liberty, I am not concerned about you." I put her letter back in her envelope that she had sent me, self-addressed stamped, and sent it back to her with no info pack. And I meant exactly what I said. Most people who call themselves Christians are not Christians. They don't even know what Christ really taught. They parrot what some self-proclaimed evangelist, minister, preacher, parson, priest, bishop, pope throw out at them. All organized religions lie. All organized religions deceive. All organized religions manipulate. There is a true church, according to the Bible, and it exists wherever two or more meet in His name. If you are a Christian, Now, it amazes me that all these people who really are not practicing what Jesus Christ taught, are not practicing true Christianity, don't even really know what it is, who are in truth observing the holidays of pagan gods and goddesses, practicing, in effect, lies, practicing, in effect, pagan religions. And there's nothing wrong with that if you were honest with it, and you said that I am a pagan and this is my religion and this is what I'm practicing. But to pretend to be a Christian and then to condemn those who openly declare that they are practicing a pagan religion, and pagan means not of the Bible. A Buddhist to a Christian is practicing a pagan religion. To the Buddhist, it's his religion. It's a good religion. It teaches him good things. He leads a good life. He's not hurting anybody. But for these phony Christians who are practicing pagan religions, observing pagan holidays, to condemn other people for the religion they practice is unacceptable, and that kind of behavior must stop. And, ladies and gentlemen, it would be a good idea to stop it immediately, not tomorrow, but right this very moment. Folks, life should be one great climb up the steep ascent to God. But instead, that's more likely what it turns out to be, for we get lost on the way. Boy, do we get lost. From our earliest days till we pass from this life into the next, and indeed, whether here or there we are ever climbing, would that our climbing had the results that ought to be ours. I know that you've all felt that way. Oh, don't we all wish that it led us to the delectable mountains of God, to a life free from pain and suffering and attacks from others and all of the crazy things that exist in this life? For on the mountains of God, if we could get there, truth is pure as the mountain stream. Seek ye the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Nothing else will. Maybe God is truth. And maybe we cannot get to God until we get out of the deception and the lies and the fantasies and live our lives in truth. The air in a life of truth to be breathed is rarefied beyond the conditions that we are accustomed. For if we have not lived our lives completely 100% in truth, we've never really breathed the air. We've never seen the vision from the summit of that mountain. And there are so few who believe that there are any mountains of God which the soul must climb on its way to the divine, that very few could ever reach that summit anyway. The restless masses of people, the multitudes, know less about these things than they do even about the mountains of the earth. The religious world interests itself more in the geography of mountains like Ararat, Moriah, and Horeb, Carmel, and Tabor, Golgotha, and all of that. All of which are symbolic of the birth, awakening, and illumination of the individual soul than in the sacred significance and meanings of these things. For folks, if you believe the Bible and if you understand what you're reading, these are the mountains of God, which the soul must climb on its way from the city of destruction and delusion, from the city of material desire to the holy city of God with its gates of pearly virtues, its streets of golden love. And all of these are metaphors for the truth. The soul must climb to its immortal, because continually useful life. Ararat, dear listeners, is the mountain of rest, the hill that towers above the earth floods on which the ark of man's soul may find rest for itself amid the turbulent waters of experience. You see, the flood comes to every person. Ararat is always there, the Ararat of the divine presence, though there are few people who ever realize it or understand it. On that mountain, we must stay. There is no security elsewhere when we set out into the new realms of thought and conquest of the meaning of the soul, leading to our ultimate understanding of God. Men and women who do not find Ararat are drowned in the sea of their own self-confessed troubles. They are whiners. They are so consumed with their own problems. Even though they seek the highest points of earthly fame, glory, and power, they're climbing the wrong mountain. You see, matter, physical things, cannot redeem them from this flood. All who seek and find Ararat, that place of rest, the divine presence within, and there repose their spirits, shall come in to divine love and feel its sheltering power. You see, Ararat is more than a biblical legend. The Bible, dear listeners, was written in an esoteric language. One meaning for the profane, the sheep. The other for the adepts, the priesthood. It's always been that way. But the soul that finds Ararat must also discover Moriah. Many of you have never heard these terms because you don't pay much attention to what you're reading. You tend to put more importance on some things that maybe are not as important as others that are. The way to God is sacrificial. The journey's upwards, not downwards. Consequently, it is at times extremely difficult. And this is what Jesus was trying to teach us. And didn't he sacrifice his life for us, if you believe in him? Whether he lived or not doesn't matter in all of this. And that's why those who attempt to prove that Jesus Christ never lived, therefore his teachings are of no consequence, are spitting into the wind. If we would find true rest in God, we must not withhold from him anything, even our best, the things we cherish most. You see, God is upon Moriah, but he is there to receive from us our treasure, our soul's treasure, that we in turn may be able to receive his richest blessings. The mountain, to be sure, is hard to climb. Extremely difficult. And few that I've ever known in my life have ever made it. I'm not there yet, but I'm trying. It requires the resolution of discovery. It is difficult for us to part with what we cherish most, even when the recipient is God. Though in reality, nothing good need be given up by us, not even to God. And most people have misunderstood all of this about giving. For only the evil in us must be surrendered, only the bad. That's all He wants. Remember the admonition that the rich man will never reach the gates of heaven? If he gives his fortune to the church, he will never reach those gates. And I'm not talking about a place in the clouds where there are really gates. Remember, these are all metaphors. For God doesn't want all that money. And I can guarantee you, He's not going to want all these evangelists who are taking all your money. He wants the evil in us. He wants the bad. He wants us to surrender that or transmute it into good. And we find it more trying and difficult still if we have reason to believe that our treasure is essential to all our future welfare and progress, and what we value the most is of no interest to God. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and unto God what is God's. Yet we must climb. You see, we cannot prove ourselves of the faithful unless, like the Father of the faithful, we yield allegiance to God. Now remember, you don't have to believe any of this. I'm trying to make you think. That's the whole purpose of last night and tonight. No matter what you believe, I want you to think. To turn many to righteousness, we must be on the path of righteousness ourselves. If we are not, we will be ineffective. And we will not fool anyone else, only ourselves. To teach men how to live the life of faith, we must have been there ourselves. Most who become great and are good in their greatness have suffered deeply in their lives. Before we can have a real share in laying the foundation of the city of God and building and peopling it with multitudes and filling it with spiritual forces, we must have heard the angelic voice counseling us to obey the divine law, and we must have knelt in obedience before God. And I'm not talking about some man in white robes with a big white beard sitting on some throne in the sky. That's not what it's all about. But still, our ascent continues. After Moriah comes Sinai, the mountain of the vision of righteousness. See, I'm interpreting the Bible as the priesthood interprets it to you now, with the meaning that was intended to be conveyed. No matter what meaning you got out of it, I guarantee you it was not the meaning that was conveyed. Life is a series of progressive steps or climbs. One hill today, another tomorrow. The soul that desires to rise must go on. There can be no drawing back. Even if the hill next seems to be almost inaccessible, it must seek progression by means of every mountain. The soul must continue to climb. And many talk about the legend of the sower in the Gospels. And they say that it means race. But the truth is, the legend of the sower, the mystery of this parable, lies in surrendering the evil in us to God, the bad, or transmuting it into good.
and that everything that we do in our lives is inscribed upon the soul, and it will stay there until the harvest, where the wheat shall be separated from the chaff. Thus, after sacrifice through obedience, there comes the knowledge of the divine law. And as the true knowledge of divine law dawns upon us, ladies and gentlemen, what do we behold? The mountain is wrapped in the mystery of being. Of being. Many of you are beginning to awaken to a reality which you never suspected. You're coming out of the fantasy, and it's been largely as a result of listening to this broadcast. You are becoming illumined. You are discovering that illumination can be upsetting. It can also be wonderful. That the real world is much different than the one you knew, and that the burden of the voice that speaks to you from within, as a result of that, is like the thunder and lightning of God. I know the feeling well. And if you're paying attention to it, it's your first vision of God, because visions of God only come with the truth. You don't have to see an old man sitting on a throne with white robes, with a great white beard, to see God. When you see the truth, you are dealing with God. It's a vision absolutely necessary to all of our future progress if we're going to make any. Without this divine law, there could be no harmony of the soul. And as seekers after oneness with God, we must discover and apply to our own life the laws of His being. But how much harder is this than even Moriah? You see, it's easier to yield up something once and for all than maintain a daily conflict with ourselves, enforcing upon ourselves obedience in thought, word, and deed to the divine law. The conflict is within you. It always has been. Take people out of the picture and evil ceases to exist. But the divine law of God continues to work. Always. The soul that has not died does not know. This is the meaning of being born again. How can you be born again if you have not died first? It's the meaning of the death and rebirth symbolically in the mystery schools. Also takes place in your church. If it knew, it possibly would flee in terror. Like Israel, men repeat the law of Sinai, which has been materialized into meaningless shibboleths. Look it up. They little realize the profound depths of meaning hidden as a sacred mystery from the vulgar or the profane gaze, which all of you have been all of your life until you began to awaken. Yet Sinai is the way to self-knowledge. To man know thyself and self-conquest. It is there, ladies and gentlemen, we discover the pattern after which God would have us fashion the temple and the sanctum sanctorum for the soul. The law of God is perfect, converting the soul. It raises it up to the planes of the divine. Therefore, our hearts should be filled with great courage. For though the way is difficult, it is absolutely necessary. We shall conquer, we shall attain, what though the soul that is fleshed within us be as a consuming fire. It will give us the knowledge of ourselves And what though the voices and the burden of their message overwhelm us? Through self-advancement, we shall at last find our soul. It is this soul that connects us with God. Without it, there is no connection, and there would be no God. Then the vision of law on Sinai leads to the great and bitter conflict on Carmel between the prophets of Baal and those of God. If you want to understand what happened in Waco, Texas, you must understand this. The vision of the law on Sinai leads to the great and bitter conflict on Carmel between the prophets of Baal and those of God. The question is, which shall conquer? The world of matter or the realms of spirit? Truth or falsehood? The substantial spiritual forces or the insubstantial astral illusions, which you might call the dark. Carmel has been depicted as a sense of false judgment, cruelty, and slaughter equal to the times of the Inquisition. And so it must have been, were the historic records of it mere history. So let those who will delight in such misconceptions by trying to read morality into an act that in ordinary history the world would today condemn, such an interpretation continues to grossly deceive men and blind them to the vision of truth. The hill is always difficult to climb, though the glory of its summit is greater than the difficulties in the conflict. Yet is the conflict severe, overwhelming, and so many refuse to engage in it. They refuse to slay the evil in themselves and let good be triumphant. They refuse to transmute. Yet it is only the timid and fearful one who delays his ascent and conflict, never the brave and the strong, the courageous, who are always out there leading the sheep. Follow the path, even to the spirit of the summit, for the soul that would attain must always press forward, having its eye fixed above and its mind on the goal. And don't ever forget that the true glory of the soul increases with its conquests over the material world. When we have learned the meaning of Ararat and Moriah, Sinai and Carmel, then may we come to the glory of the Mount of Transfiguration, into the Sanctum Sanctorum, where we may reach out and touch the hand of God. It is indeed, ladies and gentlemen, a steep ascent, always rugged, mostly lonely, often very dangerous, and at times so very, very difficult as to seem beyond our ability, yet it is the only way. There could be no transfiguration without Carmel any more than there could be a Carmel without the vision of Sinai. What happened in Waco, Texas, is that David Koresh misunderstood all of it. And the powers that be, understanding it well, had to end it. The Christian church missed the entire cue. For if they had understood what was happening there, it could have been the greatest resurgence of Christianity in the history of the world. But they did not. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, it was not. This nation hinges upon the success of those who are climbing those hills and those mountains and overcome all the difficulties and the hardships, surmount the final battle at Carmel, experience great sufferings in their life, and because of that can make the connections with the sufferings of others, can understand and realize the divine law
and stand upon that summit, reach out and touch the hand of God. Good night. Think about this, and God bless you all. Good evening. I'm William Cooper, and you're listening to the Hour of the Time, the only hour that ever was. Boy, there's one of those classic screw-ups that make live radio really fun. I'll tell you, I'll probably be making them 3 years from now if I'm still doing radio live, because this really isn't my cup of tea, but I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. Coming to us now from Phoenix, Arizona for our Monday Night Metals Report. And good evening, if you're still there.
I'm here.
You're on the Hour of the Time. Hello?
Hello.
You're on the air.
Okay, how you doing, Bill?
Fine.
It's great to be back on again.
Who's this?
This is Ken.
Oh, hi, Ken. Fantastico. What are we going to talk about tonight?
Oh, first I'd like to thank everybody out there that's listening. The response has been absolutely overwhelming. And my definition in life for a stranger has always been a friend I have not met yet. And I met an awful lot of nice people via the phone from the last time being on the airwaves and through letters that were written, and I will respond to each and every one of them as quickly as possible.
Well, you know, the feedback I got is everybody out there just loved you. And they really, really opened their eyes from what you had to say. They began looking at their ordinary, everyday possessions in a whole new light.
Well, that's great. That's what my program is intended for. And if I could answer just one person's letter, it said that they requested info on my survival skills, which I'm more than happy to send to them. And the question was, why do you think we will need such skills? And the answer is, people need these skills each and every day of their lives because they don't ever know what's going to happen with the weather or anything else that goes on that could possibly be a national disaster, whether it's weather or whatever. And from hurricanes to earthquakes to tornadoes to flash flooding to avalanches, you name it, these skills could possibly save someone's life. And I just wanted to make clear that I'm not on any kind of political bandwagon. I do not work on fear or intimidation of anyone. I'm just here to be of service to my fellow man.
Wonderful. What are we going to talk about tonight?
Just quickly, I'd like to talk about cigarettes.
Okay.
You know, everybody's told that cigarettes are bad for your health and that you shouldn't smoke, so please keep that in mind in case you're a non-smoker. And if you're a smoker, here's some other things that you can simply do with a pack of cigarettes. And a lot of my flyers that go out, I use the word survival and I break it down to simply unlock your restrictive viewpoint into visual awareness of life. Well, if you smoke enough cigarettes, eventually they may kill you. But on the other hand, if you always look at the other side of the coin, cigarettes can also save your life by simply using them if you have them that come in a box container or even if they're a soft pack. You have 20 magic lights, little fire sticks right there in a pack of cigarettes because they're usually dry all the time, and you always need a pack of matches or a lighter to get one going with. So if you break them in half, now you have 20 to 40 little magic logs within your possession. So that's your kindling for starting a fire with.
They'll burn for quite a while, won't they?
They will, and that's all you need with other wood or paper or fuzz in your pockets, whatever available that is burnable to get a decent-sized fire going, to give you warmth, to be able to cook your food on, to boil your water with, to have light with. If you're lucky enough to have the kind that have the filter on them, if you just look and think of the word filter, you can use that filter to stick inside of possibly a pen if need be, a hollow tube or rod. Maybe it's your fishing rod that's graphite that's hollow and you have to break it in half. So you can stuff some cigarette filters into it, and now you have the means to start purifying water if it's stagnant. If you don't have any kind of first aid on you, you can also use those filters for small compresses or to use as your Band-Aids. You can also use the filter broken down for aerodynamics if you need to make a blowgun from toothpicks, twigs, needles, or pins that you may have in a sewing kit, cactus needles if you're in the right terrain or area. They can also be used for fishing flies to make your own lures with. Then you can use the container itself to collect nuts and berries in. And if you're really thirsty and you forgot to take your canteen or your drinking cup with you, you can slide the plastic cellophane wrapper off and it will hold just about a cup of water. So there's your portable canteen and a means to collect water, which you may want to use your driver's license or anything else that's plastic to scrape moisture off the plants around you. And if you had all that fun, mostly all cigarette packs have aluminum foil in there for your protection, which you can then use as a signal mirror if and when you'd like to be rescued.
You know, you forgot something, Ken.
What's that? Oh, you can smoke them.
You can smoke them too, but when I was in the Air Force, we used to have earplugs when we went out on the flight line to work on the B-52 bombers, which is what I worked on, and KC-135 refueling type aircraft. And if I forgot my earplugs, I would use the filters from a Marlboro, and it worked just fine. So you can use those for earplugs too.
That's absolutely true. And I'm sure there's a lot more, but those are just some suggested items from my imagination and the way that I view the world and everything around it that could be useful to you in any given time, moment, or situation. I also like to relate things to nature and hunting, and if you were out in the woods and you were a hunter, we find it so easy to kill these days, everything and anything, but if you only had one shot left in a rifle and you were sitting there and some squirrel happened by, you'd have to make a decision on whether to shoot it so you could keep eating or to do other things with it. But maybe you just want to take the time to observe the squirrel and where it lives and where it's running and hiding its nuts or digging up its nuts, so instead of eating him, you can share his food. And then you can break down that one last bullet that you have and use the gunpowder to start yourself a fire with. You can use the lead from it to possibly sit and write your notes of the day on something with. You can use the casing itself, since everything would be taken out of it, as a distress whistle if you needed to signal for help and you couldn't yell.
Those make good earplugs too.
And if there's any other animals in the area too, they're curious and they will sit up and pay attention to the loudness of the whistle. And then you may just want to break down that rifle and use the barrel for a blowgun later if you needed to, or to use it to tap into a tree to get the sap out of it so you have something else to drink and eat. Maybe you want to use the leather strap or nylon strap to take apart and use that to build a comfortable lean-to with, or use some of the stock and put in, use that to start a fire with.
Ken, it just occurred to me, we may have some listeners out there tonight who did not hear the show with you last week. Why don't you tell our listeners again just who you are and what you do, just in case some people out there are scratching their heads and wonder what this is all about.
Okay. What I do is I put together a program called In Plain View Survival Training. And what it allows people to do is become self-reliant and self-sufficient and self-empowered with everyday normal things that have always been right there in front of them, but no one has ever showed them how to use it for anything more than what they've purchased it for. And what I teach in an 8-hour course is I cover city, street, car, home, everyday clothing, and how you can use everything from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, land, sea, air, and wilderness survival. So so that people can move freely and feel comfortable and enjoy life more wherever they go.
A lot of people have actually died in inclement weather, lost in snowstorms, in avalanches, are out on the water, or in the water, simply because they didn't understand that they had the elements of their survival on their person at the time and could have survived without any injury, any frostbite, or any problems whatsoever if they had only attended one of your seminars.
This is again why I have put this program together, and the response that I'm getting, it's definitely fulfilled my dream, because I'm living my life's dream and doing this and now being able to pass it on to each and every individual that is interested in it, because no one has ever taken the time to show really anyone. And in times of emergency, whether it's the weather, with hurricanes, you always see people running at the last minute to buy batteries and candles and everything that they should already have in their home for a state of preparedness for themselves in case of a disaster. And it's wait till the last minute and cause more havoc for themselves and those around them.
Cause more disaster, huh?
Absolutely.
You did something interesting with this word survival that I like an awful lot. He took the word survival and just printed the letters vertically, and then he added letters to each letter, and the way it comes out is simply unlock your restrictive viewpoints into a visual awareness of life. And it's so true. When I stood there in Denver, Colorado, at the Coliseum, watching Ken go through his paces time after time after time with hundreds of people, I was amazed at how blind we all are. I had no idea what the clothing and the belt and the shoes and the things that I had on me right then and there was actually capable of. I had some idea because in the Navy we were taught to use every piece of naval clothing for a specific purpose. And of course, being narrow-minded humans that we are, we don't carry that over into civilian life and really think about those things, except for some rare people like Ken. You were in the Navy, weren't you, Ken?
Yes.
And you actually started off with these kinds of ideas from your Navy training, according to what you told me before. Is that correct?
Yes, that is. And that's where I was able to really teach myself more than I had taught when I was younger, because I was always playing and being creative and imaginative with everything that I had as a child, because we didn't have the type of toys that children have available to them today. So you really had to kind of use your imagination. And when people would go camping and that, they just basically pull their portable home along with them, and I was looking out in nature to find everything that has always been there for us to use, and creating my own little world and my own little lean-tos and tents and campsites, and to have a better time and get close with nature and to find out just what I was all about.
I think that's wonderful. I sort of went through the same kind of childhood. The toys that we had were in the Sears catalog, and that's where they stayed. We got a lot of clothing and shoes out of there, but none of the toys ever made it to our house. Instead, our mom would give us cigar boxes and empty spools from her sewing machine and sticks, and we'd build all kinds of things. But, you know, the imagination sort of dies with childhood in this world, and of course children who live in the city don't have a chance to really exercise that. What would you recommend for people who grew up in the city and really didn't get that close to nature, Ken?
Take the time to spend either with yourself or with the child, and just take that leisurely ride on a Sunday or whatever time you may have available and go out to the country.
Ken, there's people who've never left Manhattan Island in their entire life, and they're listening to this show right now.
Well, I suggest they spend $2 good dollars and fill up the gas tank, no matter what the prices are today, and just go out and get away from it all and start to think clearly and start to look around at everything that was put here for them to enjoy from the start.
Now, in a real severe snowstorm, they could die just as easily in the streets of New York City as they could in the tundra of the Antarctic, couldn't they?
Right there within their own home. If all was shut off, all electric was shut off, all water supply was shut off. This happens every day, every winter.
Yeah.
Utilities are cut off because they can't pay their bills, and they have the capability and the means to live just as comfortably without all the, quote, conveniences that they have available to them.
And that's the key, because man always did before man got these conveniences, didn't he?
Yes.
All right. Okay, go ahead. I just want to drive a few points home to make people out there understand that this isn't just for people who live in the country, it's for everybody. What you have to offer is valuable and could save anybody's life, no matter where they live or who they are or what they do.
This is true. I'm just one man, and right now I seem to make a difference in the world, and I'm not anybody special. I'm just like everybody else out there, but I took the time because it was something that I enjoyed and something that I had a real interest in, to educate myself on as much as possible. A lot of the stuff that I teach and do is because I have used myself as a guinea pig to experiment on and to find out exactly how things work and why. I took the time to ask the question, why?
Okay. What else can we get into that can help our friends at home learn how to survive when things don't go the way we want them to?
If most homes, every home has a restroom, and everybody uses toilet paper, I'd hope. If not, other items are available to them, all the way down to the denominations in their pockets, that they could use toilet paper. But the toilet paper roll itself, once it's done, this program also helps people to save money and to recycle and use everything that they would normally throw out because it's not used up yet. A roll of toilet paper taken simply, keep that toilet paper roll. If you're using a washer and dryer in your home, things that are called lint and fuzz collect in your dryer that you need to clean out. Instead of throwing it into the garbage, just put that above the ledge where you're doing your laundry and stuff it as tightly as you can into the roll of toilet paper. And if you have leftover birthday candles or candles from Halloween or candles from Christmas or anything else, you can heat up that excess wax in a tin pan on your stove and pour some of it into the toilet paper roll, and you've just created inexpensively, because you've already bought and paid for it, your own little fire log for your fireplace or your cooking grill. If you don't have that, you still want some heat in your house. If people have coffee cans or any kind of can, food would come in and they save them, then they can make their own little sterno cans to keep cooking on, and to have heat and warmth and light in their home if everything else was shut off.
Well, Ken, hate to do this, but we got to take a short little break right now while I turn this tape over. So just hang loose. We'll be right back after this very short pause. And everybody out there wants to walk like you and talk like you. So let's hear some more, Ken.
Referring back to the letters that...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to fluster you like that. I know you're not used to this kind of thing, but go ahead. We love you.
Okay. I was putting all my thoughts together for today, and there's so many things that I would really want to cover, and I know that time is short, so I want to make the most of everyone's time. You can always get more money, but you can't get more time.
That's true.
A lot of people requested videos, they requested cassette tapes and booklets and everything else. I've just completed a booklet, and as I say again, I'm only a one-man show, so anyone that would like to give me backing or donations or funding, I'd be more than willing to accept that so I can give more of myself to the people that are listening. The booklet that I've just completed, it's 12 to 14 pages, which is condensed into 4 full pages, and in that I cover survival, the most 8 important steps of survival, the 5 priority list that everybody should have, and I'll give that out to everyone right now. The most important items that everybody could possibly carry on their person at one time is a multi-purpose pocket knife of any size, a compass and a thermometer, a lighter or a pack of matches, a small flashlight, preferably small AAA batteries, and most important, always carry with you a peace of mind. And I go into methods of purifying water, where you can find water sources from within your home to outside, suggested areas for city survival, and where you can find information, food, clothing, and shelter. Good to go bag is what I call it, and what I teach in my classes, and it lists over 50 items that are vital to your survival up to 30 days and what to put in it. And at the base of that, I always say to keep with you a good sense of humor, trust in your own awareness, guidance, and knowingness. I also have the basic first aid kit for the home or for your car. I talk about homemade fuel sources, wild edible food tips. I have another section in there which covers awareness and being aware. And awareness is having the knowledge and being mindful, being informed, being alert, being watchful. Awareness is knowledge, and knowledge is power.
You mean sheeple can't do this?
I guess not.
This is not for sheeple. Okay. Go ahead. My audience is not sheeple, I can guarantee it. Sheeple.
The exercise is to develop a great awareness. I also have a method of seed sprouting in there. And I also do scenarios, home scenarios and car scenarios in my seminar, and I list the 25 most important things that someone can use if they had to vacate their car inside of 2 minutes, and what they can actually rip off, tear off, take from their vehicle to keep moving and to keep surviving with. And that is in my 4-page booklet. A lot of people call with questions on what should I do if I'm going overseas or traveling, and what do I need to look for, or what should I carry.
You know, Ken, that's a good question. A lot of people go overseas without even thinking that it might be different than the place that they left.
And they need to actually look into the area that they're going to. A lot of things just revolve around human relations. Everybody seems to have this plastic bubble that they don't want anyone to break or get close to. That's something else that we've gotten away from over the years, is being kind to one another and reaching a hand out and saying hello, or offering a cigarette to someone was a gesture of breaking the barriers between two people. Maybe it may be a stick of gum today, and talking to people in general.
That's so true. And having been in 2 branches of the military service, and having been overseas, in fact, as a child, I was raised in foreign countries. One of the most rewarding experiences is getting to be friends with the people in the country that you visit, and learning about their country and their customs and their ways. And it's an awful lot of fun.
It absolutely is. In my 8 steps on survival, one of the 8 steps is being able to vanquish fear and panic, and to act like the natives, to find out about their culture and be open-minded to it, so you can understand them and how they live, and that way people can appreciate what other people do for a living.
Many Americans don't understand that when they leave this country, they're no longer protected by the laws of this country. And when they are in a foreign country, they are literally at the mercy of the people and their laws and their customs. And you can't survive if nobody likes you.
And if you don't carry yourself proudly, and you don't carry yourself in awareness, and always having the knowing of where you're going, or at least making it seem like you know where you're going, then you become a target for anybody that's out there that wants to take advantage of you. And that's something that you really need to keep in mind.
So what are some of the things you teach people that are going to go overseas besides these things we've just discussed? What should they take with them, Ken?
Basically, as little as possible, so they don't have a lot of stuff to lug around. If they're carrying luggage or a backpack of any kind, to always keep it within their possession, within their reach, so to speak, and don't really ask anyone to watch your property for you, because you don't know what they might be putting in your bag that they want transported back across the country that could possibly get them into trouble innocently without them knowing it. If you're staying overnight somewhere, inventory and reassess your situations before you leave to make sure that the items that you brought are the same items that are still in there, and you haven't picked up any debris, so to speak, of any kind that you don't need to be carrying with you.
One of the things I learned is when you go to a foreign country, you don't wear flashy jewelry, you don't wear expensive rings or Rolex watches on your wrist. And it depends upon the country you go to, depends upon the part of town that you're in. But you have to remember that a lot of foreign countries have a lot of poor people who turn to theft sometimes in order to survive. And you just have to be aware of that.
I'm glad that you brought that out, because this is exactly what I'm saying. And that's what I mean by acting and looking like the natives. Maybe you just may want to take some extra spending money with you and observe how people are dressed, their casualness, and move like they do and move freely about them and not be bragging who you are or where you are from, because people know how free we are in this country here and what we're allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do. So what I'm saying is, do not draw attention to yourself that you do not want to have drawn to you.
Right. Someone else's survival might be your pain.
Absolutely.
What else can we touch on, Ken? What about going to places here in the United States that someone may not be used to? For instance, and I know you've thought of this before because we talked a little bit about it in Denver. What about somebody from the country who's never been to a big city?
If they've always been out in the country and they're coming into the big city, take the time to go to the library and read up on the city, talk to somebody else that has been there, talk to their elders that have traveled.
You know, people who live in California and in New York City don't understand that a subway can be terrifying to someone who's never been out of a small country town. And a freeway, well, for my wife, for instance, she just absolutely will not drive on a freeway in California. It terrifies her so much that she cannot literally react.
If they have to go alone, then they're going to have the greatest experience of their lives, because it's going to be an adventure for them.
And they're going to have to overcome their fears.
They're going to have to absolutely overcome their fears. They're going to, and overcoming the word fear, that means face everything and rejoice. If you have any kind of fears, that does not mean to forget everything and run. So, if you have a fear of a subway, take the time and go down and look at a subway and just take it from one stop, get off, and get back on and go right back to where you came from. So you have that feeling of what it's like to be in a subway and be underground traveling. And whether it's going into skyscrapers and using elevators to flying, or being in the heart of downtown New York and you've never ever been there before. Taxis, buses. Familiarize yourself with bus routes when you get into an area. Familiarize yourself with local hospital numbers, police information that is available to you. A phone book is probably your best source of information in any city across the country, because there's all the help you need within a phone book, and there's maps at the back of phone books. So you won't be lost. You'll only be temporarily, as I call it, displaced until you familiarize yourself with your surroundings.
Ken, you know, I went home the other day and I asked Carolyn and Annie and Pooh, I said, what would you do if all of a sudden the water was shut off and you went to every tap in the house and you turned it on and there was no water, and you went to the neighbors and there was no water, there's just no water anywhere, and you came back home and you're sitting there and you're thirsty, what would you do? And nobody knew what to do. And the only reason I knew what to do, I probably would have thought of it after a while, but I knew because you were telling me how to get water in Denver. And what's the answer to that?
If you're within your home and you go to your taps and then all of a sudden it's shut off because maybe a main line broke, if you go to your refrigerator, you can take everything out of it and defrost the refrigerator freezer, because there's water in ice and ice trays. You can drain your hot water line drain the water from your hot water tank. You can use the water in the toilet tanks as long as there's no 1001 flushes or any other kind of chemicals that are in there to make your...
Ew, water in the toilet tank. I know there's some people out there doing that. Right now, I know they are.
All those that are, please raise your hand.
Why is it okay to drink the water out of the toilet tank?
Because the water in the toilet tank in most cities anywhere is clean to a certain extent, but all you would have to do is boil it. And it does go through the water purification plants and systems.
In other words, it's the same water that comes right out of the tap.
Absolutely.
And it's in a tank in which there are no pollutants unless you put some pollutants in there yourself.
Or if your tank is old, you may have some rust in there, so you don't want to drink rust and end up getting lockjaw.
Yeah, and you might have a little bit of some kind of a plant growth in there. I've seen some algae growing on the edges of toilet tanks. But basically, there's no reason why someone could not use that water.
Correct. And all that they have to do, again, to purify it is boil it. That's the simplest, easiest method, which has been done for centuries to purify water, is just boiling it. To do that, you need to boil it for 5 to 10 minutes vigorously at a high rate. And if you want it to taste better, depends on the pan that you're boiling it in, is to pour it from one pan to another. And this will get that metal, aluminum taste out of it, but it will be great.
Country people get a large wooden barrel and put it under one of the eaves of the house, and where rainwater drains, and they'll allow rainwater to accumulate in that barrel, and they'll put a lid on it during the hot months so that the water doesn't evaporate, just in case. And there's no reason why you can't do that anywhere else.
No, depends on what time of year it is. If you're watering your lawn, and you're the type of person that just shuts it off and you don't disconnect it and drain it, you may have 150 foot of garden hose out there, and all you have to do is walk it down and drain it into a bucket, and you have your water right there.
Now,
garden hose.
How could you cook food if you didn't have any means of making a fire, if you didn't have any fuel, anything? You had the food, you had a container to put it in, but you got no possible way to make a fire, no source of heat except the source up above that God gave us, the sun. What would you do?
Well, if that's all you had was the sun, then you can, I'm sure, have newspaper, telephone book, any kind of burnable materials. And if it's a sunny day and you had the luxuries of a magnifying glass, you can start a fire with a magnifying glass. If you didn't have that, I'm sure everybody's got flashlights in their homes and batteries. And people have steel wool usually to scour their pans with and everything else. Well, this is called an electrical fire. All you need to do, whether it's a size C battery or D battery, as long as there's juice in it, all you have to do is touch the positive to the negative portion of the battery, and as soon as one connects with the other, you will see it spark up, and just blow on it, and it will burst into a flame. And then you can add wood, paper, whatever else you have available, and put that in maybe an extra pan if you didn't have a coffee can. Or you might want to take the hubcap off your car so you have something to cook in if you didn't have a cooking grill, and you got fire that way. If not, once again, everybody's got toilet paper in their house, and if people are interested in first aid, I'm sure they have rubbing alcohol in their house. If they were to remove the cardboard tube from the toilet paper roll and put it into a can of reasonable size of the diameter of the toilet paper and pour the rubbing alcohol into it, only if it was a cup full, and light it, you'll have heat, warmth, and light to do all your cooking on. But when you're doing anything in the home, please make sure you have the proper ventilation.
And also make sure you put your fire in something that doesn't burn.
The house down, or you'll be really warm.
Right.
But it's right there. It's been on their shelves. They've been looking at it and throwing things out and not realizing that there's more use for it than what you initially bought it for. But it will burn a long time, too, the rubbing alcohol on top of toilet paper in a coffee can. Even if it was a pop can that you had to take the top off of and put as much toilet paper rolled up as you could into it and pour it. Once again, you now have a sterno can that will give you heat, warmth, and light.
And it lasts quite a while, doesn't it?
Yes, it will. I say in my booklet, 1 cup of rubbing alcohol in that coffee can situation will burn for about 1 hour. The whole bottle may give you several days of heat, warmth, and cooking availability. A lot of people say, Ken, why do you want to give out all this information over the radio or to people that you talk to? Well, this is 25 years of experience, and I'm just scratching the surface. I cannot possibly give everybody everything within this short time period.
Yeah, believe me, he is just scratching the surface. His normal seminar is 8 hours, and he's just talking about what you're wearing and what's in your car, what's in your home, and how to survive with those things. And he doesn't just talk about it. I mean, he demonstrates, shows you, lets you get your hands on it, and all kinds of things. It's just marvelous. He held me spellbound for several days up there in Denver. His booth was right next to ours, and when I wasn't busy, I was over there watching Ken, believe me. And Willie Whitefelder, well, I said this on the last show, but, well, there might be somebody else out there that doesn't know about it. Willie Whitefelder taught Pooh how to build a fire using a piece of wood and 2 pieces of wood and a piece of string. And
again, that's called a bow drill. And even if you don't have a piece of string and all you have is 1 stick that's possibly the length of your arms, and you have the second stick that you'd want to put a little notch into, which would be a V, and just spit on your hands or have some gloves and start at the top of that stick, and by rubbing it rapidly back and forth together from top to bottom, putting pressure into the stick that you're spinning it on, you'll create enough friction heat to start a spark onto some small kindling, whether it's tree branches or leaves or paper or fuzz or whatever, to blow on that. And it's the old motto, where there's smoke, there's fire, and you can make your own fire that way.
Ken, you know, on the last show we talked about that young couple that went out in their car and got stuck in a snowstorm on a deserted road, and it was days before they found the car, and then more days before they found them, and they were so concerned about saving the baby that they ended up losing both of them lost portions of their feet and legs due to freezing. Why is it a mistake? Why is it a mistake to devote so much of your attention in cold weather to trying to save a baby? Don't tell me I stumped you.
Yeah, well, no, you didn't.
I didn't mean to.
Save the attention to save a baby. The simple fact of that matter is the baby was basically left unharmed. The mother nurtured it and gave it some water, but the child was never taught fear. The child, being only 3 to 5 months old, if I remember,
yeah, that's correct,
thing about death, and it was a life-functioning system that was in existence. Nothing affected it. But your mind affects you in every single thing that you do. The father said that he did not give up because of the love for his wife and daughter, and that is admirable, but he was not ready to die. He had the will to live, the will to survive, and that's what it takes. Once you give up, once you decide that you're in a situation that you're going to die, then you just told your mind and you just decided that that is the next process for you.
Yeah, you've resigned yourself to it.
Yes. And what people need to realize from the time you took your first breath and was smacked on your backside and came into the world, you are already started to die. We are dying every single day. It's a natural process. That's what you're born to do. You are born to die, because none of us are immortal that I know of. And it's what you do between point A and B is all that matters.
Well, believe me, from my life, I don't know why anybody would ever want to be immortal. It's a good life while you live it, but sooner or later, I don't want to be here anymore when I reach a certain point. Do you?
Apparently not. No, I don't think so. People that are afraid to die are those who have not yet lived.
That's right. Ken, isn't it a fact that babies are covered with a thick layer of fat, and that they could actually go longer without food and water and experience colder weather than adult human beings can and survive?
Yes, they can. And that's also true of people that are heavier. They'll last longer because of the fat covering tissue on them.
Plus they have a built-in supply of food.
Yes, people think that they gain so much weight during the winter because of all the holidays and all the food. Just like the animals out there, you naturally gain maybe 5 to 10 pounds of winter weight, winter fat to protect yourself from the cold. And that's something that people don't realize. It's not all the partying that you're doing and that. Your body will naturally retain more of it. The other myth that people say is you better put a coat on because you'll go outside and catch a cold. You'll not catch a cold unless someone has given you the virus and has coughed and sneezed and hacked all over you. You will get cold, but you will not catch a cold. So you need to regulate your own body heat.
Well, once again, you've certainly opened everyone's eyes, and you got any little really neat goodies you want to close out with here, Ken?
I would just like to thank anyone that's within the listening area, and I'd like to thank those that called from overseas. It touched my heart, and my heart goes out to you, and this comes from the heart, that if anybody has any questions whatsoever or needs any information whatsoever, please feel free, night or day, to contact me at area code 303-666-4601 or write to 1560 Bedivere Circle. Bedivere is spelled B as in boy, E as in Ed, D as in David, I as in Indian, Victor, Edward, Richard, Edward, Circle, Lafayette, Colorado, 80026. And it'd be my pleasure to answer your questions.
Well, Ken, you found out how many people listen to this program, didn't you?
Yes. It's overwhelming, and I am very grateful for the opportunity to speak once again to the people that listen to your show.
Well, Ken, speaking for all of us here, and I know I'm speaking for all of the good, loyal listeners to the Hour of the Time, we thank you for sharing this information with us. I know, and they know, that you certainly don't have to do this. And I think the greatest help that you've been to all of our people around the world is that it's taught them to look at ordinary, everyday things that they take for granted in a different light. And if that helps save their lives, then you've done all of us a wonderful service.
Well, Bill, a lot of people call and say, well, how many people do I need for a seminar? How many people do you have to do this?
One.
Just one. Just one person. I've traveled literally 2,000 miles one way and have done the whole 8-hour seminar just for one person, because I believe that that person could not only help themselves, but anyone else that may be around them or involved in any type of situation that they may find themselves in, and that is more than gratifying for me that I've been able to pass that on to someone else instead of keeping all this to myself. And as long as you listen and hear and listen, then you have the best recording system, which is your ears, and the best computer system, which is your own brain, and you can tap into that anytime and retain and pull out this information when and where you need it.
Well, once again, I want to thank you, Ken. We're out of time. God bless you. God bless your family. And if you get a chance, have little Kate call and talk to Pooh sometime. Probably in the evening would be the best. And for all of you out there, I hope that this has really helped you. I know that it has, for those of you who really pay attention. And please call Ken and talk to him. 303-666-4601. That's 303-666-4601. For those of you who are listening to Tom Valentine tonight, you heard him tell a blatant, barefaced lie. And if he wants to sue me for this statement, we'll round up all the witnesses who were on the Capitol steps in Washington, D.C. We will meet him in a court of law, and we will expose his lie to the world. Now, if all you sheeple want to continue to think that there's nobody out there that can keep you running around in circles, chasing your own tail while they bring this country down around our ears, then you better think again. Because you are setting yourself up for a big fall.
and you may be the biggest fools of all. Good night, and God bless you.
You're listening to The Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Ladies and gentlemen, we have so much information on the Oklahoma bombing, and a lot of it has not been confirmed yet, but some of it is absolutely incredible. And I have to tell you that I believe this is going to pop wide open, and somebody, somewhere, is going to eat it. I don't know who exactly, but I'll tell you this. It ain't going to be no patriots, and it ain't going to be no militias. That I can assure you with 100% guarantee. We knew that Governor Keating was ex-FBI, and we knew that he'd been groomed from a very early age for some political destiny. You see, he punched all the tickets. As soon as he graduated from law school, he went into the Federal Bureau of Investigation for only 3 years, and then into another slot, just for a short period of time, and then another one, each increasingly more responsible, more respectable in the public eye, and higher up on the ladder. So this man was chosen to fulfill some destiny. We know not exactly what, but we know that this Oklahoma bombing has something to do with it. You see, it was Governor Keating who claimed to have found the axle 2 blocks away from the explosion site, the axle of the Ryder truck, which was instantaneously traced. Later, he began to back away from that, and they brought out a police officer who claimed that he was actually the one who found it. And now a book written 7 years ago by Frank Keating's brother, Martin, has surfaced, and everybody is vying and bidding to publish it. This book, ladies and gentlemen, tips the hand. They claim that it's coincidence, but it is no coincidence. If you read the introduction to my book, you'll know that I don't believe in coincidences, especially coincidences of this nature. What is the nature? Oh, it's about a band of terrorists in Oklahoma. One of them named Tom McVeigh, who blow things up. And this Tom McVeigh, in the act of getting away from one of his blowing up actions, is stopped on a highway in a routine traffic check by a highway patrolman. Now, Martin Keating and Frank Keating, governor of Oklahoma, you can tell the world that this is coincidence. But I'm going to tell you right to your face right this moment, that is the most incredible bullshit I've ever heard, and you must think that we are so absolutely stupid that the entire world is going to buy your fabrications. Go sit on it. Don't go away, folks. I'll be right back with a little bit of illumination. According to Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, and I quote, "And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul." End quote. And then again in Genesis chapter 1, verses 26 through 27, and I quote, "And God said, Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. End quote. Now, these two passages, ladies and gentlemen, are from the creation account, which, as said, is the same in essentials as accounts given in other sacred scriptures. But there are differences in detail among all of these various accounts, because each one of these has diverged somewhat from its parent or original source, and who knows how many times it has been told and retold, and a word dropped here and another one added there over the thousands of years since its first telling. There are those who claim that the universal wisdom religion, or secret doctrine of the mystery schools, is the source of this information. Now, this Hebrew version that I just read to you is seen by affinity to have been immediately derived from a more ancient Chaldean version, of which archaeologists have unearthed the records. It is a matter of fact, it is not conjecture. So there seem to be here two separate accounts of the creation of man, a fact which must have puzzled some Bible readers, but which is explained by the mystery schools that man is a threefold being, so that three, or at least two distinct creations can be recorded. In the Bible, the two accounts seem to have become transposed, and it is more logical to begin with that in chapter 2, that God created the soul, the living soul, and then later created the flesh, or the home for the soul on this earth. I don't know why people don't pick these things up, and I don't think that you can understand anything that there is by studying only the exoteric. Remember, religion is subjective and is based upon pure faith. It can neither be proven nor disproven, but is absolutely necessary to the well-being of man and society, for it is the source of morality. And I don't care which religion you show me, I have yet to find one that does not teach man to do good things. And it matters not what my religion is, it's probably not the same of yours. It may be, may not be. Those of you who have been listening to this broadcast for a long time, you all know that I am a Christian. Now, it seems to be more logical to begin with the creation in chapter 2. And it is most important to observe that the Hebrew word translated God and Lord God is Elohim, which is a plural word, and in Young's Biblical Concordance is given as God, gods, plural, objects of worship. In fact, it means creative powers, according to the mysteries, and includes a large range of such beings or gods or spiritual entities, if you will. In the religion of theosophy, which I can guarantee you is the foundation of the religion of the New World Order, the whole universe consists of living beings, endowed with intelligence in varying degrees, and all of them, ladies and gentlemen, creative, each in its own sphere, according to Blavatsky's secret doctrine. Now, in the second of the accounts, which, as I said, it's more logical to take first, the Elohim formed man out of earth and breathed into him the breath of life, making him a living soul. Now, this represents two stages of creation, physical and spiritual, or as they would say in the religion of theosophy, psychic. The word translated living soul is nephesh, spelled Nephesh. The correct meaning of which is given by Young as animal soul. Next, we may find Elohim endowing man with their own likeness. Now observe the plural pronoun us and our and their and all of these other plural words. And when they endow man with their own likeness and thereby render him Lord of the other animated creation, a student of theosophy, or one who has read or studied the secret doctrine, will be aware of the great importance attached to this ancient teaching of the dual creation of man in the eyes of those who are initiated, illumined, shall we say. Or so they say. It's my estimation that anyone who lives their life by telling lies and deceiving and manipulating others with the mental aloofness that they are the elite and only truly mature minds are suffering a great delusion, which is a mental illness, a psychosis, if you will. But this is what they believe. They attach a great importance to this ancient teaching of the dual creation of man. It has been retouched out of the picture by theological dogmatism, according to them, yet here we find it unmistakably, if in imperfect form, in our own Bible. And how can you explain this disparity? And I know that many of you claim that you can and have tried over and over and over again, but I have yet to find one who can really do it. The early races of mankind, according to any theory that you want to look at, including biblical, including the theory of evolution, whatever you want to look at, the early races of mankind were sinless, knowing not the contrast of good and evil any more than do the birds that hop and sing. You see, they lived in a state of innocence, as all animals, all life that cannot think do. They are innocent, truly. But like those birds, the early races of men were creatures of habit, and they lacked in originality. Now this state is figured by the Garden of Eden. It's all played out in the initial scenes of the movie 2001, which lays forth this whole New Age religious philosophy for those who understand the symbols and can read them. When you watch 2001, it's the same as listening to this broadcast. Only you don't need me to explain it to you. In the Garden of Eden, God had forbidden Adam and Eve to eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which was in the midst of the garden. But to Eve comes the serpent and says, "Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." So man eats of the fruit and becomes, guess what? Enlightened. The result, ladies and gentlemen, is that he loses his previous state of precious innocence, but stagnant bliss, and becomes a responsible being. Now, check out that word, responsible. You know me, when I say responsible, I mean it. His newly acquired free will leads him at first away from the spiritual toward matter. Man becomes a pilgrim. Now this story from the Mysteries is an imperfect version of a cardinal teaching of the wisdom religion, or gnosis, which is found in fuller form in others of the world's scriptures. Sometimes veiled, sometimes revealed, sometimes very clear. But the teaching is that the earlier races of mankind were mindless, being little more than perfected animals. But that in the course of evolution, there came a time when this mindless man received a quickening, if you will, an impulse from what the Theosophists call the Manasaputras, are sons of mind. Now, according to Helena Blavatsky, these were spiritual beings more highly involved than men, but who had their duty to enlighten the nascent mankind of this present cycle. And by cycle, I mean they believe that there are different stages and races of intelligence, which change with each changing age. And that is one of the keys here, for we are leaving the age of the last 2,000 years, or the age of Pisces, of the two fish, and moving into the age of Aquarius. Or the man with the water pitcher. Now, it was the duty of these sons of mind, as they call them, or the ascended masters is another word for them, to enlighten the nascent mankind of this present cycle, which Theosophy claims they did by lighting up or calling to light the latent spark of divinity within man. You've heard me discuss this before. After which, man, all of a sudden, became an intelligent race endowed with self-conscious mind. The serpent in the allegory stands for these sons of mind. For the serpent, ladies and gentlemen, as I've revealed to you over and over and over again over the past 3 and some odd months of broadcast, 3 years and some odd months of broadcasting, is a very well-known symbol of wisdom. So the so-called fall of man, though in one sense a fall, according to the Christian religion, was really an inevitable and natural step forward in his evolution according to the Theosophists. And all this leads on to the question of man's redemption. I find this fascinating, whether you believe it or not, whether I believe it or not. Very powerful people believe this. And if they believe it, whether we believe it or not is of no matter. It will affect us, and we had better understand what it is that they believe that causes them to behave in the manner that they behave that affects us so drastically. Some of you don't like to hear these kinds of broadcasts. Some of you close your ears and race out of the room screaming, "He's doing it again!" I know you do. And some of you sit and lap this up like a thirsty dog that has just crossed the desert. Some of you sit there stunned, shaking your heads and wondering, what in the hell is he talking about? Whatever it is that I am talking about, you had better get a grasp on it, because it is extremely important to know your enemy. This is the basis of the religion of the New World Order, which you will be required to adhere to. It is the humanist religion, the religion that says there is no God but man. It is why Christianity and all other Orthodox religions, the Orthodox Jewish religion included, for all of you wackos that claim the Jews are doing this to us, the fundamentalist Islamics, and anybody else will not bow down to Mammon. Now, I'm not telling you what to believe or what not to believe. I'm just merely telling you what the people who hold the power at this moment believe. The people who are putting together a world government. In this world, when they have completed the formation and placed the last puzzle in its little hole there, they will have one totalitarian socialist government, one world humanist religion, and two classes of people, the rulers and the ruled. Stop hiding and don't worry about getting your name on any list. There's only one list, and you're already on it. As George Bush would say, read my lips. New world order. Unless you are successful in building some kind of a space vehicle where you can become Adam and Eve on some other world, you're going to be stuck in this new world order. Unless we're successful in stopping it. So we get to the point of redemption, salvation, and atonement. These are important things to everyone. Even atheists think about redemption, salvation, and atonement. Isn't that what a New Year's resolution is all about? Giving up the bad parts and beginning anew, a salvation, if you will. The sacrifice of whatever you give up is the atonement, and for that you have a redemption. So you don't have to be religious. You don't even have to believe in any religion to understand what I'm talking about here. Because everybody fits into these things, and I guarantee even the most ardent, most devoted atheist at moments in his life says, please God, help me. And that's sort of a gamble, you see. So we've seen how the gift of self-conscious mind to man changed him from a state of sinless but unprogressive bliss into the state of a pilgrim journeying through the path of experiences in the flesh, so that his communication with his divinity is for a while shut off, so that he loses his paradisiacal beatitude, if you will, his attitude that he lives in the Garden of Eden, that nothing can touch him, his state of bliss, but gains in exchange the power of self-conscious evolution. It brings with it the promise of one day attaining to complete manhood. Translate that, God, if you will. Now this last is what is meant by the word redemption. Man, after his fall, rises again like the phoenix, but rises by his own aspiration and endeavor. He doesn't need the help of anyone else, according to the mystery religion, according to theosophy, according to the humanist beliefs. It could never, ladies and gentlemen, I believe this sentence myself, it could never have been the divine purpose to create a puppet. Man was to be endowed with free will and responsibility. For without it, the whole thing is a joke. And any God would create man, preordained to function in a certain way and do certain things with no possibility of redemption, salvation, or atonement, would not be any kind of God that I could deal with or even want to know. Because it means that you are what you are no matter what. You cannot change. Christ could not save you if you're a Christian. And if you're not a Christian, you can in no way atone for any bad that you'd ever done. and become a good person. For if it was written in the beginning that all of these things are going to happen, no matter what, and there is no concept of free will, there is no concept of responsibility given to man, then it's nothing but a cruel, vicious joke. And that's my belief. I believe that 100,000%. I believe everyone has a choice. And the choice determines the future, not only of the soul of the person making the choice, but the future of this world. You see, I meet every day people who say it was preordained from the beginning, there's nothing you can do, it's all in God's hands. I have to say that I just cannot go along with that. And in the Bible itself, the Bible that these people use to justify their position has several, not one, not two, not three, not four, but several, many instances where God has said, this will happen. And guess what? Because some man did something other than what other men did, it didn't happen. And what about Job? He stood toe-to-toe with God and argued him into submission. So, anyway, that's my argument. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe what I believe. All I want you to do is begin to think about everything. Don't accept anything on anybody's word, especially priests and preachers and ministers. Learn to think for yourself. Learn to find the truth for yourself, because that is the only salvation. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. My people perish from lack of knowledge. And I could go on and on and on and on and on. And all of this is caused by the inability of the common man to use his own brain. He must be told by someone else what to do, where to work, what time to get up, what to wear, what to cook for dinner, who to marry. And that is not the way that it is supposed to be. According to Bill Cooper, and according to many others. It's your copy just by calling. The number is 1-800-289-2646. Make sure that you explore the possibilities to get your hands on some real money. You know, when Alan Greenspan says that we're in danger of a small recession in the middle of a big recession, which they call a recovery, it's not going to be good, folks. They keep saying we're in a recovery and things are so great for the American people, but I don't know anybody who even has half the opportunity or whose salary goes half as far as it did 10 years ago. Our manufacturing companies are leaving the country because they can find cheaper workers elsewhere. What do you think all that manipulation with the Mexican peso is really about? Right after they signed NAFTA and American companies run for the border, and it wasn't after Taco Bell, I can assure you, all of a sudden the peso plunges, and Mexican workers are making even less than they were when it was so attractive for American corporations to go down there to use them as workers. And we're scheduled for a big manipulation of the economy up here in the near future. What do you think all this G7 stuff is about? You know what they decided at G7? They're going to let the dollar continue to fall. I could have told you that. In fact, I did tell you that before they even met. I did tell you that. The dollar's going to continue to fall. It has to fall. You see, in a Marxist world government, there can be no middle class. If you don't believe me, read Marx, study socialism, and you'll find out I'm absolutely right. And that's what's coming. You all wonder why so many illegal immigrants are allowed to come into this country. And they say there's no way to stop them? Baloney. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. You close the borders. You seal them tight. And you don't let them in. And all of you who would call me racist for that statement, you're full of crap. This isn't their country. It's our country. Do you know why they have to be let in? You know why they don't seal the borders? Because the more people who flood this country, who must be dependent in many ways upon big government, lay the foundation for socialism. And when the economy falls, they'll still be better off. And they won't listen to the whining of the middle class, who didn't listen to the warnings of people like me. So call Swiss America Trading. You can get your hands on some real money. It won't lose its value as long as you hold on to it. 1-800-289-2646. That's 1-800-289-2646. And do it now, because you know that we are a nation of procrastinators. And if you don't do it now, you ain't going to do it, Charlie. I'm sorry. Boy, just like every time I do something like this, the phone is raining off the hook. So I just put them on hold and let the phone bill be eaten up, because you all know that unless I say I'm taking calls, I'm not. So you can dial your little fingers to a stub to the bone. I'll put you on hold and your phone bill can tick off the minutes and the money, if that's what you want. Because you're showing a great deal of stupidity when you do this. I'm not attacking your religion, nor am I telling you what I believe, except when I specifically state that I'm telling you some point that I believe. Nor am I telling you that what I am reading you is right. I'm merely telling you that this is what it is, and very powerful people believe it. If it insults your sensibilities and you are so religiously bigoted that you cannot even listen to this broadcast, instead of dialing your finger to the bone, turn off your radio and go to bed. That's the best advice that I can possibly give you. Now let me reiterate where we left off so that you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. It could never have been the divine purpose to create a puppet. Man was to be endowed with responsibility and free will. This I firmly believe. Now the mysteries go a step farther. I don't go this far. They say to be made truly in the likeness of God, and it is only by exercising these prerogatives that he can fulfill his glorious destiny, and man himself will become God. I don't go that far. I don't believe that man is God or that man can ever be God. When I saw Shirley MacLaine spinning around upon the beach, claiming to the heavens that she was God, "I am God," she screamed, with this ecstatic look upon her face. I wonder how she truly feels as she wakes up each morning and looks in the mirror and sees new wrinkles and has to go pay for another cosmetic surgery job. And when she gets her bills and still has to pay them. And then all of a sudden I know that some evening she'll be sitting in a chair all by herself in the dim light of her favorite room, probably. Maybe with a little touch of insomnia. And then all of a sudden she realizes that soon she's going to die. Now, I'm not knocking on Shirley MacLaine, trying to illustrate a point. For one who believes that he is God, or that she is God, what an impact it must be to confront mortality. Now, this doctrine that I'm talking about is one of those in part, now remember I said, that is common to all religions. It is a tenet, a basic foundation of the parent, what they call the parent wisdom religion, and like other such tenets is found in the exoteric religions of today in various perverted and degenerated forms according to the theosophists. And as an illustration, in John chapter 3, verse 16, you can read this, look it up, quote, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." End quote. Now, folks, this can be taken both ways, either referring to the special sacrifice of a particular man known as Jesus, God in the flesh, which Christians, me included, believe in, and as many churches believe or teach, or to the sacrifice of the mystic Christ, the higher self in man, who through his attachment to the flesh loses for a while his brightness and freedom, but by that sacrifice eventually achieves the salvation of the flesh, raising the self of earth up to heaven, in which the higher self dwells. This latter interpretation is favored by what precedes the above quotation, and of course by the mystery religion and the theosophists, and all of these Freemasons who claim that they are Christians and point to the open Bible upon the altar. And some of you believe them. And I'm not knocking it. What I don't like more than anything are the lies, the deception, the bullshit, the manipulation of any people for any reason, and the concealing of knowledge for the purpose of that deception and manipulation. Now in John 3, verses 12 through 15, which immediately precedes the one that I read, "For God so loved the world," this is what it says, quote, "If I have told you earthly things, and ye believe not, how shall ye believe if I tell you of heavenly things? And no man hath ascended up to heaven, but he that came down from heaven, even the Son of Man, which is in heaven. And as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have eternal life." End quote. Now it seemed to me, folks, that the writer of this gospel was trying to teach his hearers a truer understanding of the doctrine than the perverted one that was more or less prevalent. Never mind what you or I might believe, you have to understand that there is an exoteric meaning and an esoteric meaning. The Bible is one of the most esoteric writings upon this earth. And I can point to many indications of this. And even Christians will admit it when they say that Jesus was speaking in parables, and they talk about not casting your pearls before the swine. That's what it's all about. They're saying that there is a hidden meaning in the Bible, yet they refuse to acknowledge it. But whenever they want to pervert something and have it mean what they say it means instead of what it says, or what it may really mean, they point to "cast not your pearls before swine," and all of these other things that say, "Oh, well, it doesn't really mean what it says, you have to interpret it." Baloney. B-U-L-L-O-N-Y. And don't write me a letter and say I misspelled it. I did it on purpose. Fits right in with what I'm talking about. There's an exoteric and an esoteric. B-U-L-L-O-N-Y. Sometimes I love to do this. Other times I don't. Turning to Paul. You all know Paul. Everybody at one time has read at least portions of the Bible, and you can't study the Christian religion or even the Jewish religion unless you know who Paul was. He was a mystic and undoubtedly an initiate in some degree of the pagan mysteries. There's no doubt of that, as was John. We find the real teaching even more evident according to the Theosophists and the mysteries. You see, as has been remarked, Paul shows no sign. Listen to me carefully. This is absolutely the truth. Paul shows no sign of ever having heard of the gospel story of the life of Jesus and his crucifixion. Don't believe it? Get out your Bible and read every single thing that Paul ever wrote. All of it. Now this is incredible. But it's true. Paul shows no sign whatsoever of ever having heard of the gospel story of the life of Jesus and his crucifixion. It is of the mystic Christ, incarnate in all men, that he speaks. That's what he's talking about. And it only becomes evident when you've studied the mysteries and realize that Paul himself had to have been an initiate. In Romans chapter 6, verse 6, he says, quote, "Our old man is crucified with him, that the body of sin might be destroyed." End quote. In Hebrews chapter 6, verse 6, he says, quote, "Seeing that they crucify to themselves the Son of God afresh," end quote. And in Galatians chapter 5, verse 24, I quote, "They that are Christ's have crucified the flesh with the affections and lusts," end quote. And in Galatians chapter 3, verse 27, quote, "As many of you as have been baptized into Christ have put on Christ," end quote. Christians not having studied the mystery religion of Babylon and ancient Egypt would not understand that he is talking as an initiate. And this is very telling. "They that are Christ's have crucified the flesh with the affections and lusts," end quote. Now, if you've heard my series on Mystery Babylon, you know that he is talking about eliminating the animal in man. Now, these are just a few, folks, of the numerous passages in which Paul expounds the subject. It is not easy to define exactly what his doctrine was, or that of the writer of the Gospel according to St. John. You see, the original pure teaching must have gone through stages of gradual transformation and adaptation to particular times and circumstances, as all teachings do. I don't care what it is. Go back and listen to Baptist preachers 20 years ago and listen to Baptist preachers today, and you'll know exactly what I mean. Go back 20 years ago and listen to a Roman Mass, a Roman Catholic Mass, and listen to a Roman Catholic Mass today, and you'll see exactly what I mean. Religion may have been handed down by God, or it may have been made up by man. Religion may have been explained to us, and our salvation may have been guaranteed by Christ, or this may be an invention of man. You see, religion is based upon pure faith. That's why it's called religion. If it were not, if you could prove it, it would be called science, for those of you who don't understand that. Isn't it incredible? So it stands to reason, since religion may have been handed down by God, that salvation may have been given to us by Christ. Or if you believe in Buddha, he may have taught you the perfect way of living your life. And many others, the Prophet Muhammad, who wrote the Quran. But it is man who takes what they have given and pass it on through the ages. And that is where things get all screwed up, especially in translations from one language to another. And I can prove all throughout the Bible that there have been mistranslations in every English version that I have ever laid my hands upon. So if you believe that your specific version of the Bible is the perfect inspired Word of God, that is your right to believe that. And you may be right, but you can't prove it, and neither can I. Nobody else can either. But I can prove that in that Bible that you claim is the perfect inspiration of God are mistranslations from the original version in another language. And you'd better be careful about that. Or, since religion is based upon belief, you can believe that those translations that were mistranslated were the inspiration that made your Bible perfect. It's okay with me. I'll fight for your right to do it, believe me. I'm on your side. The Gospel according to St. John. The original pure teaching must, ladies and gentlemen, have gone through stages of transformation, adaptation, mistranslation, political manipulation, according to particular times and circumstances. But if we study religions comparatively, checking what we find in one scripture by what we find in others, we shall sometimes I'm chickening out there. We will be able to sift out the accidental circumstances and hopefully arrive at the common kernel of truth. You see, the idea of sacrifice is ancient and it's universal, meaning both the sacrifice undertaken out of love by the higher in order to redeem the lower, and, ladies and gentlemen, dear listeners, the sacrifice which the personal man makes of his earthly desires when he aspires to achieve union with his soul. The Theosophists, or the mystery religions, the Freemasons in their higher degrees, would say that he is achieving union with the God within. Christ is crucified for us, and we crucify our flesh with its affections and lust. Atonement, ladies and gentlemen, means making at one. A-T-O-N-E, at one ment. It's a reconciliation between the human and the divine. The New World Order is attempting to make a reconciliation between God and Lucifer, the rebellious angel of light that was thrown out of heaven as a lightning bolt to the earth. There's an important point to bear in mind in all this, and that is that we should abandon the weak and foolish hope that we can abrogate our own manly responsibility and secure a vicarious justification for our faults instead of reaping what we have sown and making straight what we have wrought awry. I have never seen evil in this world except in the presence of man. Take man out of the picture, evil does not exist. Period. We do wrong things that we know are wrong. And then we get down on our knees at night and say a prayer, and the next morning we get up and do something wrong again because in our minds we are starting over again. We have been forgiven, for we have confessed our sins and request forgiveness, and we were saved in the crucifixion of Christ. And so we perpetuate the wrongs that we have always done. And of course, what I gave you is a Christian viewpoint. It's not the only viewpoint. Atheists don't believe there is a God, so that they don't have to be responsible to anything except